Good evening. Will the Standing Committee on Justice please come to order? Before the committee can proceed with the business before it, it must elect a chairperson. Are there any nominations? MLA Redhead?
I nominate MLA Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, Mr. Oxenham, will you please take the chair?
Our next item of business is the election of a vice chairperson. Are there any nominations?
I nominate MLA Blash.
Oh, MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
I nominate MLA Blash.
MLA Blaszko has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, MLA Blaszko is elected vice chairperson. This meeting has been called to consider the following bills. Bill number 9, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. Bill number 13, the Minor Amendments and Corrections Act, 2025. Bill number 32, the Residential Tenancies Amendment Act, Measures to Address Unlawful Activities. Bill number 35, the Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act. Bill number 36, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment and Highway Traffic Amendment Act. Bill number 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment Act. I would like to inform all in attendance that a second meeting of the Standing Committee on Justice to consider these bills has been announced for Wednesday, April the 30th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in room 254. I would also like to inform all in attendance of the provisions in our rules regarding the hour of adjournment. A Standing Committee meeting to consider a bill must not sit past midnight to hear public presentations or to consider clause by clause of a bill, except by unanimous consent of the committee. Lastly, I would like to inform all members of the public in the gallery of the rules of decorum for standing committees. Please note that any participation from the gallery is not allowed. Examples of specific actions that are not allowed include clapping, cheering, or interrupting presentations. Taking photos or videos of the meeting is also not allowed. And please set your phones to mute. I thank everyone in advance for their cooperation. A number of written submissions on Bill 43 have been received and provided to committee members on the MLA portal. Does the committee agree to have these documents appear in the Hansard transcript of this meeting?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. Also, due to the volume of written submissions that we are receiving, is there leave of the committee for all future written submissions to Bill 43 to be included in Hansard until consideration of the bill at committee is complete, with the understanding that they will be frequently uploaded to the MLA portal for committee members to view?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. Prior to proceeding with the public presentations, I would like to advise members of the public regarding the process for speaking in a committee. In accordance with our rules, a time limit of 10 minutes has been allotted for presentations, with another 5 minutes allowed for questions from committee members. Questions shall not exceed 45 seconds in length, with no time limit for answers. Questions may be addressed to presenters in the following rotation. First, the minister sponsoring the bill or another member of the caucus. Second, a member of the official opposition. And third, an independent member. If a presenter is not in attendance when their name is called, they will be dropped to the bottom of the list. If the presenter is not in attendance when their name is called a second time, they will be removed from the presenter's list. The proceedings of our meetings I would ask members of the gallery to please limit their interactions with the committee. The proceedings of our meetings are recorded in order to provide a verbatim transcript. Thank you. Each time someone wishes to speak, whether it be an MLA or a presenter, I first have to say the person's name. This is the signal for Hansard to turn on the mics. I will note for members that we have on our presenters list for Bill 43, 3 presenters who reside outside the province of Manitoba who wish to present virtually. In accordance with our Rule 91, bracket 2, bracket B, except by unanimous consent of the committee or written permission of the House leaders, only the first two members of the public to register to present to a bill who reside outside the province of Manitoba may present virtually to a standing committee considering legislation. Therefore, I ask if there is leave for the additional virtual out-of-province presenter to present to the committee.
Agreed.
Leave has been granted. On the topic of determining the order of public presentations, I will also note that we have out-of-town presenters in attendance, marked with an asterisk on the list. We also have a presenter who wishes to give their presentation in French, marked with a double asterisk on the list. With these considerations in mind, in what order does the committee wish to hear the presentations? Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that we hear French presentations first to accommodate our translator, followed by all presenters to Bill 9 through 36 numerically, followed by out-of-town presenters to Bill 43 who are here in person, followed by all other presenters in order of registration.
It has been proposed that we hear French presentations first to accommodate our translator, followed by all presenters to Bill 9 through 36, followed by out-of-town presenters to Bill 43 who are here in person, followed by all other presenters in order of registration. Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I will now, oops. All right, sure. Minister Weeb.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just asking leave of the committee if there's a willingness of the committee to allow for an opening statement before presenters. I know generally as part of our process, opening statements happen before the bill is debated or is considered clause by clause. What I'm wondering is if there's leave of the committee that we could do our opening statements now. I know there's a lot of presenters here, might give us an opportunity to address the concerns that some folks have. Also to encourage a healthy debate here this evening. So I'm asking for leave of the committee.
I heard a no. Leave has been denied. Thank you for your patience, folks. We will now proceed with public presentations.
Okay, so if you grab our presenters list, we'll just...
Okay, I will now call on Mrs. Desiree Papel. Please proceed with your presentation.
Bonsoir. Je m'appelle Désirée Papel et j'enseigne depuis 2008 dans la division scolaire franco-manitobaine. Je suis également la présidente de l'Association des éducatrices et éducateurs franco-manitobains. Je vous adresse la parole parce que je me soucie de la sécurité de mes élèves et je pense que la loi modifiant le Code pour les droits de la personne pour inclure la protection de l'expression de genre est une étape importante pour la sécurité de tous les élèves. Dans un monde où les savoirs et le savoir-faire sont tissés de mésinformation et de désinformation, où la diversité de valeurs et de croyances embrouille parfois ce qui est dans le meilleur intérêt de nos élèves les plus à risque, où le malaise de l'un prend parfois le dessus sur ce qui est une question de santé, de sécurité ou de survie pour un autre. Il est nécessaire de rendre explicite, précise et visible des lois en soutien à toute personne de la diversité de genre pour, premièrement, renforcer les savoirs et savoir-faire de nos communautés face aux enjeux de LGBTQIA+, et de la diversité de genre. 2. Valider et soutenir les bonnes pratiques que certains membres des communautés actualisent déjà et rehausser celles de ceux qui cherchent à améliorer les leurs. 3. Éliminer l'incertitude et les inquiétudes dans les actions en soutien à la diversité de genre, ainsi que dans les réactions face aux propos haineux, nous permettant d'avancer de façon solidaire dans toutes nos communautés. Ce changement à la loi s'aligne avec le rapport de recherche des nôtres, expériences vécues en milieu minoritaire, familial et communautaire par les jeunes LGBTQ vivant en situation linguistique minoritaire dans la province du Manitoba, publié au printemps 2024 par le collectif LGBTQ, Université de Saint-Boniface, en collaboration avec le Conseil jeunesse provincial. Ce rapport présente des données probantes récentes d'expériences vécues par notre jeunesse du Manitoba d'expression française et propose de créer des politiques reliées à l'inclusion de la diversité de genre. Selon ce même rapport, 39,2% des répondants ont été victimes de discrimination fondée sur leur identité de genre en milieu scolaire. Une loi renouvelée avec des précisions à l'égard de l'expression du genre contribuerait à améliorer ces statistiques et favoriserait l'ouverture et l'empathie aux autres. De plus, face à l'adversité et l'animosité croissante ciblée vers ce groupe dans le monde actuel, nous en sortirons plus forts si nous avançons d'un front commun. L'ARFM vient donc vers vous pour son appui à la loi renouvelée qui protège et soutient un de nos groupes les plus vulnérables. Le danger d'attendre pour faire un tel changement donne le message qu'au Manitoba, c'est discrétionnaire ou ce n'est pas une préoccupation de respecter l'expression de genre de tous. Ceci peut être nuisible au bien-être et à la sécurité des membres de cette communauté, y inclut les élèves de nos écoles. Nous savons que les membres de l'ARFM se préoccupent beaucoup de leurs élèves et veulent faire la bonne chose. Ils ont cependant besoin de votre leadership, d'un appui formel du système pour se sentir confiants dans leurs initiatives en soutien aux élèves de la diversité de genre. Concrétiser la loi pour protéger l'expression du genre affirme le soutien du gouvernement sans équivoque aux membres de la communauté de la diversité de genre. Avançons d'un front commun vers un Manitoba plus inclusif pour tous.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Madame Papel, for your presentation this evening. I appreciate your perspective as a teacher, someone who, as you said, represents these good practices which are already happening, but is so concerned with protecting the most vulnerable. And in this case, of course, it's our children. So I just want to thank you for your presentation and thank you for representing your views here this evening.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? The member from Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to our presenter for attending tonight and bringing your views forward. It's much appreciated.
Would you like to respond, Mrs. Papel? Thank you for your time. That concludes the list of presenters requesting translation services. Are there any other persons in attendance who wish to make a presentation in French? Seeing none, does the committee agree to permit the translation staff to leave the meeting?
Yes.
We will proceed with the remaining presenters on the list. I will now call on Keith Horn on Bill 9. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Keith Horn. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Retail Cannabis Council of Manitoba. I am also Manitoban, a cannabis retailer, and a parent who, like many of you, believe that cannabis should only be accessible to adults over 19 years of age. The RCCMB appreciates the opportunity to appear before you today and want to begin by expressing our strong support for this bill. This legislation takes an important step towards aligning cannabis policy with what we all want, to keep cannabis out of the hands of the youth while supporting safe, responsible access for adults. We commend the government for being responsible to our constant changing industry and for recognizing the importance of where and how cannabis is sold. This is especially true in communities with existing restricted access cannabis retail licenses. In communities over 5,000 people, where licensed cannabis stores already operate, limiting controlled access licenses helps ensure that cannabis is sold in settings that are purpose-built for security, education, and age verification. As retailers, we work hard to uphold these standards. Our stores are designed with controlled entry, trained staff, and clear protocols that put safety and compliance at the forefront of every transaction. While we support the bill, we want to highlight a meaningful gap that the government may want to take another look at. We acknowledge that this proposed bill is cleaning up regulation that was implemented by the previous government. As this industry continues to evolve, we want to get this right this time so to adequately address controlled access throughout the entire province. The RCCMB represents several independent retailers based in small rural communities with populations under 5,000 people, and we would like to put forward feedback on their behalf. The proposed legislation will allow controlled access licenses in communities with populations under 5,000, where restricted access licenses already provide access, like in Beausejour. Beausejour has a population of approximately 3,300 people. In this small community is being served well by 2 restricted access cannabis stores already. However, under the current framework, a gas station or convenience store in the same town can still be eligible for controlled access license. We believe this may intentionally leave these rural communities subject to the same risk this legislation proposes to close. And while we support providing access to legal cannabis products in rural and northern communities, most communities are very well served by restricted access licenses. To better reflect the goal of protecting young people, we suggest the legislation consider not only population size, but also whether restricted access licenses already exist in a community, regardless of its size. This small amendment would ensure that cannabis continues to be sold in settings that fully support education, compliance, and youth protection in both urban and rural Manitoba. It would also ensure access to legal, Health Canada-tested cannabis products through controlled access in communities where a restricted access model may not be viable. Finally, I want to take a moment to thank the committee for being responsive to small businesses in this emerging industry. As a small business owner, I can tell you this legislation represents an important commitment to the health and safety of our communities, as well as an understanding of the challenges small businesses face in a rapidly evolving market. Your leadership helps ensure that independent retailers can thrive while still prioritizing the well-being of our communities. In closing, we wish to thank you again for your leadership and thoughtful approach to this issue. We believe this bill is a strong step forward, and with these refinements, it can serve as a model for balanced, community-focused cannabis policy. We're grateful to be part of this conversation that shapes our industry and look forward to working alongside you to ensure the cannabis industry in Manitoba is safe, responsible, and viable for businesses big and small. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Mr. Weep.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Mr. Horn, thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate the perspective of the industry and appreciate that you're coming to this from a perspective of paramount. I also appreciate your comments around the nuance in different communities. I think part of that challenge is tried to capture in the bill. I do think that we be happy to chat with you further and just understand better some of the specific concerns you have. And if there's a way that we can work together, we're happy to do that. Thank you for presenting here this evening.
Oh, Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Horn, for your comments. I appreciate your comments for support of the bill, and I would hope, yes, the minister would work with you on some of those other concerns with the rural-urban impact. I'm just curious, in your view, does the exclusion of controlled access licenses in urban areas appear to be based on evidence of greater public safety risk, or does it seem more like an arbitrary distinction?
I'm sorry, Mr. Horn. I have to recognize you first before you can.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Horn.
I'm sorry. You see the stores, convenience stores, opening up that sell cannabis in many different areas. It was designed, I believe, for northern communities where it wasn't as viable to open up a huge store. But they've been a loophole that could open up here in Winnipeg and other bigger communities. So now you have convenience stores where children are allowed, while they're buying a Slurpee, someone can be selling them cannabis. And I don't think that was what the intention of this bill was.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. King.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And Mr. Horn, I'm just curious what your thoughts are if some of the established cannabis businesses were to start to fade away and no longer exist, and we're down to a few of them. With this licensing, it wouldn't allow other small businesses to open up. It would be more of the monopoly, I would say. So what are your thoughts on that if smaller retailers, smaller businesses weren't able to open up shop?
Mr. Horn.
Well, unfortunately, there are some established businesses right now that are failing and are closing up. But right now, I think in the queue, there is 25 new stores to be opened. There is 239, I believe, open right now. And there is more opening all the time than are closing. So I think right now there is a quite sufficient amount of cannabis stores being opened. And I guess if that ever was to happen, where it's becoming a monopoly, I guess that at that time the government would look at changing things. But for the future and the way it is now, there is plenty of stores being opened all the time.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Sharon Clark from Big Bud's Cannabis Sales. All right. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and esteemed committee members. My name is Sharon Clark, and I'm here representing Big Bud's Cannabis Sales. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and wish to express our support for this bill and our appreciation for the steps the government have taken thus far. As a Manitoban, a parent, and a grandparent, I share your belief that cannabis should be accessible only to adults age 19 and over. I've spoken with my friends, families, and neighbors regarding the sale of cannabis in front of minors, and the response was the same from everyone. We do not want our children or grandchildren to learn about cannabis by witnessing a sales transaction when they are a minor. Cannabis use is a conversation that parents will have with the child when they reach an appropriate age. Transcona, the community I live in, has a convenience store with a controlled access license. And during a visit with my grandson, there were 3 other youth in the store that day as well. And they were all excitedly picking out their candy. You know, they were in there for the afternoon, just don't know what they were doing, but they were happy buying stuff. And while they were standing in line with their chips and their Twizzlers, they witnessed a conversation between the clerk and the cannabis customer. This conversation covered the difference between indica, sativa, and hybrid flower, the advantages and disadvantages to each, how truck drivers smoke sativa to stay awake after long days on the road, because this gentleman happened to be a truck driver and he was talking about he and his friends and how they use sativa, and the differences between numerous brands. this conversation went on for about 15 minutes, which is definitely a normal dialogue when customers come into our age-restricted stores where youth aren't permitted. We have conversations like that all the time, and they land, 15, 20 minutes, not a big deal. But these 3 youth between the ages of 8 and 12 got a real cannabis education that day. And as also, there was a couple of products I didn't even know about, and I manage a cannabis store, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna order that in and order that in. So I learned some things too. So this legislation amendment is a significant step toward aligning cannabis policy with our industry's collective goal, and that is to protect youth while ensuring safe and responsible access for adults. We commend the government for acknowledging the importance of regulating the sale of cannabis, particularly in communities with existing age-restricted cannabis stores. In oversaturated urban communities with more than 5,000 residents, where licensed cannabis stores are readily established, limiting controlled access licenses makes perfect sense. While we wholeheartedly support the bill, I wish to highlight a critical gap that warrants further examination. I'm in regular communication with independent retailers serving small communities of under 5,000 people. The planned legislation currently allows for controlled access licenses to open in communities of under 5,000 people where age-restricted stores are already successfully serving them. We believe this could unintentionally undermine the original intent behind controlled access license policy, which was to service underserved communities with no access to legal cannabis within a 30-mile drive, or a 30-minute drive, pardon me. To more accurately align with the original intent of the licensing policy of protecting youth and vulnerable populations, we recommend that the legislation take into account more than population size and determine whether or not the community is already successfully being served by cannabis stores, and if so, uphold the goal of protecting youth and vulnerable populations by prohibiting the opening of additional cannabis stores in these communities. This framework helps to protect vulnerable populations, particularly youth and recovering addicts, by ensuring that cannabis is not sold in venues where these transactions are witnessed by those that this law was originally, holy heck, what happened? That by ensuring that cannabis is not sold in venues where these transactions are witnessed by those this law was currently designed to protect. By ensuring that cannabis is primarily sold in age-restricted licensed establishments, the province can maintain the integrity of its cannabis retail system and avoid the potential for unsafe or inappropriate sales environments where youth or recovering addicts are unwillingly exposed to the sale of cannabis. We value your leadership and your thoughtful consideration on this issue. Your governance is crucial to ensuring that the cannabis industry in Manitoba thrives while still prioritizing the well-being of our communities. We believe this bill represents considerable progress, and with these adjustments, it can serve as a model for thoughtfully crafted, community-centered approach to cannabis policy in Canada. We appreciate being a part of this dialogue that influences our industry and look forward to collaborating with you in the future to ensure the cannabis industry in Manitoba remains safe, responsible, and viable for businesses of all sizes. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. I appreciate your perspective, especially as a grandmother with kids who are, roughly the same age as my children. So this kind of really, I think, focuses for me on what we're trying to accomplish here. Really, this is about a balanced approach. I think you've understood the intent of the bill with regards to underserved markets, but we take your comments about other markets where the number or the threshold maybe isn't the issue. I appreciate your perspective and your presentation, and happy to continue the dialogue with you.
Ms. Clark, would you like to respond?
No. Thank you.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Clark, for taking the time out to come to committee and share your thoughts and your views on this bill. And I do appreciate hearing your views, and I certainly would hope that the minister will work with you on some of your concerns as well. So, again, thank you so much for taking the time to share your thoughts with us.
Would you like to respond?
Just thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, I will now call on Shannon Sala from the Essential Cannabis Company Limited. Okay, I'm going to call one more time for Shannon Sala from the Essential Cannabis Company Limited. Zoom. Okay, thank you.
So,
All right, since we do not have Shannon Sala on Zoom, she will be dropped to the bottom of the list, and we will go back to her later. Okay, now we're moving to Bill 32. I will now call on David Grant, private citizen. Mr. David Grant, private citizen. All right, since he's not here, his name will be dropped to the bottom of the list. I will now call on Mr. Sell. Oh.
He's just finished presenting in the other room. He's right now. Okay.
Oh, okay. I will once again ask for David Grant to come present. Mr. Grant, I need to acknowledge you first. I need to acknowledge you first before you begin speaking. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Grant, with your presentation.
The luck of the draw has me speaking down there and then running here to speak, and luckily I made it, and thank you. We're dealing with the Bill 32. Thank you. When I read this initially, I was thinking, this is a good thing, and so I support it entirely. My concern was that if a neighbor wants to do something vindictive, they would report something, and the authorities would consider that a eviction-worthy offense when there was nothing going on. And I was talking to Mr. Burrows on the way in the line, and we're pretty sure that this is only going to be applied to the most extreme cases. So I'm unreservedly in favor of it. And thank you. And as I say, I think there's always going to be somebody pretending to snitch just to get mad at the person, their neighbor. But hopefully that won't be happening. And I support you in your efforts and the minister. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Great to see you again, and nice to see you participating in our democratic process once again. And I also always appreciate your community perspective, or your perspective of sort of the average person in a neighborhood. And I take your concerns very seriously. Just to let you know, these investigations are undertaken by our PSIU, our investigators, investigative unit in the province, and these are some really top-notch folks. I take your concerns, but I know that they are very judicious in how they use their authorities, and of course everything is done through the Act, and we'll make sure that everything is done by the books. But appreciate your perspective, and thanks for being here this evening.
Mr. Grant, would you like to reply?
Yes, and while I was initially concerned that someone would make up a case and call it in, the system is checking out these places. And as Mr. Burrows said, when you got 50 people coming through in an afternoon, that's not a normal family situation. So thank you again. Okay.
Any further questions? Mr. Balkin.
Thank you, Mr. Grant, and I've had the pleasure of hearing you talk at many committees, and I just also want to reassure you from a law enforcement perspective that oftentimes people make frivolous complaints or vexatious complaints because of whatever reasons, for a number of reasons. But I will echo what the minister said, is that the people in the investigation unit from the province are trained professionals. They have great skills and dedication, and they would ensure that this wasn't done vexatiously. So, thank you.
Mr. Grant.
Yes, and thank you. And initially, when I read the bill, I thought it was going to be somebody calls in a complaint. It's like a bylaw complaint, and then the city acts on it. But in this case, the information, the data will be provided by law enforcement. So the grumpy neighbor is not involved in the matter. So thank you for explaining that.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Any further questions? Okay, thank you again for your presentation. I will now call on Mr. Sel Burrows from Point Powerline. Please proceed with your presentation.
Hello, everyone. And I do want to say a special hello to the members of the opposition who were in government, and I was able to work well with them. And I do want to say, starting off, that while I support this bill, it's much too weak. We have 600 people dying in Manitoba every year from overdoses. I'm a strong supporter of the safe consumption sites and harm reduction, but other systems have to do their part as well. And I start off my notes by saying the residential tenancies branch is the drug dealer's best friend. And I'm going to come back to my evidence on that in a moment. But when I started being involved, when I moved back to Point Douglas some 20 years ago, we identified 32 drug dealers. And Gordon McIntosh, when he was Minister of Justice, introduced the Safer Community and Neighborhoods Act. And we were the first community to really endorse it. And we based our work on Jane Jacobs' concept of eyes on the street. And I want to make special mention to a few individuals. Sandy and Terry Zedzora. Sandy is an inner city Métis elder who's now head of the North Point Douglas Seniors Association. Terry is from Peguis and was a teacher at JP, Jean Paul, the Raging Bull of Austin Street, who took on the drug dealers nose to nose, brave, very brave man. And the neighbors, what happened is we got to the point where the neighbors just wouldn't accept having drug dealers, other than what you'll know about from Project Matriarch, because she owned all the houses. And over time, with the support of a wonderful chief of police, Keith McCaskill, and a really, really effective Safer Communities Act. Dave Cameron was running it in the day. And we'd get an eviction within a month. And people who haven't lived in the inner city may not understand that a group of people, many who feel powerless, when it takes months and months, when they put a concern in and nothing happens, they lose faith. And right now, I have to tell you, in the inner city, many, many people have lost faith in whether government will serve them or will not. And so I'm going to ask you to take a look, not just at the act, but the implementation of the act. This is the Safer Communities and Neighborhoods Act. It was first passed in 2002. It's been changed a few times, but I read through it. It hasn't much changed, but it's not used anymore. Now all eviction of drug dealers falls under the residential tenancies branch. And I just want to tell you, I just came from a hearing today for a leading Indigenous woman, a volunteer in our community, was just evicted after she was beaten badly by her partner in a residential place. And the landlord has provided another home for the man who beat her. And this woman is now going to have to find another place to live after a residential tenancies branch based on very narrow interpretations of the Act. That has nothing to do with the drug dealers, but I use that as an example because it happened to me today, and I'm very concerned for her. One of the things we found is that I'll use the term, the bad guys, people dealing, they learn very quickly what they can get away with and what they can't. And when civil society, which includes government, is firm, and we're not talking about jail time in this case because we're looking at things that can happen fast, have implications very quickly, then the people who do the negative stuff learn very quickly what they can get away with and they stop doing it. Quite literally, we went from 32 very public drug dealers, not counting Project Matriarch, down to 2. But something happened along the way, and we're not sure whether it was at the tail end of the previous NDP government or the beginning of the Conservative government, but the SCAN, the Safer Communities Act staff, PSIU staff, ceased to have the right to slap that 5-day eviction notice on after they had videotaped, by the way, and got evidence. We ran into a situation, this would be about 2 years ago, where one of the people on the street had a video camera, and he tracked 70 to 100 customers a day to a drug dealer 2 doors from an elementary school. It took us 7 months to get them evicted. 7 months. Meanwhile, that camera picked up a stolen car ring, and somebody took their life in their hand to go out and get the VIN number so we could get proof. 1 day later, 4 police cars and 2 big tow trucks showed up, seized 4 cars, and arrested 2 people. The drug dealing continued for another 3 months. What I'm asking of you is not only to take a look. One of the weaknesses of this is that the SCAN staff have to turn their evidence over to a landlord. Many of our small inner city landlords are scared. They're intimidated by the dealers, and they won't come forward. We need to re-empower the SCAN staff when they get the evidence, when they've done the videotaping, that there's 25 or more customers a day, that they will have the power to go to the Court of King's Bench under an emergency power, which the Minister of Justice can get them to turn it around in 1 day, and they can slap that 5-day eviction order, bang. And I'll let you know that when a neighbor phones me and says, hey, there's a dealer down the street, da-da-da-da-da, and by the way, you know, my 12-year-old kid came back and they offered him a freebie. It's important for you to understand that as 600 drug users die, those dealers need to recruit new customers. This is a very dark retail business. And so one piece of the solution, one small piece of the solution is to empower the people who live in the inner city to protect their streets. And we can't use the police all the time. By the way, many of you may know that at one point I was Assistant Director of Adult Corrections, so I know a little bit about that side. Keith McCaskill proudly gave me a Winnipeg Police Service hat. And Nahani and I sat on a police board at one time trying to deal with some of these issues. But it's not enough just to change a few words in the Act. You must ensure that this is enforced. And I will promise you that 6 months from now, if we haven't seen any change, I'll be back, and it probably won't be a hearing like this. The minister and the critic for the Conservatives will hear from me. And we need to stop the free flow of drugs in the inner city. I just want to mention one other thing. I sent a text to James Tietzma, who was the minister responsible for residential tenancies branch under the previous government. James and I had each other's phone numbers on speed dial as he tried to get a speedier eviction through the residential tenancies branch. And he was unable to get his bureaucracy to move faster. And you guys can talk to James about that problem. So this is not an easy thing. If the residential tenancies branch refuses the evidence of the PSIU, you will know you have a problem, and you'll have a problem with me. I'm sorry. I'm here as a friend. I want you to succeed. But if the community cannot depend on the Public Safety Investigative Branch, the Safer Communities Act, to remove the drug dealers from their streets very quickly, they will lose faith, and we will have a step back, and the other work that is being done by other branches will have more difficulty. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Burrows, Sel, we do consider you a friend, and as you know, our door is always open. I know you have plenty of conversations with our folks trying to get this right. As you said, an act, scan, developed by the NDP, but continued to be implemented by governments of all stripes, and certainly we're looking at strengthening it. What I like about your approach is it's always enabling the community to take control and to be, have influence in their own destiny. And if you know that this is being now implemented in other places, my colleague, the member from Notre Dame, I think is taking your model and transplanting it. What I will just say is that, I think there's a lot about education that needs to take place. I think you're right about that. We've had our folks out in different communities spreading the word and getting some of this information out. Let's continue to dialogue. I want to make sure that we get this right, but I always appreciate your perspective, and you've done so much for this city, so we appreciate you taking the time here tonight. And go Jets, go.
Mr. Burrows.
Since you asked me a question, or a comment on my thing, I do want to mention Project Matriarch. I was very proud of some citizens who lived first on Lorne Street, and I was very proud of an award the CBC gave me when the owner, the principal person of Project Matriarch, as we were organizing the eviction of the dealers living at 110, 112 Lorne Street, which used to be part of her empire. She drove up and started swearing at me, and CBC stuck a camera in her face and taped her. And CBC presented me with the disc with Sandra Gabosh saying, "F off, Sal Burrows," 32 times in 3 minutes. So to me, that was one of the greatest rewards. The reason that we got them off Lorne Street first was there were 4 really strong community members who provided strong evidence to result in the eviction. And in one case, and one of our rules was if there was guns involved, we would work with the police. Otherwise, we wanted to have a non-criminal justice system solution. Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Balcon.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and certainly know that you're very supportive of your community and the city of Winnipeg provincially as well. So I thank you for that. I'm wondering if you can expand a little bit on the timelines that you saw in some of the cases and what you would suggest to help those timelines. Is it more staffing? Is it better communication?
Mr. Burrows.
Yeah, when Dave Cameron was running SCAN, it's going way back, and then the next 2 guys, I can't remember their names, it hummed. We were getting 1-2 month eviction. Quite honestly, in Point Douglas, we got very specialized, and when it got to 2 months, we started working strictly with the landlord. And by this time, the community knew that if you set up drug dealing, you were going to get evicted fairly quickly. So our first rule was we phoned the owner of the property. And one of my favorite stories is one of the owners was the vice president of a Manitoba 500 company, had a company with over 500 employees. So I phoned him up, I tracked his number down and talked to him about it. And he said, "Well, look, I just bought that house as an investment. The project managers manage it. What should I do?" And I said, well, you go and tell them that they're evicted, or they've got 3 days to stop dealing, period. Anyway, the wonderful Indigenous woman leader in our community who had called me phoned me about 5 days later and said, hey, Sal, some guy in a suit showed up across the street, and the customers were coming and he was slamming the door on them. And he just shut down just like that. So one of the things I'm suggesting to people is we need to find the most efficient way to counter the efficiency of the negative business of drug sales. And by the way, I've spoken to 3 rural mayors about things we learned, and all 3 have lobbied the government to hire more police. They've shown no interest whatsoever in the power of the community, utilizing the concept of eyes in the street. And if you're talking to any of those mayors, let them know I'm open. My phone number's on 1,000 fridge magnets in Point Douglas, which, by the way, I've never had a crank call. So you're welcome to give my phone number to any mayor who wants to look at other things. And I want to also recommend...
The time for questions has expired, Mr. Burrows. Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister Wiebe.
Just wondering if we can ask for leave of the committee to allow Mr. Burrows to finish his thought.
Do we have leave for Mr. Burrows to finish his thought? Agreed and so ordered. Mr. Burrows.
Rural mayors, and particularly rural mayors that have Indigenous communities close by. James has a wonderful, wonderful non-criminal justice style working with people who are dealing and such like. And he set up a company now. When they evacuated people from the north, the Red Cross hired his company. The RCMP in Puckatawagan wrote the band council saying, since James Favel's group had been there, calls for surface to the RCMP had been reduced by 50%. So that was things being dealt with outside the criminal justice system. Sorry, I do go on, I know.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any further questions? Okay, the time for questions has expired anyways. We're now going to move on to Bill 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment Act. And as previously agreed, we will begin in-person out-of-town presentations. I will now call on Kevin Rebeck from Manitoba Federation of Labor. Kevin Rebeck. All right, Mr. Rebeck is not here at the moment, so we will move to Mr. Derek DeVries from Park City Gospel Church. Please proceed with your presentation.
Well, thank you, Honorable Minister, Committee, and we have just finished celebrating Holy Week, or Easter, in the Christian tradition. And one of the things that the Christian church says, and has said for centuries at Easter time, is He is risen, and then the response is that He is risen indeed. Well, I believe that that's not just a religious claim, that's a historical fact. And there are implications for the fact that Christ has risen. Christ claimed before He died that His death would be an atonement for the sins of all people. Him being raised from the dead vindicated that claim, that He was not dying simply for His sins, for He had none. He was dying for those who were His enemies. The other implication is that Jesus reigns. It also means that Jesus knows what sin is. It vindicated His claim that He made to Pilate, that He was truth. But most importantly for this committee, it demonstrated that He knows what compassion is. Christians are to follow Him, knowing that He tells us what is compassionate, what is true. This law forbids Christians from following Christ's example. It requires speech He would not permit. It requires silence when He would call us to speak. It requires actions which Christ would not call compassionate. In the Scriptures, which are the historical record of Christ's life, Christ declared that compassion involves disagreeing with someone. We see this in Christ's example in the scripture. He confronted those who believed that their religious deeds would gain them heaven. He confronted those who believed their moral deeds would gain them heaven. He confronted the religious leaders who thought that they would have a place in heaven above them, above people like prostitutes and tax collectors. Christ confronted those who were in sin. He did it compassionately. He disagreed with them. Christ commands us in Scripture that compassion involves disagreeing with someone. I think you'll agree with me that you see this in the real world as well. When a young person tells you that she should die, that her life is not worth living or valuable, compassion requires that you disagree with her. When a young man tells you, one whom you love, tells you that he is unloved, compassion requires you to disagree with that young man. When a girl tells you that her only worth is in sexual attention from men, compassion requires that you disagree with her. When a boy tells you that he believes that self-harm, cutting, or burning himself is how he should address his inner turmoil, compassion requires that you disagree with him. When a middle school girl tells you that what would give her the most freedom would be to drop out of school and live on the streets, compassion requires that you disagree with her. The scriptures and the Christian tradition declares that God has two books. He has Scripture. He also has creation, the world in which we live. And in every case, those two things agree. The fruition, the telos, of gender affirmation is gender-affirming surgery. Studies done by the National Institute for Health under the Biden administration indicate that the rate of suicide for those who undergo what is called gender affirmation surgery is 12.2 times higher than those who do not. While other studies have suggested that affirmative medical intervention reduces risk, i.e. that the risk, though high, is lower than what would otherwise be the case, subsequent studies reviewing this work, even by those who were doing the initial study, show that there is actually no evidence to support this, and that the methodology on which those studies stood was questionable, even in the estimation of the authors. Regardless of where one lands in analyzing this data, it is entirely clear that those who oppose the affirmation as treatment for gender dysphoria are not without support. And they are not on their face wrong. It stands to reason that a person could come to this conclusion without hate and be conscience-bound to resist gender affirmation in response to gender dysphoria. Such citizens should be able to show compassion without threat of the government. The government's efforts impose a harsh penalty on a person whose conscience is so bound, who disagrees with the government, not on whether such a person is owed compassion and respect, but what compassion looks like in such cases. Biblical Christianity has for centuries been a cure for culturally blinded problems. And it would not be rightly claimed that those who are Christians or call themselves Christians have committed no injustices, or even have never advocated for such injustices. That is not the case, sadly. However, it is also true that the same could be said of other demographic groups, including atheists and Hindus and Muslims. Historically, these problems were not eliminated in the public eye by those who rejected the ultimate authority of Christ and his word, but in fact were eliminated by those who embraced the ultimate authority of Christ and his word. A few examples from history bear repeating. William Wilberforce eliminated race-based transatlantic slave trade. He argued successfully that such a practice failed to submit to Christ and his word. Well, it should not be claimed that Christians alone resisted Nazism in Germany, nor that all those who identified as Christians resisted Nazism. Those Christians who did resist it were those who held a high view of the authority of Christ in Scripture. Dietrich Bonhoeffer was such an example. It should also be noted in a similar vein that Martin Luther King Jr. opposed forced segregation on biblical grounds, on the authority of Christ, the risen Christ. While I grant that you may not agree that we are in a similar situation today with this matter, what you are doing is to preclude, to silence, and penalize a voice which has historically been used to lift people out of oppression and correct social suffering and injustice. This is because though Christians are often wrong, I am often wrong, the principal foundation of Christianity is that Christ is Lord and that his word is the reforming principle. If we reject the thought that Christ is Lord, or even penalize it in this case, we have no other conclusion to come to than that the majority is Lord. And if there is no God, the powerful will see a job opening and not fear a higher authority to which they will have to give an account. St. Peter, an apostle of the Lord Jesus, who was crucified upside down for the cause of Christ, said the following in a letter written shortly before he was martyred. For this is the will of God, that by doing good you should put to silence the ignorance of foolish people. Live as people who are free, not using your freedom as a cover-up for evil, but living as servants of God. Honor everyone. Love the brotherhood. Fear God. Honor the emperor. He says that we are to live as free people, which freedom is undergirded by the fear of the Lord. He says, honor everyone, and by this he means as Christ would call you to. What he would say is honor. He says to love the brotherhood. He also says fear God. Not any God, but the one who actually created the world, and the one who has compassion so great that he died for sinners and who rose from the dead. Peter also tells Christians to honor the emperor, or in this case, the provincial government, because we do not have an emperor. Committee members, to threaten your citizens into doing what they believe is not compassionate is not a good strategy for reducing pain and sorrow. You are, perhaps unintentionally, training people not to do what is right by their consciences, but to do what they know would be uncompassionate and harmful. I urge that you do not threaten your citizens who fear Christ and who are called by him to honor you. Even when no one is looking, they do so out of love and fear of the Lord. Committee members, you too will face Christ one day. You will stand before him to account for your actions, including this one, which is against both of his words, his world and his scriptures. For the good of Manitobans in general, I ask that you reconsider. For the good of Manitobans who suffer from gender dysphoria, and for the good of Manitobans who love those people and who are conscience-bound by Christ to show Christian compassion to them, I urge you not to pass this bill and further to repeal similar legislation. Christ is not so unfair as though he would not notice and reward you for doing so. How compassionate was Christ? Why do Christians honor and love and obey his instructions? For compassion. And the reason is that he took our punishment. Such was his compassion. No one in this room, including myself, has been crucified and damned for anyone's sin against God. So Christ alone determines
The presenter's
what
time has
compassion
expired.
looks like.
Do members of the committee have any questions for the presenter? Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. DeVries, for your presentation here today. I just wanted to ensure that yourself and members of the audience are clear. The ability or the right to disagree with somebody is not at issue here. That's certainly a right, as you expressed here today, to share your thoughts freely. What I think this bill is about, is about the respect and protection against discrimination. That is what the heart of this bill is. And so we appreciate you being here, sharing your thoughts freely. Many members of the committee might disagree with you, but you certainly were able to present them. And we really want to make sure that we're protecting the rights of all people, especially the most vulnerable in our society with this bill. Thank you very much.
Mr. DeVries.
Thank you.
Mr. Schuler.
Well, thank you very much, Pastor DeVries, for your presentation, and it's amazing how quickly 10 minutes goes by. And I do have a question for you, and that is, are you concerned with what it might take to get a person investigated by the Human Rights Commission under this legislation?
Mr. DeVries.
I would be, yes.
Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Mrs. Christine Ronserreri, private citizen. Mrs. Ronserreri.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee, fellow Manitobans, thank you for the opportunity to speak on an issue that strikes at the very heart of our democracy. The protection of our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion. Today, I rise not to attack anyone, but to express serious concerns about Bill 43, a bill that, while claiming to protect, may in fact do the opposite. Yes, we must treat all people with dignity. Yes, we must stand against real discrimination. But Bill 43 does not do that. It crosses the line between protection and enforcement, between respect and coercion, between kindness and control. Under this bill, people could face legal consequences, not for being cruel or harassing, but simply for refusing to use simple, certain pronouns, or for speaking in line with their conscience or their faith or certain biological facts. Let me be clear. Compelled speech cannot be mistaken for kindness. And no one in a free society should be forced to say what they do not believe, or worse, be forced to tell a lie. These so-called gender norms being enforced by Bill 43 are not settled facts. They are government-defined ideologies, not backed by universal scientific evidence or philosophical consensus. Yet, the bill treats them as unquestionable truths. And if you question these so-called truths, even respectfully, you could be punished. This raises an urgent concern, not just for the people of faith, but for all professionals, for educators, for counselors, and yes, for even healthcare providers. Imagine a doctor. A biological female identifies as male and insists she cannot have ovarian cancer. Would a doctor under this bill be expected to affirm that, even if it risks a misdiagnosis? Would they be forced to lie just to comply? This is not compassion. This is dangerous. Healthcare must be rooted in biology and in reality, not ideology. Doctors, like all professions, need the freedom to speak truthfully, to treat accurately, to care honestly. Lives depend on it. And what about our courts? In a courtroom, witnesses are sworn to tell the truth. But if someone under oath refuses to affirm a gender identity they do not believe is true, could that now be considered as discrimination? Let's call it what it is. Excuse me. Let's call it what it is. If the law requires people to say things they believe are false in a court of law, that's not inclusion, that's perjury. Our justice system cannot operate on an ideological compliance. It must stand on truth, even uncomfortable truth, especially there in a courtroom. This is the Standing Committee on Justice. Bill 43 puts everyday people in impossible positions. A pastor preaching scripture, a teacher explaining biology, a parent talking to their child. Any of them could be accused of discrimination, not for hate, but for honesty. That is not what the society, that is not the society we want. If we are forcibly unable to stand on truth and integrity, how can we teach truth and integrity to the next generation? We are not asking for the right to insult or demean. We are asking to maintain the right to speak freely, to believe differently, to live with integrity. True inclusion means we can disagree without being punished. True pluralism means we make room for different worldviews, even the ones that challenge popular opinion. If we pass this bill as it stands, we will not be protecting human rights. We will be eroding the very freedoms that allow those rights to exist. Let us find a better path, one that protects against genuine harm, but still protects the freedom to speak, the freedom to worship, the freedom to tell the truth. Because when people are punished for speaking truthfully, when professionals are silenced for doing their job, when the law demands affirmation instead of honesty, we lose more than freedom. We lose reality. Thank you.
Do the members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Ronsere, if I'm saying your name right. Thank you very much for your time. And again, just to be clear, this bill in no way polices thought or beliefs or even the ability to, as you're doing here tonight, express your opinions or your feelings or thoughts on an issue. To be clear for everyone here in the committee, this really is about protecting against discrimination based on gender expression, which, you know, might cause someone to lose their job or to be denied an apartment or denied services at a public health facility, as you mentioned. There's a number of issues that we want to protect those folks who are expressing their gender in a way that's different maybe than you are or people that you know, but we are offering them that respect and dignity through this bill. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts here tonight. Thank you.
Mrs. Ronsere.
Yeah, about that. When bills come onto the floor, that's up to interpretation. The laws don't actually get made on this room floor, from my understanding of how bills work, but I think that they go to the next layer of government. I don't know much about it. I'm just a farmer. But when bills get done, then when it goes to law, that interpretation kind of changes depending on the situation in the room. So it could be, I don't know, for lack of a better word, a slippery slope, could it not?
Mr. Schuler.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Ronsere, for your very passionate presentation. And I do also have a question for you. Are you concerned with what it might take to get a person investigated by the Human Rights Commission?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mrs. Ronsere.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Yes, absolutely. How far does it go? I understand that the bill is going after trying to make sure that we instill respect. I mean, what does that respect look like? We see it for gender identity. We see it how far does it go? Like when we're using language and names, if we choose, from my understanding of the bill, if we choose to use pronouns or we choose not to use that person's pronouns, we can use the person's name, correct? We could use their formal name, the name that they give you. Well, we've seen it on the floor. That doesn't mean just because you use their first name that shows respect in any way, right? I believe Wab Canoe the other day used Wally Dudridge's name as Wale, but that doesn't instill respect, does it? It was pretty funny though, wasn't it? So is it humor when people don't use pronouns or their first name properly or with respect? So how far does it go? So I really appreciate the question. I don't know. I'm not the decision maker. How far does it go?
Seeing no further questions? Oh. Minister of Justice?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I was just saying thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now call on Mr. Nick Clausen, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Well, I will try to shorten my talk a little bit for the sake of your time. Thank you for spending your time on a playoff night, and I'd rather be watching the Jets right now, but I feel it's an important thing to speak about. I am a husband and a father. I have 3 kids. My oldest is 21. He's got his second level firefighter. And my daughter just started nurses training, and she's working her way through that. And I've got a son in grade 9 in public school. And so we've brought our kids up with respect and honor, and taught them to love their neighbor and be a contributing member of society. And I want to speak this evening to you to consider that there are very well-educated and compassionate reasons that people may choose not to comply with a person's chosen gender identity. A study on the National Institute of Health website assessed mortality rates in transsexual subjects receiving long-term cross-sex hormones. This was a cohort study with a median follow-up of 18.5 years, so it was quite a lengthy study, at a university gender clinic. Methods mortality data and the standardized mortality rate were compared to the general population in 966 male to female transsexuals. Follow-up was at least 1 year. Male to female transsexuals received treatment with different high-dose estrogen regimens and cyproterone acetate. The study goes on with the results, and it said this, that in the male to female group, total mortality was 51% higher than in the general population, mainly from increased mortality rates due to suicide, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, cardiovascular disease, drug abuse, and unknown cause. I looked up the statistics on increased mortality from smoking, and that was a 70% increased risk of mortality. And in this case, this study showed that male to female transitioning had a 51% increase in mortality. So we do many things to discourage people from smoking, and yet gender ideology is promoted even in our elementary schools. I want to quote another study from the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology. It was called The Continuation of Gender-Affirming Hormones Among Transgender Adolescents and Adults. Of the almost 1,000 people studied, they found that the 4-year continuation rate was 70.1%. This study revealed that around 30%, or 300 people in this case, changed their mind. Each of those 300 people was affected deeply by their decisions, many of them with irreparable damage that they will have to live with for the rest of their lives. Who will tell their story? I would like to share a story written by a mother and their journey, and I've edited it for brevity. My daughter is now 21 years old and a detransitioner. Here is our story. Dee suffered from anxiety from a young age. ADHD, inattentive type, first diagnosed in grade 2. Generalized and social anxiety that got progressively worse through elementary school. By middle school, she lacked the executive functioning skills to manage all her schoolwork. Her anxiety has become more severe and were accompanied by somatic symptoms, chronic stomach aches, nausea, headaches. Depression started to set in. By grade 8, she wanted to die, wished she had never been born. In late 2016, Dee told us out of the blue that she was transgender male. We again sought help. Dee's GP referred her to the CAMH Gender Clinic, and she was placed on their waiting list. Then I found another doctor who seemed to be well known and respected in his treatment of gender dysphoric and questioning youth. Dee had her first appointment with this doctor in early 2017. At the same time, we contacted Youth Services for family support and guidance. CTYS had a therapist who could see us. We were advised to accept and affirm. I even remember the first phone call. My Dee had just told me she was trans, and I was still referring to her by female pronouns, and I was sternly corrected by the intake coordinator. We did what the experts told us. My husband and I didn't care what gender our child was. We just wanted a child that was at peace with themselves and who wanted to live. We switched to using male pronouns and a new name of Dee's choosing. Dee was put on cross-sex hormones in 2017. By early 2018, Dee was approved for a government-funded double mastectomy based on a one-sentence letter from the doctor who had by then met her maybe 4 to 5 times and never for more than 10 minutes at a time. After the surgery, Dee's depression became more and more severe. By late 2019, Dee was able to start talking to me about her significant self-doubts that she had said had been there all along. By early 2020, she had realized she was not trans and that she wanted to detransition. Dee is angry and upset that she had access to hormones and surgery that easily. She is thankful that we were with her and supportive through the entire journey, but wishes she had been able to access more balanced views on the issue and treatment of gender dysphoria, especially rapid onset, and particularly for a child who had a history of mental health challenges. As the mom of a child who has suffered for years, I feel we have been massively let down by the healthcare system in Canada. We are lucky Dee is still alive. Many are not so lucky. The mental health care system is severely inefficient and completely broken. Further studies have shown that upwards of 80% of children with gender dysphoria will resolve their feelings by adulthood if left alone. I would suggest that the best thing we can do, especially for youngsters, is to leave them alone. If we continue down this road to make gender expression a human right, we will start to force everyone, judges, law enforcement, first responders, teachers, and parents, to go along with an ever-increasing list of genders, which I believe will create disorder, depression, disease, and even death. Not my words, backed by peer-reviewed science. Now, I realize that it is an unenviable position to try to balance the freedom of conscience and belief with that of protections demanded by the LGBTQ+ lobby. I believe that existing harassment laws already exist for all Manitobans. Many communities of faith consider LGBTQ+ to be an offensive and sinful lifestyle, and yet they have no safe space for an entire month in our province. I believe that the existing laws are adequate to live together respectfully.
Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
I do. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Mr. Clausen, thank you for your time here this evening. Again, just to clarify the intent of the bill, what we've been talking about, gender identity, is already protected in the Human Rights Code. In fact, in this province, we've protected that since 2012. When we're talking about gender expression, we're talking about bringing us in line with other provinces like Alberta, Saskatchewan, in fact, most provinces across the country. And it's actually just getting us back on track to correctly, I guess, identifying or capturing some of the nuance that you're talking about here this evening. You know, I think, again, respectfully, we can disagree, but I appreciate your opportunity, the opportunity to hear you and to have you here at the committee to lend your voice. Thank you.
Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed, especially probably the faith community or many of those who have a differing opinion on this matter from maybe many of you, is that there is seemingly no protection from harassment to be called things like a bigot, transphobe, homophobe, racist, among other things. And so I'm wondering if there's maybe that you're swinging too far in one direction on the basis of, you know, compassionate means or ends that you're wanting to follow. But it starts to get too far to the point where I've seen that there seems to be no recourse for the harassment that the LGBTQ, those that are passionately on that side, are free to give those who disagree. And so it seems a little lopsided there.
Mr. Schuler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clausen, for being here this evening and for your presentation. I have a question for you, and that is, are you concerned with what it might take to get a person investigated by the Human Rights Commission?
Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, I'd love to have some clarification on that question, because if I understand it correctly, you're asking that it might be made quite a lot easier to have somebody investigated by the Human Rights Commission. Is that right? That I'd be concerned it will just make it very easy for somebody who just really dislikes Christians or someone of a different perspective, that they are enabled to cause all kinds of lawfare against somebody with a differing opinion. And I am concerned about that.
Mr. Balkin.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair, and more of a comment to the presenter. I believe the Justice Minister stated that this is bringing us in line with Alberta and Saskatchewan. I just wanted to note that gender expression is not embedded in the Human Rights Code for Saskatchewan.
Honorable Minister of Justice.
I appreciate the clarification. The member opposite is right. Saskatchewan's the only province outside of Manitoba that doesn't currently have this, so every other province. And just to be clear, I think this is helpful for the discussion. Religion is specifically protected under the Human Rights Code. Religious belief, religious association, religious activity. We protect those who have specific religious beliefs against discrimination. And what this bill does is expand that to others to ensure that we have the same protections for them.
Mr. Clausen.
And hopefully as well as expression. And I don't actually quite know because I've never done it, but if I were to speak the scripture, you know, on a Winnipeg street corner, you know, at my own peril, but to do that, that is not against the law? Because even if I read something that says that, you know, it's, let's say, a sinful thing to have a certain, you know, actions or whatever, that's totally fine.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Mrs. Erica Cron, private citizen. Erica Cron, private citizen. Now we will move to Michael Sullivan, Pembina Valley Baptist Church. Please proceed with your presentation.
Dear Honorable Minister and committee members, I appreciate the opportunity to give my presentation on behalf of Pembina Valley Baptist Church and me personally. As I represent and care for the 650 plus people who attend our services, and for my wife Brenda, our 8 children, their spouses, along with our 37 grandchildren, I'm concerned about Bill 43 of the Human Rights Code Amendment Act. As I state my reasons, I want to state at the beginning that you should vote no regarding the amendment. I would like to present 3 reasons and subsequent explanations. No on religious grounds, no on freedom of speech issues, and no on social grounds. First, no on religious grounds. There are several belief systems in the world, such as the Christian and Muslim faith for the most part, which hold to the same tenets of gender identity, that a man is one who was born with male body parts, and a woman is one who is born with female body parts. As one who holds the Bible as the very word of God, we see in creation that on the 6th day of creation, God created man in his own image. Genesis 1:27 says, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them." As Christians who believe and who trust Jesus Christ as their personal Savior, we hold that the Bible is our guidebook, expressing our hope of eternal life and also giving us instructions on the day-to-day living out of our lives here on earth. As he answered and said unto them, in Matthew 19:4, Jesus said, "Have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?" Out of the over 600 laws mentioned in the scriptures, Jesus boiled them down to 2. "And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. And the second is like, namely this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is none other commandment greater than these." Mark 12:30 and 31. We follow our great God who states in John chapter 3 and verse 16, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." As a church and pastor, we are involved in missions around the world that does not discriminate regarding gender identity or expression. We care for all peoples. However, we hold to the truth that there are only 2 genders, male and female. They are chosen by God, and biology reflects our stated belief in the scriptures. We encourage you to vote no on religious grounds. Secondly, no on freedom of speech issues. As a Canadian by choice and not by birth, I have appreciated the right of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of conscience. I have been privileged to be here for 37 years and pastor a church with over 15 different nationalities and backgrounds. By altering the stated wording in section 9.2G, which now reads gender identity, to gender expression, this now, however small, opens the door to compelled speech, of which I believe every Canadian should be concerned. As one of your colleagues has stated, this bill weaponizes transgender people so that everyone will have to affirm their worldview and ideology, regardless of their own conscience and beliefs. For example, if you refuse to call a transgender man, a biological woman, a man, a human rights complaint could be lodged under the Human Rights Code, and you would have to defend yourself before the Human Rights Commission if the process got to that point. When it comes to the Human Rights Commissions, the process is the punishment. A Manitoban could be accused of deliberately misgendering someone, a human rights complaint lodged, and the defendant would have to spend thousands of dollars and considerable time defending themselves, not to mention the negative media coverage and the consequences of having your name dragged through the mud. We encourage you to vote no on Bill 43 based on freedom of speech issues. The code is quite clear enough as stated. Thirdly, no on social grounds. The issues of gender identity and expression are in the forefront of the news these days. However, just because people are sensitive in discussing an issue or feel strongly one way or the other does not mean that we should be changing or altering such a provincial governing document like the Human Rights Code. This is such a fluid topic in which even the transgender community finds disagreement within their own classification. Statistics Canada 2021 census states 0.33% of Canadians identify as transgender. That further broken down with 0.19% identity as transgender ages 15 and older, and 0.14% non-binary. Liz Stillwagon Swan, PhD, writes in Psychology Today Canada, March 12, 2025, how many genders are there really? Subtitle states, here's why the gender number question is unanswerable. She writes the following, what the transgender movement has made clear is that while someone is born female, they might feel male, feel that they were born in the wrong body, and likewise for males who might feel more female and resent their male body. Or a person might feel like, identify with, neither sex, and thus become transgender, as in beyond or above gender, just as one's academic research might be transdisciplinary because it spans economics, public health, and sociology, while not fitting neatly into any one of those disciplines. The research is trans beyond disciplinary boundaries in this case. She goes on to write, I don't know whether there are 72 genders, and I don't know how one would even go about trying to prove or disprove such a claim. There may be more or there may be fewer, it really doesn't matter. Dr. Jay Richards, PhD, writes in the Heritage Foundation on April the 18th, 2025, these key takeaways. Gender ideology is the source of the belief that children can be born in the wrong body. Number two, one can't really define gender ideology without invoking some of the terms it has already inserted into our language, terms that also cry out for definition. Three, the plain truth, gender ideology does not accommodate the reality of sex, the reproductive strategy of mammals, including human beings. This article further states that this issue is too confusing to make hard, fast statements. As such, why get on the bandwagon to potentially open the proverbial can of worms of defining gender expression when even within the trans community itself, there's no concrete parameter established for identification? Alexander Hall writes, an article entitled, UK Prime Minister Backtracks on Trans Women or Women Claim After Court Rules They Legally Aren't. A woman is an adult female and the court has made that absolutely clear, Starmer said. In the historic decision, the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom unanimously ruled last Wednesday that the legal definition of a woman is based on biological sex. As a result, biological males who identify as women can be excluded from some single-sex spaces and groups under the country's Equality Act. I include these articles, quotes, to add credence to the fact that this is such a fluid issue that countries made assumptions and drew lines of demarcation which are now out of date and cause so much social discontent. The Human Rights Code of Manitoba on this point should not be altered or changed from gender identity to gender expression. MedicineNet.com states, they have identified 72 genders. The idea is to make everyone feel comfortable in their own skin, irrespective of what gender they were assigned at birth. Since the beginning of time, there has only been two genders, male and female. The real and present concern is that a person can knowingly, or even worse, unknowingly, misgender an individual, and a complaint can be filed against them. With such fluidity regarding this issue, someone may identify themselves one way and a short time later identify as another. I would encourage those voting on Bill 43 to vote a resounding no, based on religious grounds, freedom of speech issues, and social grounds. Thank you, honorable members of this committee, for hearing my reasoning and my sincerely held beliefs.
Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for your presentation. You quoted one of our colleagues in your presentation. I hadn't heard that quote before. I'm wondering if you could repeat the quote, and could you identify who who stated that quote that you quoted in the presentation?
I did not see his name.
Mr. Sullivan.
I did it at earlier time, so I didn't want to give that now because I didn't clear that with him, so I quoted him in an anonymous fashion. Should I go ahead and read it? Okay. I'm looking for the exact place where I have that listed.
Mr. Sullivan, would you like to move on to the next question, perhaps?
Excuse me?
Would you like to move on to the next question, perhaps?
Sure, that'd be good, and I'll keep looking, and hopefully I can answer at the same time. Sorry.
Mr. Gunter.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Pastor Sullivan, for coming out and making a presentation and being part of the democratic process in the People's House. I would just note the Minister has been here longer than I have and knows that every word that is spoken is recorded in Hansard, so I'm sure he and possibly he has staff looking at Hansard. Will have staff looking at Hansard at some point in time for the quote, so I dispute the fact that it's necessary to repeat it, but I want to thank you again for taking the time to come out. As a pastor, you know, are you concerned about the implications of this bill? You know, given that many pastors live stream and their services are broadcast abroad and deal with
time for questions has expired. Any further questions?
Well,
Mr. Sullivan.
We are on the radio. We do live stream our services. And so some of the interpretation of this, I'm concerned, would be rather subjective, not necessarily the intent of the committee or those who would pass this, but how it might be interpreted later on to where it could be weaponized, and then we could find ourselves, as I stated in the letter, we could find ourselves in the process of having to defend what we have said. And I did find the quote. The quote is, he says, this bill weaponizes transgender people so that everyone will have to affirm their worldview and ideology regardless of their own conscience and beliefs. For example, if you refuse to call a transgender man, a biological woman a man, a human rights complaint could be lodged under the Human Rights Code, and you would have to defend yourself before the Human Rights Commission if the process got to that point. When it comes to the Human Rights Commissions, the process is the punishment. A Manitoban could be accused of deliberately misgendering someone, a human rights complaint lodged, and the defendant would have to spend thousands of dollars and considerable time defending themselves, not to mention the negative media coverage and the consequences of having your name dragged through the mud. That's the quote.
The Honorable Minister of Families.
I appreciate that in your quote, the MLA, one of our colleagues, was more concerned about getting dragged through the media if they intentionally misgendered somebody. And I appreciate that the quote clearly highlights that the individual is cares more about money than actually the humanity of people. That's what your quote is actually saying. Can you clarify that quote? Was that in the House? Was that a personal conversation with yourself? I know you don't want to share the name. I suspect we already know who it is, but was that like a personal conversation between you and the member?
Mr. Sullivan.
Written form as well, and that we informed our whole congregation in regards to that. Yeah, so.
Seeing no further questions? Thank you. All right. Next up on the list is Faye Johnstone, who is on Zoom. So we will keep their place on the presenters list. We're going to move down to Mr. Joshua Shetter, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. My name is Joshua Shetter. I am pastor of Redeeming Grace Bible Church in Morden, Manitoba. And I'm here because Bill 43 is a bad idea. I understand the desire to protect people and discourage discrimination, but this bill does not protect people and actually furthers discrimination. How so? Well, first, this bill legislates a certain morality. My contention is not that laws should not legislate morality, as laws by their very nature are moral. They naturally place shoulds and should nots on the population. For instance, laws against theft say that people should not steal and that they should make money only by honest means. No, my contention is that this law places an unreasonable and unnatural moral imperative that is based not on objective truth, but on the changing winds of the cultural moment. Let us not fool ourselves into thinking that this bill is merely a measure that supports a neutral, secular public square for all citizens. It is not. It is not only propounding a certain religious and ideological view of man, but it is criminalizing those views which stand in opposition. In other words, it is a should not. As in, you should not hold this view. You're asking those who believe in the biblical view of man and woman to keep their view to themselves, while encouraging the communication of the view that gender is merely a private choice. In fact, this bill does not ask those who disagree to keep their mouth shut, but it compels them. This is the very definition of discrimination. This is essentially a blasphemy law. The government has sacred things it wishes to protect, and this law criminalizes blasphemy against the dogma of gender identity or expression. What if the government was compelling people to respond with, "He is risen indeed," when someone says, "He is risen"? You blink at this, but the government proposes to do the same thing with their religious dogma of preferred pronouns. Secondly, this bill does not actually protect people. This is clear in two ways. First, we all know that one's sex cannot be changed. Science, natural revelation, and the Bible all agree on this. This being the case, it is not helpful to protect someone's view that they can become another sex. If we incentivize gender confusion through laws like this, we are harming those individuals rather than reaching out to them with the truth and lovingly helping them accept the sex and body God has given them. This bill, in other words, would incentivize all that comes along with gender confusion, like depression, suicide, anger, bitterness, violence. Let the statistics show that this is true, that we've heard quoted. As an analogy, think of the child that is afraid of monsters under his bed. What should the parent do? Should she sit in the dark with her son and empathize with his pain, telling him, "I hear you, and I know it is scary to have monsters under your bed. I validate your feelings, and I feel them with you"? No, she should turn on the light and show him the truth that there are, in fact, no monsters under his bed. He has no reason to be afraid or to have these feelings. There is no threat. So we should not sit in the dark with these confused, lost individuals, but turn on the light and show them the hope that comes with the truth. Ultimately, that truth is found in Jesus Christ and his dying for our sin, being buried, and being raised on the third day. We should point them to hope in the truth, not the empty promises of a lie. Second, gender expression can itself be hateful. Imagine if a white person identified as black, put on blackface, dressed in a way he thought was black, went into a black organization, and spoke and acted according to how he thought they act. Would those present appreciate this expression as his personal identity? Would they not be rightly offended at his actions? What does he know about being black? Does he really think that being black is just the color of his skin, his clothes, and certain speech and mannerisms? So how is it different for a man to dress like a woman and act according to all that he thinks women should be? Would not the women present be rightly offended? How could he know what being a woman is or how women think? Our culture puts so much emphasis on lived experience, but in this case, the lived experience of women is simply brushed aside as irrelevant. This bill would force women to refer to transgender women as she, effectively saying that being a woman is merely the outward expression and has no root in the soul or consciousness of a person. Are we prepared to do this? Are we prepared to codify into law the view that manhood and womanhood are merely a matter of clothing and mannerisms? Finally, let me advocate a better way. I agree that we should discourage hate and encourage love, but we must have an objective standard for love that is not tied to the changing cultural winds. Rooting our understanding of love in the prevailing winds of the current cultural moment is to make the same mistakes that were made in places like Nazi Germany or the American South with slavery and then Jim Crow laws, and in all of the continent of North America with how the indigenous population was treated. We must plant a flag in objective truth and define love according to the one who invented love, and define hate by what he hates. This is the only true God as he is revealed in the Bible. This God says that love rejoices in the truth, 1 Corinthians 13. And in 1 John 4:10, he says through John, "In this is love, not that we have loved God, but that he loved us and sent his Son to be the propitiation for our sins, or the satisfaction or payment for our sins." You might think, well, we can't use biblical truth to inform or shape our governance because that is Christian nationalism. Well, hear me. It is not a question of whether government will be influenced or shaped by religion, but a matter of which religion. As I have pointed out, laws are by nature moral, and so the question is, on what will the government base its morality? There is no better foundation on which to build a sound moral system than on the God who made us and has revealed his character and his will to us in his holy word and in the person and work of his Son, Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shetter, for your Mr. Shetter, for your presentation here this evening. The part that I took from your presentation is your support for discouraging hate and embracing love and having that as the center point for all the work that we do. I think that is essentially what we're getting at with this bill, a respect for everyone in this province. And so I appreciate your perspective and thank you for presenting here this evening.
Mr. Shetter.
Let me just say I agree, but as you said earlier, we disagree on how to go about that and the definition of love. What is indeed true love? It must be tethered to truth is my contention.
Minister Azaguara.
Thank you for your presentation and for your remarks.
My apologies.
Please.
Mr. Balkin.
Sorry, it was Mr. Gertson.
Mr. Gertson.
I think that there is time. I'll defer to my colleague and I can speak after.
Mr. Azaguara.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you for your presentation, and I want to reinforce something the Minister has said many times about this legislation protecting folks, just as this legislation protects folks like yourself. The ability for you to come here today and express values and beliefs, some of which, when you're referencing Black communities and Black folks, I find deeply offensive and very harmful, extremely problematic and not rooted in reality or the lived experiences of Black people. However, that is your right to come here and express that. And so I sincerely hope that moving forward that you remain open to learning about the lived experiences of those that you have assumptions about that perhaps would change with more education and more relationships, and perhaps also as it pertains to Black communities as well.
Mr. Shetter.
Just for my edification, would you mind pointing out the part that you found so I know it and understand?
Minister Azaguara.
Yeah, certainly. I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I think that it's pretty concerning whenever you try to conflate the experiences of Black peoples with experiences that are distinctly different. And there are lots of folks, a lot of educators in all kinds of spheres who you could reference or go to learn why that would be a concern. I'm speaking here because we have the opportunity to have this exchange in a really respectful way, and I want to ensure that you maybe park that and take it away and use this moment as an opportunity to learn and perhaps speak differently moving forward.
Mr. Shetter.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would like to find true statements which I could agree with and understand, you know what I mean, rather than just kind of a, you need to learn more. Okay, well, I'd like to know what to learn, you know what I mean? Like where specifically, that's all I'm saying.
Mr. Gertson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. A previous presenter who's in the same profession indicated that in some ways the process can sometimes be the punishment. At times, the Manitoba Human Rights Commission has had a backlog of 600 cases, sometimes stretching for 2 to 3 years. What would be the personal or professional outcome or impact of having an allegation that couldn't be tested, made public for 2 to 3 years?
Mr. Shetter.
Yeah, I did read the code, and I didn't study it at length. But as is often the case, and I come from a different context. I've been in Canada for 7 years, so I know more of the American context. As is often the case, the matter is decided by either public opinion or just the very fact that you have been accused. And so that's something like the word lawfare or something like that, where it's before there's an adjudicated process, judgment is made in the public opinion. And so I think that's pretty dangerous, and I'm concerned that could harm people's lives just by having an accusation.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Mrs. Naomi Letkeman, private citizen. Mrs. Naomi Letkeman. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you for having me. It is such an honor to be able to speak in front of all of you. This is the beauty of being in Canada, of participating in the democratic process, and it is for that reason I'm speaking. I have to, and the reason that I'm speaking today, there are many reasons, but I signed up yesterday, and this morning as I was sitting across from my children, I looked at them with this in the back of my mind, and I thought, this is why I'm speaking today. I'm speaking not just for myself, but I'm speaking because the things I do and say, or the things I don't do and say, will impact the world that they inherit. And so with that on the back of my mind, what I'm really here for today is to ask for clarification, because I think terms are really important. And so how do I support or not support this bill if I don't understand it? Now, I did leave a message with your office, Mr. Weeb, and I've also contacted my local MLA. My local MLA did not have any answers for me, so I'm hoping that tonight I will be able to get some answers in order to see if this is something that will leave the legacy I want for my children. So I have a couple of questions. How will this committee and how will this bill define gender? What does expression mean? Can you give me an example of why, just a really concrete example of why this amendment is needed? Can you give me an example of someone going against the amendment and what would happen to them? And just in some really practical terms, as a woman, I wonder how this might affect my day-to-day life. In high school, I chose to be in the all-girls gym class at Sisler High School, Mrs. Penner. And I did that because that's where I felt comfortable. I felt uncomfortable around boys, and maybe for a variety of reasons, but that was a choice I was given as a teenager. How will this affect my daughter's choice to be in an all-girls environment? How will it affect my choice to have medical procedures from women, doctors? How will it affect who administers a Pap test or a mammogram to me? When going into other public settings, how will it affect my ability to say yes or no to whoever is performing a service? So I come here not with answers, but with lots of questions. Because if we don't know some of these answers, I don't know that I can make a real decision as to whether or not this is something that will be good for me, for my children, and for those others that I love. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to questions. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Kim, I appreciate you've got lots of questions. The purpose of the committee, of course, is for us to ask you questions, but I want to make sure you get your questions answered. I did have a chance to talk to your MLA today, and so we'd be happy to follow up, even just directly after your presentation, with some of the answers and more fulsome in the future. What I will say is this is not in any way about taking any rights away from your daughter. This is, in fact, about protecting everybody, adding more rights to many Manitobans, and ensuring that they're not discriminated against based on their gender expression. So I appreciate that you're keeping your kids and your daughter at the center, at the focus of your activism, and I think that's what we all need to do. So I appreciate you presenting here this evening.
Mrs. Leckman, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of terms in there that you said. Discrimination, what does that mean? Like, I think it's important to define the words we throw around because these would have impacts on us. So can I give you a concrete example? If I walked into my doctor's office, would I be able to say to someone, I would like a woman to perform this test on me? Would I be able to say no if that woman was a man who identifies as a woman?
Did you want to go? Mr. Gertzen.
Do you want to answer? Just
Mr. Wee.
Apologize, Chair. Just to answer, I think what we'd be happy to, not everybody, understands the law or is able to read bills in the same way, so we're happy to walk through all the details. And in fact, there are lots of resources to be able to help you understand how the Human Rights Commission and the Human Rights Code is interpreted in Manitoba.
Mrs. Leckman? Mrs. Leckman, would you like to reply?
I came here today, so it's on record that I've asked the questions because this will impact how people interpret this amendment.
Mr. Gertzen.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Ms. Leckman, thank you for your presentation. In fact, I think your questions are valid because this is a developing area of law. The Minister has in the past referred that this is similar to amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Code, and recently, just about a year ago, there was an $18,000 fine levied against somebody for misgendering an individual. And there were probably other circumstances as well, as there often are in cases. But that clearly showed that there can be significant financial consequences, if not otherwise, for misgendering. And the court in that situation, or the Human Rights Commission, indicated that the law would continue to develop and there could be further consequences. So I think you're right to ask for further clarity and to see where things are going. And I thank you for expressing that concern this evening.
Mrs. Leckman, would you like to reply?
Yeah, I guess one of my concerns is the ambiguity around gender, the ambiguity around what it means to be a woman, and the ambiguity about my right to say no. And I need those clarified before I can support this bill.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Right now.
Mrs. Leckerman. Thank you. Next up, we have Mandolin Unger, who is on Zoom. However, we will be moving on. We will keep their place on the presenters list. We also had Mix Ruby Warren scheduled to present, but they are not able to be here, so we will drop down to Monica Wiebe, private citizen. Monica Wiebe.
To the chair.
Sorry.
Mr. Schuler on a point of order.
We can't hear you. Like, can we ask people to speak into their microphones? Like I can't even hear the chair. As soon as the member for St. John's is finishing with their heckling, I would like to say that individuals in the audience cannot hear most members. You have to speak into the microphone. We can't, I can't even hear you. Could we please project into the microphone, just like the member for St. John's projects all her heckling, seems to be quite well. I think this is a legitimate question.
Minister of Justice on a point of order.
Same point of order. I think this sounds like an audio-visual issue that maybe the staff can help with. I'm not sure why the member has to bring this in a way that implies in some way that the chair's not doing their job as part of this committee. We're happy to address any issues with audio-visual issues for the crowd. That's the work of all of these staff here in this room. So let's get that solved, but let's not make this personal, and certainly not imply that the chair's not doing a good job. I'm not sure why the member would bring this forward in this way. If there's any issues, please, let's make sure that everybody can hear, because that's what the purpose of these committees are for. We're happy to be here all night to discuss these important issues and to hear from people, but we have to do it in a way that everyone can hear, so let's make that happen.
All right, this is not a point of order. However, we will work with the staff to improve the sound quality. And yeah, not a point of order. Minister Wiebe.
Just
on another point of order.
Just on a separate point of order, because we're having these issues with the audio, I'm wondering if maybe it's going to be a long night. Can we just suggest maybe a 10-minute recess? We can try to sort out the audio issues, and then we can reconvene the committee and continue on for the rest of the evening.
Ten-minute recess while we work out these issues.
This is not a point of order. However, is there leave from the committee to take a 10-minute recess? I hear a no.
Leave has been denied.
Leave has been denied. We will now move down to the next presenter, Monica Wiebe, private citizen.
While we're trying to figure all this out.
Order. Order. Please proceed with your presentation.
Matthew 22, verse 36. Quote, one of them put a question, Master, which is the greatest commandment of the law? Jesus said, you must love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the greatest and the first commandment. The second resembles it. You must love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang the whole law and the prophets also. To all honorable members and minister of this Standing Committee of Justice, I wish to express my concerns regarding the proposed Bill 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment, which intends to add the clause gender expression, as it comes with concerns of potential violation to all Manitobans related to freedom of speech, freedom of association, and freedom of religion, and freedom of conscience. As per the Bible quote from the book of Matthew in my opening, my Catholic faith teaches me that it is my moral obligation to treat all people with compassion, respect, and love all the time. I understand that the intent of this revision to the Human Rights Code is to denounce discrimination. I agree that all people should be treated equally. The doctrine of my Catholic faith also teaches me, as stated in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, which is based on sacred scripture, tradition, magisterium, as well as spiritual heritage, paragraph 2332, quote, "Sexuality affects all aspects of the human person in the unity of his body and soul," unquote. And paragraph 2333 states, quote, "Everyone, man and woman, should acknowledge and accept his sexual identity. Physical, moral, and spiritual difference and complementarity are oriented towards the good of marriage and the flourishing of family life. The harmony of the couple and of society depend in part on the way in which the complementarity, needs, and mutual support between the sexes are lived out," unquote. And paragraph 2334 states, quote, "In creating men, male and female, God gives man and woman an equal personal dignity. And man is a person, man and woman equally so, since both were created in the image and likeness of the personal God." On another note, the guide to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as found on the Government of Canada website, states, quote, "The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms sets out those rights and freedoms that Canadians believe are necessary in a free and democratic society," unquote. The Charter further states, quote, "Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law," unquote. And that, quote, "Everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association," unquote. To tie this all together, based on my Catholic beliefs, I cannot endorse the principles behind this legislation, as I cannot conform to this gender ideology, for it goes against my religious beliefs, as I have explained. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is meant to protect our freedoms of speech, association, and religion and conscience. This amendment would therefore specifically go against my religious rights and freedoms and other freedoms as laid out in the Canadian Charter. Yes, we must treat each other with compassion, respect, and love. That is the second most important commandment from Jesus. Again, going back to my quote from Matthew at the beginning of this presentation, the first most important commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the greatest and first commandment. To show love to our Lord is to know him, to love him, to serve him by his commandments and his teachings, as was described in quotes from the Catechism of the Catholic Church. I hope that in this presentation it is understood that I believe that the human rights outlined in the province and the country are for all people, not just some, but that the ideology behind the principles for the amendment goes against my religious beliefs, for which I cannot compromise. And will it be then that I must one day choose between state and God? I pray that the members of this legislature will vote for the truth. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Thank you, Monica Wiebe. Great last name. Just wanted to thank you for your presentation here today. I appreciated you starting by saying everyone is deserving of compassion and respect at all times. And I think that really speaks to the heart of what this legislation seeks to accomplish. So I appreciate your presentation and your participation in the democratic process here tonight.
Ms. Wiebe? Any further questions? Mr. Schuler.
First of all, thank you very much for your presentation, for being here this evening. And I do have a question for you. And that is, are you concerned with what it might take to get a person investigated by the Human Rights Commission?
Ms. Wiebe.
Sorry. Yes, I absolutely am. I am afraid of the slippery slope that was mentioned before. I'm afraid of people losing their jobs because they don't because they don't conform to the gender ideology, and because also in a world where there is thought crimes, people are getting arrested for thought crimes in parts of the world. Yes, I am concerned.
Mrs. Stone.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiebe, for attending tonight and making your presentation. You mentioned in your previous answer about a slippery slope. Can you just expand on your concerns as to what that means from your perspective?
Mrs. Wiebe.
So as you mentioned earlier, the Charter, and as I pointed out too, protects our freedom of religion, but so does that mean then that I can follow my religious faith and not follow the gender ideology principles and with, for example, pronouns, and not have to worry about what I say, and not that I would say anything that would ever be meant to be disrespectful to someone, but it would be based on my beliefs? Would that mean that I would come up for charges? And then, and so, and how, what do you have to do to end up being charged with something? Like, what exactly would all the offenses be? Is there a list? If you say this, or if you do that, or you do this?
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Judy Walker, private citizen. Judy Walker is online, sorry, and she will keep her position on the list. However, we will move down the line to the next presenter, who is in person, Mr. Jon Bettner, private citizen, or John Bettner. Okay, so we will now move on to Candace Sable, private citizen. Candace Sable. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor and the committee. I wasn't going to speak to this until I did a little bit of research, and if any of you have ever seen me before, I guess I could tell you that I'm always against anything to do with the United Nations, and I know that the transgender movement is totally United Nations influence back in 2015. And that's what drove me to this, because I'm offended to be called cis. And when I learned that it was created in 2015, I knew it had to be part of that United Nations agenda. So bam, here I am. I'm offended by it, but I let it slough off because I'm part of the greatest generation, born in the 70s, grew up 70s and 80s, so you shake it off. And that's what I think transgender people should be doing, is shake it off. I could see some of these extreme cases, yeah, but I think it's gotten very, very far out of hand. So I'll go on with my speech now. So today I asked Google, what is compelled speech in Canada? And Google said, where individuals are forced to express opinions or participate in activities they disagree with is a contentious issue protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Specifically, Section 2B of the Charter guarantees freedom of expression, which includes the right to say nothing or not to express certain things. The Supreme Court of Canada has generally interpreted this right broadly, recognizing that forcing someone to express a particular message can infringe on their freedom of expression. And here's a more detailed look. Compelled speech occurs when the government or another entity forces someone to express a particular message, opinion, or belief, even if they disagree with it. This could include requiring businesses to display specific messages, like those related to political policies or environmental concerns. It can also involve mandates for individuals to participate in activities that violate their conscience, such as reciting oaths or using specific pronouns. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, particularly Section 2B on freedom of expression, provides a legal basis for protecting against compelled speech. The Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that compelled speech can infringe on freedom of expression. However, the court also acknowledges that freedom of expression is not absolute and may be subject to reasonable limitations under Section 1 of the Charter. Compelled speech remains a subject of debate and controversy, particularly in relation to the use of pronoun usage. Examples of compelled speech cases and why they're disturbing. We can easily think of cases where it is revolting. Henry VIII's attempt to get Thomas More to recognize him as the head of the Church of England, and Thomas More's execution for failure to obey, is one notorious example. In 2018, our own federal government compelled businesses and nonprofits seeking funding for Canada's summer job program fill out forms to attest their own personal support for abortion rights first. Abortion up to any gestation period is available, I will add, so I just found out. Imagine how many were compelled to lie to get that funding. Reading through other court cases across Canada, it's not always easy to make sense of the varying outcomes. How exactly are the courts, let alone elected officials, distinguishing between speech compulsions that are objectionable and those that are not? And I hope I say this man's name right, Leonid Sirota. He is a scholar of public law and is currently an associate professor at the Reading Law School in the UK. His article, Conscience, Integrity, and the Trouble with Compelled Speech, was published October 27, 2021, and it resonated with me personally. Here are some excerpts from the article. Conscience and integrity are inherently subjective. Moral beliefs are personal. They are not to be dictated by state authorities. What a person considers to be compatible with following his or her conscientious, sorry, my mouth is dry, beliefs cannot be decided by others. Although there may exist widespread agreement on such matters, it remains the case that the right and the responsibility to judge belongs to each of us individually. It follows that it does not matter whether others, including authorities, think that a person's beliefs about right or wrong are misguided. Actions can be constrained to protect the rights of those whom they affect, but constraint must not serve to impose a belief that the state believes to be right, virtuous, or beneficial. Sorry, I'm dry. Compelled speech is mainly objectionable when the compulsion interferes with the freedom of conscience or the integrity of those whom it targets. It might make them proclaim as true something they believe to be morally objectionable. For example, values favored by the government which they do not share, as in the Canada summer jobs case. Making a factual statement one does not personally believe to be true amounts to lying. We must not give in to the temptation to force people to say what we believe. Merci. To be the right thing. It rarely works nearly as well as one imagines. Again, think about Henry VIII. It encourages one's opponents, when they come to power, as they will, to resort to the same brutal tactics. I will personally add, Henry's daughter Mary, aka Bloody Mary, burned alive hundreds at the stake for heresy. Despite her efforts to compel her subjects to follow Catholicism, she failed. Her reign was forever marked by religious conflict and political instability. But more importantly, it is simply wrong to coerce people into trampling over their conscience and speaking as if they are others' instruments, rather than men and women capable of their own thought, judgment, and speech. A free society recoils from visiting such indignity on its members. It is time we remembered this. We must not give in to the temptation to force people to say what we believe to be the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Minister Wiebe.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Candace, for your presentation here this evening.
Mr. Schuler.
Thank you to the presenter, and thank you for staying and taking the time and effort to make a presentation. I do have a question for you, and that is, are you concerned with what it might take to get a person investigated by the Human Rights Commission?
Absolutely. Ms. Sable. Sorry, you have to be recognized before
sorry.
you can speak, so go ahead, Ms. Sable.
Absolutely.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. Okay. Now we will move down to Dr. Tara Shepard, Longcott, Organization for Peace, Equity, and Nonviolence. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed chairman and esteemed committee. I'm so thankful for the democratic process tonight. A little bit about me. I'm also a parent of a very cisgender and very heterosexual child. As a trans queer person, I assure you, he is very heterosexual and cisgender, and I love him just the way he is. I'm also a therapist. I've been a therapist for 30 years, and I'm also the director and founder of the Organization for Peace, Equity, and Nonviolence. I have an office here in Winnipeg and serve Manitobans here, but I'm privileged to live and work in the Bible Belt in the Southeast area and serve all Manitobans of all faiths, all genders, all orientations, including many trans and queer youth and their parents, and I support them to have a safe space. I think it's been very interesting as a social scientist with a PhD. I've heard a lot of cherry picking of science tonight. I urge you, when you're thinking about voting on this human rights amendment, you actually use your policy analysts who are trained in research to do proper meta-analyses of the literature, which will come up with a conclusion, some scientific consensus, that the reason trans people are at the risk of suicide is not gender affirmation surgeries. It's transphobia and systemic oppression, and oppression in what we're seeing down in the South in the United States when a person's human rights aren't respected in the workplace and someone is fired from the military, like the trans man who was fired from the military. He then hung himself and wrapped himself in a trans flag. It was transphobia that killed him, not being transgender. So regarding Section 9.2, It aims to, I support this amendment. I urge you all to support this amendment, regardless of your faith, beliefs, and background. And I am actually a person of faith. I go to church and I have a pastor who says to me, he calls me Dr. T, Dr. T, Jesus was the original human rights activist. Jesus loves you just as you are. And I encourage you, all the trans queer people sitting here tonight, if you are people of faith, I assure you, and I have a close relationship with God, Jesus loves you just as you are. He loves all the opposition here, all the people who are protesting transgender, what they call ideology, but he loves me too and every single person in this room. So regarding 9.2, I absolutely support, because scientifically, gender is really important to incorporate into not just law and human rights amendment, but to actual scientific progress. And so if you actually have your Pollyannas do a proper meta-analysis, you'll see that if we want to have good science in Manitoba and good innovation, we need to analyze with both sex and with gender. As a mental health practitioner of 30 years, as I've said, I've researched the impact of hate and systemic violence on oppressed identities. And this amendment, I assure you, will affirm and protect the human rights of men, women, boys, girls, trans people, gender expansive people, and we all deserve that protection, which is what's been said here already. I respect your faith system. I work with people of all faiths. And you can think and disagree with me and my clients and my friends and my loved ones all you want. But we cross the line into systemic discrimination, which I have experienced living and working near Steinbach. When you cross the line into discrimination, you violate my human rights. And it's been asked many times tonight, do you worry about what it would take to get you invested by the Human Rights Commission? Here's a simple solution. Don't violate people's human rights. You will never be investigated by the Human Rights Commission. I also love that Minister Fontaine is here tonight. I follow you on Facebook, and I'm a huge fan. One of the reasons that you're one of my sheroes is because you stand up for the rights of Indigenous women and are a huge advocate for MMI-LGBTQS+. I think that the Human Rights Amendment also aligns with the calls for justice. The security of safety of Two-Spirit and trans people who also are Indigenous is essential to Manitoba law. I also want to say that for me, when I see trans queer people, adults and youth, who have families that support them, who gender them properly, it does not cause psychological distress. Instead, it improves their psychological health. Minister Aguasar, I'm also a big fan of you. I know how hard you're working to protect and fix our healthcare system. It causes undue stress on trans and queer people when they're constantly misgendered, they're constantly systemically discriminated against when they're trying to express themselves, and that puts extra burden on the health system. It also places burden on our economic systems. We want to thrive as Manitobans, have a great economy. For people who are experiencing discrimination and misgendering, it's difficult to work. So if we want a thriving Manitoba economy, a thriving health system that isn't unduly taxed, I am someone who just had their trans symbol ripped down off my Steinbach office door. A trans woman client saw that, and it caused her huge emotional distress. So I assure you that it's not love or compassion when we deny people's gender and call it gender ideology. As someone who is raised very conservative, Christian, I assure you that I understand your fear. You're afraid of change. I used to be a transphobe. I used to be a racist. But I worked very, very hard to be open my mind, get education, and realize that I have nothing to be afraid of. So I am a person of faith who urges you to open your minds and that you can love Jesus, who I actually believe would love every single trans queer person in the room. You could love us the way we're asking you to, including with how you treat us through law. Finally, I want to say that there's so many benefits to passing this amendment. And we are all thinking about the Jets tonight, many of us, right? And so there are all these Jets playing this game. And there are different ethnicities. There are different faiths on this team. There are atheists. There are different orientations on this team. There's some that are pretty upset they're not getting equal playing time, but they're finding a way to respect each other and work towards a win. I hope we win the Stanley Cup. It is a win to Manitobans to have full and equitable human rights law in Manitoba. And just as I want us to win the Stanley Cup, I want to win at human rights and be a leader. As Prime Minister Carney says, be a leader and not cave in to the element and actual ideology of fascism that's affecting many people in this room. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for your presentation, Doctor. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Dr. T, if I can call you that, thank you so much. What an incredible presentation. Your words are inspirational, and you just so clearly defined, I think, the issue before us, but specifically your advocacy and the work that you do and your understanding of it, I think really adds a lot to the committee here this evening. I also just wanted to just recognize the fact that you have identified not just your own personal experiences with discrimination, but again, the work that you do on behalf of others. So I want to lift you up for that work and just thank you for being here and informing this committee here tonight.
Doctor?
You're welcome. Go Jets, go.
Mr. Balkin.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation tonight. It's greatly appreciated to hear your stories and stuff. I'm wondering if you could comment on the fact that, and I'll use a personal example. I know I have accidentally or mistakenly misgendered the Minister of Health, and certainly was not intentional. And if something like that happens to you, is it a violation of your rights, or I'm just wondering how you educate people on that?
Dr. T.
Again, I should have mentioned that Open works towards diverting and rehabilitating people who are engaged in hate and violent extremism. And as well, it helps communities and victims of hate and extremism along with other forms of group violence like gangs. So I think it's really important to be kind and patient with people when they're trying to learn pronouns. And again, it doesn't mean you have to agree with gender identity. It doesn't mean you have to even like that person. However, it's about respect. Right? And so just like I wouldn't want to misgender you, and if I made a mistake and misgendered you and you corrected me, I would immediately correct it and I would apologize. So if you did that to me, I would remind you of my pronoun, and I would hope that you would actually integrate that information out of respect for me along with respect for my human rights.
Minister Azaguara.
Doctor, it's really good to see you here. It's really good to see you here. Thank you for your presentation. It was really informative. It's wonderful to know about the work that you're doing. And I want to thank you for your generosity, sharing your personal experiences, and also sharing about your relationship with God, with Jesus, and your faith. I do think that it's a really important and generous personal narrative that you offer us here today. I think that so often, sometimes people can create some sort of a hierarchy with their relationship with their faith. And I think you've made really clear today that it's important that we ensure that people have the space to be who they are and know that they are loved, and that that love should be used as a way to protect people and lift people up and affirm people, and it betters our communities across the board. So I just want to say thank you. Very generous presentation. Really wonderful that you do this work. Thank you.
Doctor.
I think that law and love should go hand in hand.
Thank you. Mr. Gertzen.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation this evening. Just a question about the comment you made about the Human Rights Commission, and that folks shouldn't obviously violate people's rights if they don't want to be investigated. From your perspective, what obligation does the Human Rights Commission have? Though my understanding is they have an obligation to investigate every complaint that's brought before them, and sometimes they're seen to be vexatious. Sometimes that takes 2 to 3 years. But you're suggesting that not every complaint should be investigated. There's no choice. They have to investigate every complaint. So are you suggesting that there are no vexatious complaints?
Doctor.
MLA Gertzen, you're my MLA. Actually, what I correctly said was, if you don't want to be investigated, then don't violate people's human rights. So of course the Human Rights Commission should investigate every complaint. But if I'm making sure that I'm not racist and I'm not discriminating you or you based on being Christian, I'm making sure that I will never be investigated by the Human Rights Commission. If you don't discriminate me for my gender identity and my expression, you will never be investigated by the Human Rights Commission. So I'm afraid you misinterpreted what I said.
Mr. Gertzen.
Yeah, I think there is an obligation for the Human Rights Commission to investigate every complaint. and some of them are seen to be without basis. Almost none of them, or most of them, don't have to do with identity. But for clarity, there is an obligation for the Human Rights Commission to investigate every complaint, and some are rightfully seen
The
as
time for
vexation,
questions
others
have
aren't.
expired. Thank you for your presentation. I will now call upon Mrs. Jennifer Friesen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker, fellow members of the legislature, and Manitobans. I'd actually like to express how happy I am to be here tonight. I think this is an incredible process, and I find it really crazy that I had no idea that we could do this until a week ago. So thank you for that. It gives me faith that our democracy is actually still very alive, and I wish more Manitobans knew about this, although your evenings would get very long. It's very dry in here and very hot, so thank you for your patience with tonight. I'd like to begin by establishing that if a Bill 43 was simply about respect, as has been repeatedly stated by Mr. Matt Wiebe, there would be no necessity to amend the Human Rights Code. So I think there lies a confusion with many people who came here tonight because of the insistence on a change when it will change nothing. The existing protections for all people, I believe, would suffice. If, however, there were more oppressive pressures, such as, for example, a teacher, like myself, facing a human rights violation and lawsuit on the grounds of religious freedom, a refusal to call a biological male student she, this amendment is an extremely grave matter. I will speak to these concerns in the following presentation. Very dry. So I speak here today, not just as a representative, but as a Christian, as a parent, and as a grandchild of a man who immigrated from communist Hungary to Canada in search of freedom. Bill 43, which proposes to amend the Human Rights Code to include gender expression as a protected category, may sound like a step toward inclusion, but for many families like mine is a step away from freedom, from truth, and from safety. Let us consider our right to freedom of conscience. As a Christian, I oppose Bill 43 on the grounds that both my faith and biological truth insist that there are only two genders, male and female. To call a man a woman, to call a woman a man and be forced to use male pronouns, or to call a man a woman, or to call a woman a man and be forced, whatever, you know what I'm saying, is a violation of my freedom of expression. Any government directive that forces me to use language against my conscience is compelled speech. Section 2B of the Charter protects me from such government overreach. And let us consider the collateral damage. As a mother, I must emphasize that Bill 43's collateral damage will be the rights, the safety, and the opportunities of biological women. My daughters, like many young girls today, already feel unsafe using bathrooms and changing spaces where biological males identifying as females are allowed access. We have watched in alarm as those in position of authority, specifically in the US. I will say I did not have very much time to write this speech tonight. I do not know if this would apply to Canada, but specifically in the US. The authorities have covered up assaults and rape by biological males, identifying as females and using women's spaces. Those in authority have been more afraid to cause offense than to expose the damage caused by their own gender policies. Today, biological males compete and win in female sports due to their biological differences in height and muscle mass, which are not, in fact, erased by hormone therapy. Vulnerable women, such as those in prisons and in shelters, are now faced with the threat of male violence, and again in the US, rape, in these once protected spaces. Bill 43 does not consider these threats. I'd like to look at the bigger picture. I'm a big picture thinker, and I like to imagine where things can possibly go. My grandfather fled communism in 1957, escaping a system that repressed religion, punished dissent, and dictated thought. He believed that Canada was a country where liberty and common sense prevailed, and I want to believe that too. Growing up under communist rule taught my grandfather to follow politics very closely. He understood the cause and effect between legislation and everyday life. I grew up listening to him critique Canada's budding socialist policies, upset that Canada was changing. What he saw were fractures in our democracy, and he worried that those in power were laying a foundation for Canada to become the monster he had fled. Growing up in the 80s and 90s, I dismissed his remarks. I would tut-tut my grandfather for imagining monsters lurking where I could see none. I lived in a free country. I saw no evidence of any threat. I knew that regardless of my sex, that I'm female, or my status, that I grew up very poor. With hard work and determination, I could have a good life. And I felt safe because I knew that our laws protected me. But our laws are changing. That is why you see this crowd tonight. Today I see that my grandfather's concerns were valid. The seeds of socialism sown in the 60s and 70s are bearing fruit. Bill 43 does not create space for discussion, dissent, or compromise. Instead, it threatens individuals and institutions with legal penalties for expressing sincerely held beliefs. Indeed, we have witnessed this silencing and social fear even among our conservative MLAs, as none have stood to discuss this bill. We must ask, where is the line between protecting against discrimination and forcing ideological conformity? After living under communism for 18 years, my grandfather stole a 5-ton army truck and used it to pull down a statue of Stalin and drag it to the streets, through the streets, until the arms and legs came off. It was an act of desperation, his final act of civil disobedience and protest of Soviet oppression. Remember big picture. I worry that we are on the path towards something we promised ourselves we would never repeat. A system where governments decide what is acceptable to believe and to say, and where dissent is punished. That is the monster my grandfather risked everything to escape. I fear we are forgetting the lessons he and so many others paid dearly to teach us. I oppose Bill 43 as it threatens freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and freedom of expression, the bedrock values of a free and democratic society. I oppose Bill 43 as it risks prioritizing gender expression over sex-based rights, undermining protections for biological women in critical areas. I oppose Bill 43 because those who do not know the past are condemned to repeat it. And I wonder what statues the next generation will be forced to tear down as they fight for their freedoms, safety, and the very democracy that makes this our Canada. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Just a simple thank you, Mrs. Friesen, for your time here this evening. For your participation. As you said, this is a unique process in Manitoba, and the fact that you've chosen to engage in it, it really does mean a lot. So thank you for your presentation, for being here this evening.
Mrs. Friesen?
Thank you for your respectful demeanor. I would like to mention also that I'm aware that Mrs. Leckerman's questions were not answered immediately as promised, but rather that she was given an email address. And I would again like to reiterate her question. If a woman walks into a doctor's office and requests a female doctor for a pap smear or anything else, and a biological male shows up, is she allowed to request a female doctor, a biological female doctor, without repercussion from a bill such as what, or an amendment such as what you're proposing this evening? I know you're not obligated to answer those questions, but I think it's a fair question. I also think my question as a teacher is a fair question. If my freedom of religion dictates, my conscience dictates that I do not call a man a woman or by a pronoun that would indicate such, then what? What are the consequences? That's what the questions are here tonight. We all agree respect. We all agree love. We all agree, all of those things. But when there's a punishment attached to you guys like to talk about your truth. I hate that word, but when there's a punishment attached to your religion, we want to understand the bill in its full clarity and the full implications and the full possibilities, because we do worry that these things can be weaponized, as many things can.
Mr. Schuler.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Friesen, for your presentation and for coming forward. You gave us a very interesting family history and brought it into what's happening today. My question to you is, are you concerned with what it might take to get a person investigated by the Human Rights Commission, as this bill is vague at what could cause the Human Rights Commission to investigate someone?
Mrs. Friesen.
Oh, sorry. I've been thinking about this all week, actually, and under the grounds of discrimination, I'm trying to figure out how people would avoid worrying about the ambiguity of the bill. And I'll give you an example. In Superstore, I'm pretty sure there's an individual who would identify as transgender, or perhaps they're questioning, or I don't really understand because I don't know them personally. I would never avoid going through the line. I'm now wondering what constitutes an offense. Should I avoid going through the line to avoid causing an offense? If these things are not clear, division will breed out of this bill in a different way than you've seen before. There will be avoidance. There will be, I would call it like a quiet discrimination that hasn't been seen before, just because we don't understand the ambiguity. And again, I would argue that as a Christian, I'm called to call individuals as God has created them. You are now putting someone's human rights above my freedom of religion, but likely I would still get fired or investigated. And recently I had a conversation with someone he works actually for the government, I believe here, under education, and he told me that, and this was under different circumstances, but he told me that the human rights investigation is so arduous that any school division that would ever endure that would do anything in their power, absolutely anything, to avoid that ever again. And that's a school division. I don't think it'd be very different for an individual.
Mr. Schuler.
Are you aware that because this legislation is vague, so it doesn't define what the complaint could be, but are you aware that the Human Rights Commission must investigate? It's not a may or shall, it's a must investigate. And this legislation does not define what it is that the complaint has to be.
Mrs. Friesen.
Yes, I am aware of that. I have considered filing a human rights complaint in the past. I avoided it because I did not want the group to suffer as I knew that they would, and I tried to find a different way to resolve the issue. I believe it can be weaponized. I believe that sometimes in the moment, in the heat of anger, in the heat of frustration, and even personal experience that have very little to do with the individual in front of you, the ambiguity of the law could turn this into something that it was never meant to be.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, we will move down to Shirel Young, private citizen. Cheryl Young, private citizen. Okay. So we've finished with the out-of-town presenters. We're now going to move to local presenters. We're going to start with David Grant, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. The Bill 43 is proposing wording changes for the Act, And I'm aware, I've followed the progress and I've tried to get acts changed for many years. This doesn't happen very often. We have many acts and they may last many years before they get changed. So I'm bringing up some ideas here. I always try to avoid conflict. I try to use the utmost in respect. And I find in meetings, a title of a person works very nicely, as in chair and minister. And that's my preferred one. And first names. When we're out in the hall, first names work great too. So and that's not something that I've developed since this bill or anything else. I just find it's a pleasant way of dealing with people. And so that's, and as I say, I try to avoid conflict with people no matter what's going on. I'm just that kind of person. So I will leave the discussion of these conflict-inducing words and move on to my main purpose for being here tonight. I see that the Human Rights Act is in need of a few other little tweaks, some wording changes. It's been mentioned tonight that we have sometimes 300 complaints in the queue. And in practice, the folks in the Human Rights Department, Commission, are not doing what we expect them to do in cases. I believe that the Act is not doing what it was intended to do. The bill ignores the fact that valid rights complaints can be summarily dismissed, and we've heard from other people saying, oh no, we can't do that. But I've got people who've submitted complaints, and that's what happened to them. And the only one I ever filed was put on the shelf for 2 or 3 years, at which point the world moved on. The whole thing was moot. So I'm reminded that in Ontario, there are enforcement organizations, public protection laws, that impose limits. So in Ontario, this organization requires that a report be issued within 120 days of the thing coming in. And I think that's something that is possible if there were enough people and we could reduce the number of complaints, but it would be an ideal thing because that's handling it when it's still a significant topic. And so anyway, that's what I'm suggesting is that by the time this change gets to third reading, we could have a few words, and I can send the Ontario, an excerpt of the Ontario rules to the minister for his perusal. But that's basically where I'm going with the thing, and that the thing is not what we expect it to be. You know, the idea of huge delays. It'd be nice if things happened more quickly. We can't suddenly invent people, and that's a constraint. But that's what I'm suggesting, is that you impose a time limit on the handling. And the handling, if the complaint is just like 30 other complaints that day, you could compose a letter, the person could compose a letter describing the outcome. And yes, you have a very valid thing, and no, we're not going to proceed any further with it. But anyway, that's just basically, and I think it affects everybody in making other presentations, is making sure the thing is effective and that it does its job in a timely manner. And I'll leave it to that. And thank you very much for the time. And it's nice seeing friends here again. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Justice Minister.
Just thank you, Mr. Grant, for your presentation. Once again, I look forward to further correspondence from you.
Mr. Balkin.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Grant. I appreciate your being here tonight and your views. You bring up some interesting points about timeliness and everything as it involves human rights, but you know, that's something that's faced in the court system, in the human rights, and any of these tribunals. Is there a way that we can respect individuals' rights to make a complaint, yet still ensure that they are heard without dismissing?
Mr. Grant.
Okay, Chair? Yeah.
Mr. Grant, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, yes, for following the rules. Yes, and that's why I'm suggesting that the mechanism that was used in Ontario in this other group, not human rights, but another disciplinary group, And then that might require the human rights folks to have streamlined procedures. You know, when something comes in that I couldn't rent the apartment because of this, if you get 50 of those in a year, they might have a form letter explaining what the actions are. So I would hope that the HR folks would develop a streamlined procedure for handling the common complaints. So that's what I would hope, anyway.
Minister Azaguera.
For showing up and always very thoughtfully participating in the democratic process. And I want to acknowledge something that you said, that you referenced that there are many easy ways to be respectful and to be thoughtful with how you engage with other folks who you may not know at all, and that titles are a good example of that. In the legislature, folks can choose to be referred to as MLA, and then their surname. That was a change brought in 2019 that many MLAs have adopted. I will say that being a minister, it's not a bad thing having minister as a neutral way to be identified in my role with that title. But I want to thank you for acknowledging that there are ways that we can very respectfully and thoughtfully engage with people each and every day in the halls, as you referenced, or wherever it is. So I just want to thank you for showing up and for your remarks today.
Mr. Grant.
Thank you, and that's the point I was trying to make, is when I saw you in the parking lot weeks ago, minister worked great. And on the other hand, when the minister speaks to me, of course, first names work, if you remember. And I think first names, when you're outside of the room, outside of a committee room, if you know them and so on. And that avoids the whole he stuff, because in general, I would say that if you, I don't want to go too far down this road, but if you don't know what the person's preferred pronoun is, a first name is always appropriate. And that's what I think. And I'd rather people call me by my first name rather than him. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you. Okay, I will now call on Ms. Karen Sharma, Manitoba Human Rights Commission. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to ministers and members of the Legislative Assembly for this opportunity to speak to Bill 43. My name is Karen Sharma. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Executive Director at the Manitoba Human Rights Commission. And I'm very pleased on behalf of the Commission to be here to put some words on the record about this important bill. Before I do that, I want to dispel perhaps some myths about the code, the complaint process, and answer some questions that have repeatedly arisen here tonight. First of all, the jurisdiction of the code is prescribed in the Act. So if you look, the code applies to employment, housing, publicly available services, contracts. It doesn't apply to what happens between private individuals. It does not apply to what happens within religious institutions. So I hope that gives some satisfaction to folks about where the code applies. Complaints can be dismissed without investigation. As a result of amendments to the code that came about in 2002, we can dismiss complaints where they are frivolous or vexatious, where they're not within the jurisdiction of the code, and for a number of other reasons. So I hope that resolves that concern as well. Most complaints that are brought to the Commission are resolved via mediation, so they never make it to the investigative process because the focus of the code is not punitive in nature, it is remedial. So I hope that also dispels the myths about the Human Rights Code here today. Okay, so many of you will likely know that the Manitoba Human Rights Commission is an independent agency of the Government of Manitoba, responsible for enforcing the rights and responsibilities in the Human Rights Code through the complaint process we've spoken of tonight, and by promoting human rights through education, research, and public advocacy. It has long been recognized that our code, along with human rights legislation in every other province and territory, has a quasi-constitutional status among all laws. Human rights statutes, which establish the right of all citizens to be treated on the basis of their personal merit and to be afforded opportunities without influence of prejudice or negative stereotype, have roots in the global movement that arose following the atrocities of the Second World War and the Holocaust. At that time, our global community recognized that we needed laws that would entrench protection from discrimination. And Manitoba followed suit of many other countries and many of our provinces and jurisdictions here in Canada, first creating the Human Rights Act and then later in 1987 replacing it with the Human Rights Code. Discrimination, it's been asked, what does discrimination mean? You can look to the code, section 9, it's defined. It's defined in our code as treating a person adversely without reasonable cause on the basis of personal characteristics that go to the root of who they are as a human being. Things like their age, sex, ancestry, race, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, to mention a few. Our code specifically lists, as of right now, 13 characteristics in section 9.2, and that's generally mirrored in all other legislation across most other provinces and territories. And it's about ensuring that folks that have been historically, structurally disadvantaged, who've had less access to things like employment, publicly available services or housing, are provided an opportunity for equal access, for equal opportunity, regardless of any of those characteristics. We're here tonight to speak to Bill 43, which would amend the list of characteristics that are set out in Section 9 of the Code to prohibit discrimination and harassment on the basis of gender expression. The Commission strongly supports Bill 43. This amendment will not only bring Manitoba in alignment with most other jurisdictions across Canada, you've heard that tonight, but that have already prohibited discrimination on the basis of gender expression, but it will also strengthen the necessary human rights protections for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community at a time when their rights to equality are under considerable threat, both abroad and at home. Securing the right to equality for structurally marginalized communities is not a linear path and can never be taken for granted. Whether it has been the attacks on gender-affirming healthcare, the calls to remove books, or curricular content that acknowledge the existence of 2S LGBTQIA peoples from schools, protests against drag performers and other gender queer entertainers, failure to provide or the altogether elimination of existing forms of gender-inclusive identification, attempts to legislate discriminatory definitions of gender based on erroneously binary conceptions of sex assigned at birth, and the list goes on. We are witnessing a significant backlash against 2S LGBTQ+ communities across North America. This moment must serve as an important call to action for us to take all steps possible to secure and strengthen the right to equality for 2S LGBTQ+ communities and to help build a Manitoba as a place of safety and security for all. The Commission is mindful that the inclusion of gender expression as a protected characteristic under the Code would help safeguard the rights of Manitobans who would be most vulnerable to transphobia and other forms of discrimination, harassment, and hate. Gender expression has routinely been interpreted by human rights tribunals and commissions to refer to how a person publicly presents and communicates their gender, whereas gender identity, which has been protected in our code since 2012, which you've heard, refers to our deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender. Gender expression is about our behavior. It's about our outward appearance, like our clothing, hair, makeup, body language, voice, name, pronouns, to name a few things. Gender expression is often an external manifestation about how we feel about our gender internally. It can be expressed in cultural specific ways and can change over time. And negative stereotypes and prejudicial beliefs in relation to gender expression is often what makes people more vulnerable to hate and discrimination and intolerance. For this reason, the inclusion of gender expression in our code is vitally important to securing rights-based protections for 2S LGBTQ+ communities, to ensure that we're protecting folks against the rise of hate in our communities. We're also mindful that employing an intersectional lens means that gender expression can have broader rights-based implications. It might strengthen existing protections for people who might experience discrimination and harassment based on the intersection of their gender expression and their religious belief, their ethnicity, their ancestry, their race, etc. While we strongly support the passage of Bill 43, we wish to provide some security and assurance that even without this legislative amendment, the Commission has been using our broad and purposive interpretive approach to the code to ensure that we're currently protecting against this. So this isn't a significant change in terms of human rights protections in Manitoba. Notwithstanding that, this amendment is significant because it makes this protection explicit and guaranteed within the context of Manitoba's law. So the importance of it cannot be overstated. I've heard tonight some concern expressed about the importance of this amendment. However, the timeliness and effectiveness of our complaint system under the code, which I assure you on behalf of the Commission, we take those concerns very seriously. Our team is also dissatisfied with the amount of time it's taking for complaints to be processed in our system, and we desperately are looking for ways to improve the system and working hard to assure Manitobans of timeliness in the complaint process. As we've directly raised with the Minister of Justice, to ensure that Manitobans have access to their rights under the code, we need to make sure that the Commission is properly resourced. We must move our agency from being one of the lowest funded human rights commissions across Canada to one that's positioned to not only deliver on the statutory mandate set out in the code, but prepared to meet the challenges of this moment, wherein we're witnessing this significant rise in hate and division in Manitoba and beyond. We require a robust, effective, and timely human rights complaint system in our province and need the funding to do that. I know you've heard many perspectives this evening about the impact of this bill, including from some who may have reservations about adding gender expression to the code. In preparation for this evening's committee hearing, I was reminded of the history of how our code came into being. It was 1987, during the 33rd sitting of this legislature, that then Minister of Justice and Attorney General Roland Penner tabled Bill 47, which was the Human Rights Code. The biggest changes that were going to be made as part of that code were to strengthen protections around sexual harassment, very important at that time, and to add sexual orientation to the code. And if you are a history buff, you'll know that as a result of the proposed addition of sexual orientation to the code, the committee, I think it was on privileges, and I can't remember the exact name of the committee at that time, met for 6 nights and heard from over 200 Manitobans, many of whom were opposed to the addition of sexual orientation to the bill at that time. I bring that up because although concerns were registered, human rights prevailed, and on December 10th, 1987, we proclaimed our code into law. And we passed, as Manitoba, one of the most progressive and inclusive human rights statutes.
The time for a presentation has expired. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Can I just ask for leave of the committee to allow Ms. Sharma to finish her presentation?
Is there leave for Ms. Sharma to complete their presentation? Agreed and so ordered.
At that time, we passed a progressive and inclusive human rights statute that paved the way for years of important jurisprudence, furthering equality rights for Manitobans and contributing to meaningful change to our province, from auditory signals at every crosswalk that you go to, programs that help internationally qualified professionals, including physicians, get recognized in our province, protections against sexual harassment. We've done that work as a result of our human rights code. We know that many Manitobans experience discrimination and harassment on the basis of their gender expression. You've heard some of those stories tonight, and I'm certain you'll hear more. They highlight the indignity with which many Manitobans are treated and the barriers to equality that we collectively have not yet succeeded in eliminating. Now, more than ever, it is critical that we build on our history forged in 1987 and stand resolute in our commitment to protecting the rights of 2S LGBTQ people and ensuring an inclusive Manitoba where every person is treated with value, dignity, and respect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Well, I just want to thank you, Ms. Sharma, for shedding more light on exactly these kind of common sense protections that we're talking about here tonight. I certainly appreciate the chance to meet with you and to hear you here in committee to, again, give us more context. The question I have for you, I would appreciate that you may not be able to answer in the kind of way that you might want to, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How exactly did we fall so far behind in Manitoba as compared to the rest of the country? What happened? And I mean, maybe you could even just focus on the funding, because you mentioned about resources. I mean, maybe just, can you give us a context of what the last number of years has looked like and how we can continue to work together?
Ms. Sharma.
Sorry, I've been at the commission for a decade now, and at that time we had a backlog of complaints. So certainly we were already dealing from a position of weakness. In 2016, 17, 25% of our staffing positions were cut. We got some positions back in 2022, 23, but we were really put in a position of vulnerability. 2017, 2018, positions were cut. 22, 23, we received some positions back, about 3, but we were really operating from a position of weakness. And so it's time, I think, to build back up the strength of our Human Rights Commission, particularly given the threats that we're facing in this moment. And certainly it's a resource issue. It was also about the legislative structure of our code and the complaints process. Some of the amendments we saw come out in 2022 were aimed at addressing some of those challenges. So we've got some of those tools in place, but now we need to strengthen. Yeah.
Mr. Balkin.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for the presentation and education here tonight. I was listening intently, and I want to make sure I heard right, is that you said at this time you're already policing or monitoring the gender expression. Is that right?
Ms. Sharma.
So we have an analogous grounds provision in our code that allows us to interpret and apply the protections in the code to characteristics that aren't specifically listed in Section 9.2. That's found in Section 9.1a of the code. So we do at times extend protection to grounds that you won't find specifically listed based on jurisprudence that tells us that those characteristics ought to be afforded human rights protection. So I can tell you that yes, we do extend, we routinely kind of interpret and apply the code to extend to gender expression. Having said that, there is so much power in having codes specifically enumerated. It means that when we are educating the public about what is particularly covered in the code, we can say it extends to both gender identity and gender expression, and that also means that we can be educating duty bearers that way.
Mr. Balkin.
Thank you for that reply. So I'm intrigued because I didn't realize that you were already monitoring.
My apologies, Mr. Balkin. Minister Azaguara.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sharma, for this really, really wonderful presentation, super informative. And I just want to say thank you because you in your presentation somehow in 10 minutes also managed to answer a number of questions that had been raised by folks who presented throughout the evening. And I think, you know, there's no better person to provide that clarification and that information and education than you, right? And so I just really appreciate that you made the time to be here, that you provided such clear and concise information and answered those questions directly. And I hope alleviated some of the anxieties or concerns that folks spoke about earlier. So thank you so much.
Ms. Sharma.
Thank you. One of those anxieties that I heard was, what happens if I make an error or a mistake and didn't mean to misgender a person? And I think it's important to know that the cases that have gone to human rights tribunals and have been found to be discriminatory are cases of sort of malicious, repetitive misgendering and the use of the wrong pronouns, dead naming individuals. So I think it's very important to make that clarification. And there are often greater facts surrounding those cases when they've gone to tribunals and been proven. This isn't about the accidents that happen. The code is premised on the notion that discrimination is often rooted in ignorance, and it's education that helps us change our ways. And so we don't want to be bringing people before tribunals for making accidents. That's not in the public's interest. It's for those cases where people really maliciously do not want to respect a person's identity, and that would go for any identity that's found within those Section 9.2 protected characteristics.
Mr. Balkin.
I'm just wondering, we're down to 5 seconds, if there's leave for the presenter to answer one more question.
Is there leave for the presenter to answer one more question? I heard a no. Thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Mrs. Erica Cron, private citizen. Mrs. Erica Cron. Mrs. Erica Cron? Anywhere. Okay, she will be dropped to the bottom of the list. The next presenter we have on the list is Mr. Don Woodstock, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. The human rights leader that was here earlier, I'm a little bit confused with something. And I'm here trying to find an answer to this situation myself. I have a business here, and I goes into people's homes for my business. And one of the things I find is I deal with all kind of people, no matter who they are. And so I'm very happy for Manitobans to have accepted me and my company. And so I'm grateful for them letting me into their homes, regardless of their sexual orientation or ideology. However, she referred to herself as, and she established her pronouns as them, whatever. But I hear none of you refer to her pronouns and call her. You call her Miss. Is that acceptable? So,
Minister Azagor, on a point of order.
Raising a point of order, asking through the chair, my understanding in terms of how committee functions is that presenters come to the podium, they present to the committee, and that they're engaging with the committee, and that questions and answers are put forward from the committee to the presenter and back and forth. I don't know that there's precedence for, and I could be mistaken, I'm asking the chair for clarification, for presenters to ask questions of former presenters. So I'm just seeking clarification on the process and ensuring that we adhere to it here in committee.
Thank you for your patience. For clarification, just to remind presenters, we shouldn't draw the gallery into the debates. Same as the gallery isn't supposed to participate in the proceedings here. Thank you. Mr. Woodstock.
fair point. Okay, so, but forgive me. I was just trying to clarify because for me, I don't want my business to be investigated. Okay, I've been called names before in the public, as some of you know. Cost me $8,000 a legal fee, only to be told that the only thing I need to do is apologize after spending $8,000. Now, I don't know the extent of where this will go because a question was even asked by the Honorable Minister in terms of the clarification. And Mr. Minister, with all due respect, you still leave us with more questions than answers. You didn't give us clear-cut. When the two ladies came up and asked a question, if you know, God forbid, you know, that was my wife, and somebody turns up in that room and says they identify as a woman, they ain't touching my wife. With all due respect, no matter what kind of law, no matter what kind of lawsuit I have to go through, and it will probably get worse. But here's my point. Earlier, the fellows stood up here and talked about the black face and how he can, you know, describe. He was describing in his own words what he thinks that if he was to dress as a black face, what would happen. And the rebuttal came, but I shudder to think that as another black person in the room, I wasn't offended by anything that was said there. But that's exactly what the issue is here. We have two people who, one is offended and asks for the person not to continue along those lines. And another one, born Jamaican, I'm a man, was not offended in any way, shape, or form by what was said. So where is the line here? And I think you, Mr. Minister, with all due respect, this amendment, the Human Rights Commission, anybody has ever filed a human rights complaint? I've known people 6 years, $10,000, $100,000 later, and they're still waiting. Listen, this is a slippery slope, okay? And I believe it's a slope that we should not have entertained, because with all due respect, I hear in 1987 how aggressive our human rights body has been, which is good. I've seen it at work, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that I live in a country now that human rights is of real significance. I get that. However, I think we have a slippery slope where the NDP government and Mr. Minister and this law is trying to appease to a segment of the population to let them feel like you're doing something right for them. And I get that, because you have to do that. It's your constituency. But are you really doing that? Because now you may put them, in all due respect, you may now put a target on their backs. And now you have people who are going, wait a minute, why do I need to make sure that I call your pronouns? And why do I need that? I always see you as John and you, me, Mary, and life goes on. Be careful. Be careful what we wish for in this, because the same group of people that you're trying to protect is going to come back one day and says, you have just made it worse for me because now everybody hates me. And then what do? You try to take it back then? I don't think so. Here is another thought process. So I get up this morning and I come here and I've been identified as Mr. Woodstock. Yes, I am. But what if I decided that I want to be identified as Wet Pussy? Do I then get you all to be calling me that?
We have to be mindful of our language. We need to be mindful of our language. Words matter in this room. So please be mindful going forward with your presentation of using appropriate language. Mr. Woodstock.
So my calling myself whatever name, I must come to you for permission to decide what pronouns I use or what do I identify as? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're saying? I'm asking the question. If I decide to call myself a cat, is that okay? But cat is okay with your language. What if I decide to call myself something else? I must first seek your permission? Is that what I'm hearing? I would like somebody to tell me. Because if that's not what I'm hearing, then this does not belong in a conversation where we have people, 7-Elevens that are closed. Businesses move out of this city because of crime. And here we are tonight when the jets are playing. We here talking about this? Really? I would rather us debate the conversation of how do we bring more business to this province. I'd rather debate the conversation how do we keep criminals locked up in jail. I'd rather us debating the conversation about how do we keep our citizens safe. Because with all due respect, you think you're protecting the LGBTQ community? You wait when the general public start to backlash on you. Last time I was here, my wife and I sing a song and told Greg Salinger he lied about the PST. You remember that song? Greg Salinger remembers it. We may be small in numbers, handful of us, but you know what we have learned over the years? Resilience, relenting actions by even one can make a difference. And I will remember all of you that voted for this. I'll remember all of you, because the day will come when Don Woodstock, the same guy who took 2 years to get the city to change from garbage day to recycle day, that was me. The same guy who went and lobbied the city to give us the big blue bins in the back lane, that was me. The same guy who stood on the steps of the ledge here with my wife and a handful of people, get all of Canada now giving out recyclable, reusable bags instead of plastic bag. That was me. Single person with a handful of people. You want to vote for this nonsense? Go for it. Go for it. But my name is Don Woodstock, and I identify, and I will ask the question again. I will be respectful to you guys, but I'm going to ask the question on social media now. If I choose to be identified as whatever, who in here can tell me that I shouldn't? Which one are you? I have that right, don't I? Yes, I do. And whatever I decide to call myself, I have that right. And you do not have the right to tell me I should call myself whatever. And tell me about language. Are you kidding me? Same language, same thing they tell us about COVID. And we see what happened. Now you're all trying to run away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to protect the vulnerable among us, here's what you do. The Human Rights Commission needs more people to advocate for more cases that we have already on the books. They can hardly keep up. Why don't you ask them? Increase their staff, increase their numbers. Give them the opportunity instead of taking 2 years. Sal Burrows gave you an excellent idea. We're getting power community. That's what is needed. It's not some to hide behind some law and pretend like you're protecting the vulnerable. Who are you kidding? You're not fooling me. But I wait and see where you guys all vote. And yeah, I'm sorry, you don't speak for the black community. Sorry.
Okay. Presentation is over. Thank you for your time. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Seeing Minister Asagwara.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Woodstock. Is it Woodstock? Woodstock. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name. It was unintentional. I mean, I think you have a better understanding based on the presentations today and from the commissioner about how that works. But I want to say this again, and I said it earlier. The beauty of this committee is the opportunity for people to come and express themselves freely and openly. And I want to thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge the beauty of our province is the diversity, even within communities that folks maybe don't understand are incredibly diverse, like the Black community. Black community is not a monolith. And it's a really wonderful thing to celebrate here in Manitoba. And as a proud, lifelong Manitoban, I hope that we'll continue to do that as all our communities moving forward. So thank you for your presentation today.
Mr. Woodstock.
You're welcome. Just like the fellow says, it is not possible for any of you inside here to twist your hair and say that you're a Jamaican or a Rasta man. It's not possible. There's not one of you in here that can do that. And there's a reason why you can't do that. It's not because I'm discriminating against you. It's just right or wrong, good or bad. That's just life. I'm a Jamaican. I'm a born Jamaican. I grew up around the Rastafarian culture. I know what roots is. You don't know what it is. And even if you twist your hair tomorrow morning, you'll never know what it is. You'll never understand the power of working with grassroots people. Because unless you've been there, you don't know it. If you have never climbed a coconut tree, you don't know what it is to climb it. And no matter what you pretend and think you do, you don't.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Woodstock, thank you very much for your presentation today, and I appreciate you exercising your democratic right to be here and to present to this committee.
Mr. Woodstock.
Thank you. And I understand it's a fine line you guys have to draw, and I get it. You're trying to protect the vulnerable among us, and I know it's one of those things that you're going to balance. Be careful. that in trying to think you're protecting the vulnerable, you make them targets, okay? Because I have clients who are LGBTQ, I have clients, and believe me, people don't know this, but they welcome me in their homes, okay? Even though they know I'm a Christian, I have a wife, you know, but we talk about everything. And I gotta tell you the honest truth, guys, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, they don't like when you guys put targets on them. They don't like it. They want to be left alone. At least the clients I have. They don't like this. That's why I come and say, you know, I'm gonna talk and tell you guys that, hey, there are people out there who know that I respect them, they respect me, and I don't need a policy for that. Help the human rights by making sure that when there's a complaint, it don't take 3, 4, 5 years. Give me the legislation for that. Give them more money and more staffing. Yes, that's what they need, not this.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. Before recognizing the next presenter, I would like to remind all presenters why we are here this evening. Manitoba is one of the only provinces where all members of the public can participate in legislative proceedings and express their opinions and thoughts to their elected officials. I would ask all presenters to please treat members of this committee with respect as they take part in these proceedings. Thank you. Okay, I will now call on Ms. Kathy Harris, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. I feel kind of small with this. I'm here as a mom, as a grandma, as a business owner, and as a woman. Little by little, week by week, month by month, year by year, things are becoming very, very topsy-turvy, things that I'm not used to. So maybe there's some things that you have to get used to, but there's some things where you just, you know what, there's a line that you just can't cross anymore. You got to say stop. Just right now, this evening, I walked out to use the restroom. The gentleman outside showed me where the restroom is, and I go there and it's an all-gender washroom. So, you mean the house that I share my washroom with the people that I love? That is an all-gender washroom at my home, thank you. Now, back to my presentation, I'd appreciate my time back. Thank you so much. However, I don't feel comfortable doing that. I don't. I feel very uncomfortable doing that. And I feel very uncomfortable by your laughing. I feel very uncomfortable about that. You like sharing a bathroom with a man? Do you? Do you? So in the stall next to you, you have a man.
Sorry, Miss.
Who's sitting.
Miss Harris.
Yes.
We welcome your presentation, but kind of interchange between members
and presenters. There's a question period at the end where some of that can happen.
Respectfulness, is that correct?
Part of the process, yes. Ms. Harris, you can continue.
Thank you, thank you. So, I was at the Human Rights Museum a couple of years ago, which I won't go back again now, because I asked to use the restroom. I was shown an all-gender washroom. I said, I'm sorry, I can't do this. But, sorry, back to my first example. So the young man showed me after I said, no, I'm sorry, I don't want an all-gender bathroom. He says, oh, okay, well, you know, there's another one downstairs. I said, okay. So he leads me 2 flights down into the basement. Okay. So now, on the same floor as everybody else can have a washroom, a woman can't have one. Okay. Now, I go down to that washroom. Not well used. It didn't seem like well used because both paper towel dispensers don't work. Okay. So now I come out and go like, it seems like now women are, I guess, relegated to the basement now. Okay. Is that where we're going? Okay. Now, the Human Rights Museum, I go there, and no, I don't want to use an all-gender washroom. I'm not going to share a washroom with a man. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it. So are my human rights, if there's men in the washroom, do I, use the basket in somebody's office or, their wastebasket, or what do I do? Like, what's my human rights? So, in all of this planning and all of this change, please take into effect that women are still very much women. That we're very much soft-spoken. We're very much don't want to get in anybody's face. We don't want to. Sometimes the guys can do it, but the girls, they just want to all get along. They just want to all, be nice to each other. And you know what? Justice and love are 2 separate, totally separate, different things. You can't have both in the same context. Because love is a feeling. It's a feeling. Justice is black and white. You're a criminal, you're not a criminal. You get the electric chair, you don't get the electric chair. So it's very black and white. Love is a feeling. That doesn't belong in justice. So we have to make sure that when we're making all these rules, amendments, acts, that you have to use clarity as to what are you doing and what is the result of what you do. For instance, transgender people were, all of a sudden there was pride parades. I think it was about 2016. 2016, we have these pride parades. Then all of a sudden there's transgender. Now, transgender to me were people just all decorated all up and they were entertaining and they're having fun and everybody thought it was kind of cool. Then all of a sudden, transgender people are teaching our kids in the classroom. Come on, come on. They're actors, they're people that help to entertain stuff. That kind of stuff's not. Gay people, lesbian people, that's great. Nobody's telling you how to live your life. But let's put things in perspective, please. Things are getting way out of hand. We don't even understand what the result of all of this is going to be. It's going to be terrible. Closing down for COVID. Look at what happened to the kids. And what's happening to the kids today? I've seen some transgender people who are all dressed up and they got all these clothes and these big wigs and all stuff, but their body parts are being exposed more so than they should be. And my kids, they're not going to be seeing it. So wait until they're 18 and everybody can do whatever they want. So can you just wait? Take all of that out of that. Get rid of the ucky books that are, you know what? There are no books that are in the library that I've ever grown up on that even just heterosexual people were doing the things in the books that are being told to a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old kid. So come on. Can we just step back a moment and have a little bit of morals? You know, a little bit of, I don't want to get all upset and swear and tell people, where they can go. I just want some balance in it. Balance. It takes a long time to make change. We got to get used to this stuff. But the reason that Ms. Sharma said that the angerness has grown recently is because of all of this stuff being thrown at us. The transgender, lesbian, gay community is a very small fraction of everybody else. So let's kind of ease things in here. It's going a little fast. And no one wishes harm upon other people. Nobody does. There's the few. But also, why does Ms. Sharma have so many cases? Why? Is it because our rules are ambiguous? My throat is dry. Thank you. Is that why? Is it because we're making our laws so that take an example. A gay person rents an apartment, but decides not to pay the rent. So now the landlord says, pay your rent or you're out. Well, the gay person says, no, I'm gay. You can't treat me like this. I'm going to the Human Rights Museum or Human Rights. And now Ms. Sharma has a case. Is that why she has so many cases that they are taking 3 to 5 years to litigate? This is what's wrong. Let's step back, put things in writing black and white. She mentioned a couple of different, there's some definitions here and then there's some definitions in a different clause.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Your time for your presentation has expired. Are there any questions from the committee? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Harris, for your presentation. I think it's a learning process for many folks, so I appreciate that you're trying to understand and learn some things. I also want to apologize for your experience with facilities in the building, in the 100-year-old building, and we want to make sure that you're comfortable. There are many facilities in the building, but of course you usually have to go downstairs to access them, and we want to make sure that you get the facilities that you need, so apologies for that.
You're welcome to respond if you'd like, Ms. Harris.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Balkin?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Ms. Harris, thank you for your presentation tonight, and I know it's getting late in the evening, so I appreciate you being here and sharing your story and your concerns here.
You're welcome to respond if you'd like, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Gertson?
Honourable Chairperson, you raised the issue of a backlog at the Human Rights Commission. I understand that the Commissioner had given some assurances or hopes that the backlog would be improved. I know those assurances were also given in 2023 when the explanation by the Human Rights Commission was because of COVID that there was 400 to 600 backlogs, and we were told that the backlog would be eliminated by 2025, which is now, and it hasn't been eliminated. So I think that those concerns about the backlog and how long it actually takes to get adjudication is a fair concern. Thank you for raising it.
You're welcome to respond, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. And it would be nice if the government, well, actually, you know what, I'm not really too keen on the government as far as relying on everything that they say is true. However, a third party, someone get a research, a third party who's definitely not part of the government, and analyze where are all these cases coming from? Where are they coming from? So that you can identify where in the law that there's ambiguity, okay? So people don't like to be harassed or stuff. We just all want to get along. Truthfully, we just all want to get along. So if we could, you know, maybe find why they have so many cases.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. Next up, we have Mr. Caleb Clay. Mr. Clay, you're welcome to start your presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Hello, committee. I'm very, very honored to be here and to express my democratic rights with you all tonight. I was hoping to maybe be home a little sooner, but what needs doing needs doing. So, as stated, my name is Caleb Clay. I was born in Winnipeg. I was raised in Stonewall, Manitoba for 18 years, and I've lived in Winnipeg for the last 10 years. There's many aspects to who I am. I have a bachelor's degree in music history. I have cats that I love very much. But maybe most importantly to me is that I am a transgender man. I use he, him pronouns. I take hormone replacement therapy to alter the biology of my body to align with the gender that I am. When I was in middle school and high school in rural Manitoba, I was not allowed to express myself at home.
Sorry, a point of order from Minister Asseguara.
Chair, there's a ton of noise in the back of the room, and I'm just cognizant that we really need to hear from our presenter and respect their time. They waited quite some time to present, so I just want to make sure that we can manage the noise level in the space so that we can hear them appropriately.
It seems like the noise has dissipated, so we'll continue our... Sorry? Hold on. Oh.
Okay, so would you be able to turn your mic off for 2 seconds?
Okay, so this is a point of order, which is a rarity, but we will give it a couple minutes for the noise to dissipate. You're welcome to restart if you'd like, once we're ready to restart, which I actually think we may be ready now. Would you like to restart, or?
No, I'll just pick up from where I left off.
Mr. Clay.
When I was in middle and high school, I was not allowed to express myself at home, which delayed my gender realization significantly. But I had a number of friends in high school with similar situations for whom the school was a refuge. In their unsupportive home environments, they couldn't truly be themselves, but when they were at school, teachers and guidance counselors and their friends would use their preferred name and pronouns, and I am 100% certain that those friends would not be here today if they had not had a safe space to go, and if they had not been acknowledged in such a way. For me, it wasn't until 2021, when I finally came out as a transgender man, that I fully realized that impact. I always supported my friends, but I didn't know what it felt like. And to any cisgender people with us tonight in the committee, I hope that you understand that understanding our experience intellectually is not the same as living it. And that it takes an incredible amount of resilience to sit through 3 hours nearly of attacks against who I am and immutable facts about my life, my identity, and my biology. Having that validated, my identity, by the people around you can have an insane amount of impact on a person's life. Once I picked my new name and pronouns, I felt the true freedom of being myself, and that's what we're here to talk about, freedom. Remaining closeted at work and school at that point became much more difficult for me because I knew what that freedom felt like in my social life. In 2022, I was employed by a company whose owners had overtly stated conservative values. I feared that asserting my name and pronouns, cutting my hair, dressing in a more masculine fashion would result in discrimination from them. And so I could not afford the possibility of being fired or having my shifts cut down because of those things. So I remained closeted at work, and it was incredibly painful. It takes a tremendous mental toll. Since leaving that line of work, I have been free to be myself. I have an employer who I do not fear discrimination from. I was able to go through my legal name change and to have the biological reality of my body be blessedly changed by hormone replacement therapy, and I hope to have surgeries in the future to continue that change. Since then, I've been lighter. I smile and laugh more, I'm happier, I'm myself, and the people who love me have noticed that change within me. The proposed change to Bill C-43 is exciting to me. It represents an important step towards progress and the change that we need to see to make the world a better place for those who come after us. This change would mean freedom for trans people to be themselves in all facets of life and not having to compartmentalize and separate their identity at work from that at home or among friends. I'm reminded of a quote from Ivan E. Coyote, a transgender Canadian writer and performer whose work I deeply, deeply admire, from their book that was written with Ray Spoon. It's called Gender Failure. It's a very good read. It's incredibly insightful. It taught me a lot about trans people when I was a closeted high schooler. The quote follows, "The truth is, every time I'm misgendered, a tiny little sliver of me disappears. A tiny little sliver of me is reminded that I do not fit. I remember that the truth of me is invisible, and a tiny little sliver of me disappears. Just a sliver, razored from the surface of my very thick skin most days, but other times right from my soul. Sometimes felt so deep, and other days simply shrugged off. But still, all those slivers add up to something, and it's much harder to pretend around. Every time somebody calls me Caleb and uses he, him to refer to me, one of those slivers is repaired, or it's replaced by love that I didn't feel for a very long time. After 26 years of being forced into a gender that did not fit, it takes a lot of time to repair those slivers. I've only been out for a short amount of time, but myself is growing back. My heart is growing back. My spirit is growing back. My support of the amendment to Bill C-43 comes from my own experience and my sincere hope that kids like me will not have to face what I face. Opponents of this bill have made their stance clear. The desire to misgender trans people, to deny the facts of their identity and biology, amounts to little more than spiteful bullying. Their desire to limit people's self-expression, to deny bodily autonomy, does not represent the values I understand Manitobans to have. All the trans people and our allies are asking for is protection of our freedom, the ability to determine how we ought to live, and to not be subjugated by bigoted ideology we did not ask for and do not subscribe to.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there questions from the committee? Honorable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Clay, for your presentation this evening. Incredibly heartfelt. I'm sorry you had to endure the process this evening, but I will say that it does matter that you stuck it out and that you're able to find the strength to come and share your personal experience, be able to share with the committee. I also just wanted to just thank you for, I think, so succinctly laying out why this is important. You know, this matters. This matters to folks like you. It matters to so many people who don't have the same kind of strength and voice that you do. But for you to be able to come here to support this, I think it matters a lot. So just wanted to thank you for the presentation, for sticking it out.
You're welcome to respond, Mr. Caleb.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Balkin?
Caleb, thank you for attending tonight. And as I've said to all of the presenters, I appreciate hearing your views, as I've heard from other people that have presented tonight. So again, thank you for using your democratic right to bring your presentation forward tonight.
Mr. Clay, you're welcome to respond.
You are most welcome.
Minister Naylor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Caleb, thank you for your presentation tonight. You were very, sorry, I'm very dry. You were really able to share the impact of what it means to you to be able to live your truth as a transgender person. And we know that while it's not always applied as it should be, that gender identity has been protected for quite some time under the Human Rights Code. Do you want to say anything more about how the inclusion of gender expression will enhance the Human Rights Code, either for yourself or for others that you know?
Mr. Clay.
Sorry. I do not believe that employers should have the right to dictate how you dress when it is in a professional manner befitting of your employment position. I do not believe that landlords should be able to discriminate against certain types of people that they may find undesirable to be living in their spaces when they are providing a service. I believe that these rights are very important, and I don't think that I should have to wear a dress to get an apartment. I don't think that would be appropriate. My hair is short, my voice is low, I am a man.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. Next up, we have Mex Helena Zegai. Before you get started, could you give me pronunciation for your last name? Sorry? Oh, or Mex Helena Zegai? Sorry? Zegai. Okay, thank you. You can start. Mex Zegai.
Thank you all so much here for providing an avenue for folks in community to express how they would feel affected by this policy change. My name is Helena, and I use they, them pronouns. I am affiliated with Sunshine House, and I'm here in support of Bill 4 C43. To open up, I'd like to say that I don't know how many genders there are in the world because I haven't met everybody yet, but I do know that the separation of church and state is a cornerstone of the democratic process that I'm thankful for. Sunshine House, through love, serves to meet the gaps experienced by queer community members in services that draw people in because they've been disregarded or underserved in other places where they were seeking private or public services or advocacy. Working at Sunshine House, it is a queer-led and serving organization. It is a unique place to work, and so much of the privilege that I get to experience as a queer person working at an organization that respects and identifies with who I am in an inclusive workspace really brings the best out of myself and my peers and my colleagues. It also allows us to serve community who's coming to us regardless of where they're coming from or how they identify in a way that is informed. As a non-binary Manitoban, I believe that respect is an act of love, and we here in Friendly Manitoba are known for our community care. I've been living in this province and in this city for over 20 years. I've gone to school, university, and I now work in Manitoba. When I was in university and in high school, I was very involved in my extracurriculars. In high school, I was a UNESCO student board member. I was a student council representative. And personally for me, I was unfortunately told that by expressing the discrimination I felt I was facing by other students and by labeling that as bullying, that I was actually not adhering to the school code. And so if I was to continue calling the other student homophobic for the actions that I were perceiving as such, then I would be suspended or expelled, and I was not able to actually bring in an advocate for my family because at the time I was not out to my family. And so that is just a simple and personal example of how these types of things have affected me outside of my personal and professional experiences. I'm proud to see that Manitoba is going to be providing another example of what community inclusion looks like across Canada. For me, I believe that respect and access to public spaces and services increases engagements like school attendance and access to healthcare services. We know that people are irrational and they go to where they feel respected. Because Bill C-43 improves safety for all people, because gender expression engages with our creativity, our curiosity, and our exploration of natural selves. That is why all Manitobans should be able to express their gender freely, regardless of whether or not they identify as genderqueer, non-binary, or cis. It is not our place to judge others but it is our place to provide public spaces and services that allow people to thrive from a person-centered approach that includes equitable access to services regardless of the pronouns or expression of self. Community members accessing our organization's services rely on our staff to recognize and affirm that their gender expression is valid in a world that seeks to deny their existence. This is an honor that we carry with love and care because denying their truth erodes trust in our ability to keep their best interest at heart and in turn limiting our effectiveness to foresee and prevent harm that might be coming towards them in the future. Bill C-43 challenges us to imagine a collective social experience that affirms and accepts all Manitobans. This bill would lead to queer community members knowing that not only is their present existence protected, but also that their future in Manitoba will be full of possibilities. The expansion of language, especially gendered language, within society is a precedent that we all share. I would like to acknowledge that cis women and men have benefited from the inclusive language that allows little girls to imagine themselves as doctors and little boys to imagine themselves as teachers and nurses. The language being discussed today in Bill C-43 for amending expansion on this heritage builds on this heritage of expanding expression in our shared lexicon. And this also includes the possibility for everyone to build in a respectful and shared value. The Human Rights Code change puts Manitoba in line with the Canadian Human Rights of Charter and Freedom. This is not a bad thing. This is also going to be able to be a show of support for all people and creating net positives for multiple communities across all demographics. When we respect and model and encourage this type of behavior, it allows for all people to feel included regardless of their background. Why should Manitoba base its actions on the perceptions of other provinces? We are a unique province and is home to innovators and leaders resolving different challenges. Anecdotally, we are seeing queer and trans healthcare workers transferring to Manitoba because of these social pressures outside of the province. And Manitoba has now and wants to continue expanding on these protections. Manitoba healthcare benefits from the influx of all healthcare workers, including queer professionals. And instead of losing talent to Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, this will keep talent at home and bring in new, vibrant, caring professionals. The bill only seeks, from my understanding, to recognize that discrimination based on gender expression can and does limit the quality of life and social equity. Therefore, it is looking to only affect things that I understand to be public sector services or regulated, like employment, housing, and health. As a Black, queer, disabled, immigrant, and now citizen, I am proud to live in a country that recognizes my humanity and further to protect all people regardless of ability, color, and orientation or religion. I could not live my truth in the place that I was born, and I would still be seeking safety if I was there. These state protections against discrimination are a point of pride for Manitobans because recognizing human rights protections is never a misuse of the democratic process. And if I shouldn't be discriminated against for these public sector services as a Black person, as a disabled person, then it stands to reason that I should not be discriminated based on my gender expression. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I see a question from the Minister of Justice.
Mrs. Zagay, I really appreciate your presentation here tonight. Again, that personal experience, but then coupled with the advocacy that you do every single day. Sunshine House is amazing. It is one of the most amazing places I've ever visited, and so I just want to thank you for the work you do to lift others up. But I wanted to just highlight your quote here. Where members of the queer community knowing that their existence is protected, but that their future is also full of opportunity. I probably got the exact wording wrong, but I could not have said it any better. Giving that confidence to everyone in this province is so vital. So thank you for your support here this evening.
You're welcome to respond if you'd like, Ms. Zagay.
Thank you so much. I think that we're in an exciting time in human history, and I think that the future holds a lot of possibility. There's a lot of choices ahead of all of us collectively to decide what that future will hold, but I have faith and hope that we will choose a path that is just for all people.
Mr. Gertzen.
Thank you for participating tonight. I know it's a long night and lots of emotional presentations, and in this unique process, I think most folks have demonstrated an articulate and a passionate position, and you certainly are among those. So thank you for your articulate and passionate presentation.
You're welcome to respond, Ms. Zagay.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Next up, we have Miss Barbara Bandera. Miss Bandera, you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you to the chairperson, the standing committee, and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General Matt Wiebe for giving me the opportunity to voice my views, facts, and questions. I'm here because I've been researching Bill 43. This topic that includes the difference between gender identity and gender expression. In order to better understand how adding gender expression to the Manitoba Human Rights Code would benefit and protect all Manitobans. I emphasize all. The last Canadian census of population was in May 2021 and indicated that approximately 0.33% of the population 15 years and older identified as transgender or non-binary. That is only 1/3 of 1%. Therefore, 99.66% of the Canadian population identify as either male or female in the last census. 40% of transgender and non-binary people live in Ontario. I looked at a June 22nd publication from the Business Council of Alberta, which states that. This may explain why the legislation there is started in Ontario and may be different in each province and in Manitoba. In my research, and some sources that I researched, including quite a bit, include Medscape reference, WebMD, Medical News Today, Wikipedia, Donut, Psychology Today, eGale Canada, and I looked even at a bit of the Ontario information. I learned that gender identity may be the same or different from their birth assigned sex. Gender identity is the personal sense of one's own gender. Personal sense meaning it is a person's feelings at the time. I then researched, are feelings facts? In Psychology Today, it is stated that it is wise to remember that as important as emotions are, feelings are not facts. This is important to know because in the last Canadian census, 99.66% of the population stated that gender identity, they stated it on facts at birth, physically visible as male or female. But 0.33% of the population based their gender on feelings, which encompass at least 20 gender terms and definitions. If you look at the list in eGale Canada, and somebody mentioned here before, I think there was 82 or something, and probably rising. This led me to consider the meaning of gender expression that is being put forward as an addition to Manitoba Human Rights Code, subsection 92G, gender identity. Gender expression is how a person publicly expresses or presents their gender. This can include behavior and outward appearance, such as dress, hair, makeup, body language, and voice. I felt we had to look at what does this mean for the majority of the population who, like me, may be confused on how to address a very small population under gender expression. Following are a few definition examples I researched from a variety of sources on why this may be confusing and difficult to do. 1, non-binary or transgender means outside the male and female umbrella. 2, gender fluid or gender queer. This gender identity is not fixed. It can change over time or from day to day. It states that it is a form of gender identity or gender expression rather than a sexual orientation, which is from WebMD. Gender neutral, not related to or restricted by a specific gender, particularly male or female. They aim to avoid distinguishing roles or opportunities based on sex or gender. They use gender-neutral pronouns. They, may, theirs are the most common. However, there are neo-pronouns as well. This requires more research. Pangender, a non-binary person outside of male and female umbrella whose gender identity encompasses multiple genders, which may be experienced simultaneously or on a fluid, fluctuating manner. Therefore, I felt it was important to bring awareness to Manitobans, as it took me time to research and try to understand gender identity versus gender expression, and consider why Bill 43 to amend the Manitoba Human Rights Code is being considered, as it raises so many questions that need to be understood by all affected before it becomes law. In my research, I found the Manitoba Human Rights Commission fact sheet titled "Discrimination is Prohibited by the Human Rights Code." In this fact sheet, under what are the protected grounds under the code, one of the bullets is gender-determined characteristics, which is in 9.2F, sex in the Manitoba Human Rights Code. Today's meeting is also to add gender expression. A search on gender-determined characteristics stated that this refers to traits, roles, behaviors, expressions that are traditionally associated with or attributed to a particular gender. Please note, this is very similar to gender expression, which includes behavior and outward appearance. It looks as though, by definitions, that gender expression has been covered. Can you please explain why another two words, gender expression, are necessary? Again, I am somewhat puzzled as to the reason that gender expression is being put forward to be added to the Manitoba Human Rights Code, subsection 9.2, when 19.2a on harassment in the code states, a course of abusive and unwelcome conduct or comment undertaken or made on the basis of any characteristic referred to in subsection 9.2. And subsection 9.2 includes 13 items from A to M, of which 3R, F is sex, including sex-determined characteristics, or circumstances, G, gender identity, and H, sexual orientation. Rather confusing? I ask, as a Manitoban interested in learning, and I noticed tonight a lot of them are interested in learning and very confused. I was as I'm doing the research. Is the addition of gender expression really necessary because of 19.2a pointing to 9.2? All of the above, F, G, and H. This seems to be protection. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is also protection. Under equality rights, it prohibits discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. Many of the heterosexual, male and female Canadian population have experienced harassment themselves in school years and beyond. Some have been called names because of color, facial features, clothes, etc. We all had to learn to deal with it, talk to each other, sometimes with the help of parents, teachers, pastors, and friends. Understanding grew from this process of modeling positive communication, saying sorry and forgiveness. This is life. Oh, yeah, and by the way, some of them after become friends. Education versus legislation has worked for the majority of the population. If a group, any group, truly wants acceptance, as it is accomplished by building understanding through building relationships. More legislation like this that confuses many, many people will not bring people together. It divides and causes more questions and confusion because one
Thanks, Ms.
cannot.
Bandera. The time for your presentation has expired.
What kind of Manitoba?
Sorry, we gotta move on to questions if there are any. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Bandera. And I appreciate that you have talked a lot about learning. And I think for many folks, that's what this is about being educated and understanding a little bit better the perspective of other Manitobans. The fact that you've put so much effort into the research is very encouraging. It shows to me that you are willing to learn and to help to understand or help yourself understand more the experience of other Manitobans. And what I hear from you is that you do want to protect those folks, so that's encouraging as well. So thank you for your presentation here today.
You're welcome to respond if you'd like, Ms. Bandera.
Yes, the understanding goes two ways. From the 99.66% and from the 0.33%. That's the only way it works.
Mr. Balkin?
Thank you very much for your presentation tonight. As I said, I appreciate all of the presentations and the voices that are coming forward. Just wondering, you didn't have a chance to finish your presentation, and I'm just wondering if you would like to finish. There's about 3.5 minutes left.
Ms. Bandera?
Thank you. All I had at the end, and I'll repeat this sentence. More legislation like this that confuses many, many people will not bring people together. It divides and causes more questions and confusion because one cannot legislate love and understanding. I conclude with, what kind of Manitoba do we want? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we appreciate the presentation. Next up, we have Mrs. Gina McKay. I don't see Gina here. Miss Gina McKay?
Oh, let me check if she's on Zoom.
We're going to double check to see if she's online.
She is online.
She is online. Okay.
She's just rejoining as
Okay, so Mrs. McKay, you are welcome to start.
Okay, thank you so much. I take it that everyone can hear me okay. Thanks for the opportunity here. So good evening, not good afternoon, sorry. Good evening, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister Wiebe, and honorable ministers in the room, although I can just see you just small there on the screen. I have appreciated hearing from you tonight, and I wanted to thank all the honorable committee members, as well as the speakers here to support this important amendment. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present on Bill 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment Act. My name is Gina McKay. I'm the president of CUPE Manitoba, representing 38,000 workers in Manitoba. I'm also the equity vice president for 2S LGBTQI+ workers for the Canadian Labour Congress, representing 3 million workers in Canada, and the general vice president for CUPE in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. I'm also a member of the 2S LGBTQI+ community, and my career at SERC, Sexuality Education Resource Center, has given me on-the-ground experience serving Manitobans from diverse gender expressions and identities, as well as training workers who serve across our public services in Manitoba. I'm here speaking to you in support of Bill 43, and am particularly concerned about the rise of the incredibly harmful rhetoric across Canada, including in Manitoba, that seeks to divide our communities, divide our workplaces, and divide our experiences as both service users as well as service providers. According to statistics, sorry, it was a long night, Statistics Canada, 1.3 million Canadians identify as being part of the 2S LGBTQI+ community. Stats Canada also found that 77% of sexually and gender diverse youth have been targets of bullying in the previous year. Members of the 2S LGBTQI+ community are also more likely to earn lower incomes, experience discrimination on the job and interview process, and continue to encounter barriers in finding and advancing in employment. And as a union, we work very hard to ensure that those who face discrimination in the workplace receive the supports that they need. Rather than alienating, othering, or driving wedges, it is our goal to ensure that all workers, indeed all Manitobans, are treated with respect and dignity. Unfortunately, though, there are some in Manitoba who do not take the time to understand their neighbors and fellow coworkers, and who make efforts to devalue and hurt fellow Manitobans. There are some who would speak out against legislation intended to protect Manitobans from discrimination, as we are seeing here tonight. There are even some who truly believe that trans and gender diverse Manitobans deserve less than themselves. And in the past few months, while in the gallery, I have heard some of these harmful voices come from the legislature building by the opposition, shared in front of full galleries of community members, youth, and elders. Bill 43 will enshrine legally the necessary human rights of trans and gender nonconforming Manitobans so that they can live their lives at work and in the community without fear of hate or discrimination. And most importantly, a place for recourse if they are targeted by hate wherever they work or live. Enhancing the Human Rights Code will also provide protections to ensure the health and safety of every worker in Manitoba is upheld. And adding gender expression creates a more inclusive code to ensure someone is not discriminated in every workplace in Manitoba, not just unionized workplaces that have been building in gender expression into protected grounds language and collective agreements for years. CUPE Manitoba strongly supports Bill 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment Act, and we commend the NDP government leaders in this room for their willingness to address this gap in the Human Rights Code and taking action to close those gaps, and to take Manitoba off the list of the last 3 provinces in Canada who have not amended their Human Rights Code to include gender expression. It is time to lead with integrity, as we see the government doing here, and to ensure that Manitoba's workplaces, unionized and non-unionized, are inclusive spaces for all. And also importantly, Manitoba's workplaces, unions, and workers are proud of strengthening legislation. It should never be about curbing protections based on a fear or need for investigating a worker, as we have heard earlier in the question periods. Creating safer and more inclusive environments for workers and communities should never rely heavily on one's own judgment of how another expresses themselves. But rather, we should be looking for ways to ensure the rights and freedoms of all are included in the Human Rights Code, not just some humans, as described earlier tonight. So I'd like to thank you for your time and the opportunity to address the Standing Committee this evening via Zoom. I am reassured that our legislation and human rights protections in Manitoba far outweigh the rise of hate that is being presented in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Mrs. McKay, for your presentation here this evening. It's very much appreciated. I appreciate that you laid out how high the stakes are. In your case specifically, in the context of working folks, and your advocacy over the years has been absolutely stellar in that regard. So I appreciate that. It also, I noted that it echoed some of the language used by Ms. Sharma as well about the
sort of the moment we're in. And so I just wanted to thank you and appreciate you taking the time to, put on the record about, concerning things you've heard even in this legislature, and how we need to fight back against this, and supporting this kind of legislation makes a big difference. So thank you, Ms. McKay.
Mrs. McKay.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Minister. I know, it really hits true to the heart, right? When we know that, we come out, there was, times where you have elders and community members, especially coming to the house, the People's House, and then feeling very attacked. And so when we see that in the house, the People's House, we know that we need to strengthen legislation to protect Manitobans. And that's just one example. Workers need to be able to come to work in ways where they can be their true, authentic selves. And that's what we can be proud of. We have collective agreements, that can help protect and advance those rights and protections, of course. But where we need to look at is not being the third last, right, out of across from coast to coast to coast, but to move Manitoba into a place where we are leaders. We are leaders right now. We're moving forward in great ways, but we need to bring protections and not pick and choose our human rights here. So thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Balkin.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. And again, I appreciate the views of all of the people that are presenting tonight. I'm just wondering, you cited some of the human rights codes, but are not a lot of these inequities already codified under the Labour Code, whether it be the Manitoba Labour Code or the Canadian Labour Code and Labour Standards?
Mrs. McKay.
Yeah, specific to, well, we're talking specifically about the Human Rights Code, where we are lacking that legislation. Absolutely. Collective agreements can move forward in ways and protect language, but not every workplace in Manitoba is unionized. And although those are great jobs and great protections and language and pensions that we want to see Manitobans succeed, not every place is unionized. So we need to look at ways where we can advance the legislation to ensure that all Manitobans are protected. We do have I have a Charter of Human Rights, a federal code. We have protections there, but where Manitoba is lacking is including gender expression in that Human Rights Code. It was mentioned earlier about Saskatchewan as well as the Northwest Territories. We see places where the code can be advanced. Labor codes, absolutely. We have protections for workers. We work hard to ensure that, we have fair and equitable workplaces. But what we're talking about here specifically is legislation around moving that forward. So it's not just protecting those who have it in their contracts, but it's for protecting every worker in Manitoba, whether they work at Tim Hortons or they work as a public servant. We should have the same protections, rights, and grounds for protection. So really, we want to make sure that that's happening. And so, we do have Labor Code, as you know, as all of us know here. We have rights and protections, but they don't go far enough, and that's what we're here talking about tonight.
Mr. Balkin.
Yes, just as a follow-up, you mentioned collective agreements and the workplaces that aren't necessarily unionized, and I respect that you're coming from a unionized environment. I've worked in unionized environments my whole life and understand the processes, but just for clarity, those that aren't unionized, I believe, are also protected by the Labour Code, and whether it be the Manitoba Labour Code or the Canadian Labour Code. So I just wanted to make sure that that was put out there for all people that are watching tonight.
Mrs. McKay.
Sure. I think just a final remark, and we can look to the labor codes, and I think it would be great to identify then if the labor codes do include protections for gender expression, because they do need to happen. Both need to happen. right? And we know that we have labor codes, we have federal and provincial codes, absolutely. And do those codes include human rights protections for both gender identity and gender expression? I would argue that the Human Rights Code is the place to protect that language, and so we don't have that. So that's what we're here talking tonight. So I think it's important to look at that legislation as well, but we will recognize that Manitoba is still one of the provinces that does not include gender expression. And so when there is that lack, that's where we look for the amendment to strengthen and enhance the labor code or the Human Rights Code. So it's looking to enhance it in that way. And then thus it would impact the workplace, absolutely.
Seeing no further questions, thank you again for your presentation. I will now call on Ms. Christine Barr, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. You may note I'm wearing my Jets jersey tonight, but they're losing 3-0, so I'm not missing much. So I'm not too sad that I'm still here tonight. Thank you for providing a space to state my support for Bill 43. My name is Christine Barr. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the human rights representative for CUPE, so I work with Gina McKay as the president here in Manitoba. I've also served as a lawyer, both within the union and in private practice, and I'm a member of the 2S LGBTQ+ community. CUPE represents approximately 38,000 members in Manitoba, municipalities, healthcare, childcare, social services, education, Manitoba Hydro, and more. And as the province's largest union, it is our legal and our moral responsibility to defend and protect workers on the job and to speak out like I am this evening. And this includes ensuring a safe, non-discriminatory environment for all, inclusive of workers from different gender expressions. As a union, I've been part of negotiating language in many workplace contracts that protects workers from harassment, from intimidation, and from discrimination based on gender and gender expression specifically, because we've had that listed within our collective agreements. And many workplaces understand that their workforce includes workers from diverse gender identities and expressions, and we're seeing more and more workplaces provide education in that area. And this legislation that you've proposed for us that we're speaking to tonight will ensure that those workers are protected further by Manitoba's Human Rights Code and enable both unions and employers to better address incidents of discrimination. It will also encourage workplaces to ensure that safeguards are in place for workers who may need additional supports in the workplace. At CUPE's last convention in 2024, our delegates unanimously passed a resolution to lobby the Manitoba government to amend the Manitoba Human Rights Code to include gender expression among protected characteristics. And that was important because gender expression is a human right and should be a protected ground, especially with the rise in anti-2S LGBTQI+ targeted hate. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territories are the only provinces left in Canada that need to amend their Human Rights Code to include gender expression, even though gender expression is a protected ground in the Canadian Charter of Human Rights. And we've heard how it's been an analogous ground, but it's really important to have that explicit recognition so people know that they count when it comes to their human rights. Gender expression is how a person publicly presents their gender. This can include behavior and outward appearance, such as dress, hair, makeup, body language, and voice. A person's chosen name and pronoun are also common ways of expressing gender. So Bill 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment Act, means that Manitoba workers will be protected when they go to work, when they perform their duties, and when they contribute to the workplace community without fear of discrimination. And the reality is that workers across Manitoba come from diverse backgrounds and unfortunately still face discrimination in the workplace, in the community, and even at home. So our union, CUPE, deals with discrimination grievances based on gender, gender identity, and gender expression on a regular basis. And it's not a matter of ideology, as we've been hearing about tonight from some of the presenters, as some have been claiming, but is a matter of reality and of human decency. And that's what this comes down to, that we need to explicitly require a safe and welcoming community for all Manitobans. So CUPE stands with all workers, and we have a particular responsibility to ensure Manitoba workers have the right to go to work without facing discrimination and harassment. Sorry, it is really dry in here. Now, CUPE human rights activists have been talking about the Human Rights Code and how we can make it better in Manitoba, in addition to the resolution that passed at the last convention. And there are other enumerated grounds that you could be looking at as you're opening up the Human Rights Code. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention a couple of them that you might want to take into consideration that you will find in other jurisdictions across Canada. So, for example, citizenship isn't listed explicitly within our Human Rights Code. Indigenous origin, protecting members of a union, because they have a membership in a union, and perhaps something specific about cyberbullying and online harassment, which is growing more and more all the time. So I really do want to applaud this government for raising this matter, taking direct action to ensure that all Manitobans are afforded a safe working environment, free from gender-based discrimination. Manitoba must remain a leader in human rights, and this amendment that's before you today will help. And for this reason, on behalf of the 38,000 Manitoba workers that CUPE represents, we fully support Bill 43, and I welcome any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Minister of Justice.
Great to see you, Christine. Thank you so much for the work that you do. You know, just reflecting on your years of advocacy and, you know, just working in the trenches, like, you know, supporting folks as they're navigating these things. I feel like, I hope you feel like some of that is paying off here today with this step forward. As you said, more to do, and I appreciate you continuing to push us and make sure that we're listening to the work that you're doing. But I just wanted to thank you for the years of work that you've done, and look forward to continuing to work with you on important initiatives like this.
Ms. Barr?
Yes, thank you very much. And I have been an advocate within the 2S LGBT community for years, served as a school trustee for 16 years, fighting for safer schools for all kids, and was certainly before you in 2012 when we were adding gender identity to the Human Rights Code. Thank you.
Mr. Balkin.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I appreciate the opportunity from hearing your view from CUPE and your membership, and thank you for presenting today.
Ms. Barr.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your presentation. I will now call on Mix Charlie O from Trans Manitoba. Please proceed with your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Charlie O, and I'm the Executive Director of Trans Manitoba. Trans Manitoba is a nonprofit organization that started 7 years ago as a grassroots organization to advocate for gender equity, specifically within the healthcare system in Manitoba through the Human Rights Complaint System. And since then, we have grown into an organization that does education, advocacy, and outreach to support the trans community in Manitoba. So I am here to represent the work that we do at Trans Manitoba and talk about what we do and how that relates to making this amendment to the Human Rights Act. I'm also a non-binary person myself. I am a parent of a non-binary kid. I have 3 kids. My education background is in women's and gender studies, and I'm a founding member and the current executive director of Trans Manitoba. I am a lot of things. I am not a farmer. I'm not a preacher, but I am a subject matter expert and an expert in my own lived experience. I'm here because my work is to advocate for human rights. The very question of why we need this protection, especially after so much explication, demonstrates the very need for this change. At Trans Manitoba, we advocate for the human rights of transgender folks and people of all genders in Manitoba. And what that means is we're looking for equal access to education, employment, access to the medical system that is equitable to our cisgender counterparts. We also advocate for autonomy, for trans people to be the decision makers for our own lives. And for that reason, I'm very grateful that we are here and we are listening to trans voices tonight as part of this decision-making process. Trans Manitoba, the work that we do illuminates every single day the need for gender expression to be a protected characteristic. We hear from people on a daily, weekly basis about their access to public spaces, their access to employment, about folks' access to housing being explicitly, folks experiencing explicit barriers based on not their gender identity, but their gender expression. So not who they feel they are intrinsically, but simply what we look like and how we express ourselves. Trans people already experience high rates of unemployment, of employment discrimination, of housing discrimination, and it's largely based on other folks' perceptions of who we are and how we're read through our gender expression. When we talk about gender expression, I just want to talk a little bit more about the definition of that and what it means for me. My gender expression is not my gender identity. My gender expression is not who I am. My gender identity is part of who I am and part of my intrinsic experience in life. But my gender expression it's how we do gender. Gender expression is about what you see, what you hear, and how we are interpreted by others. And I think that last part is a really important part because I can't control what you call me or what pronouns you use for me. All I can do is ask that you use the name and pronouns that I ask, and I can't control how I'm interpreted. I can't control whether you believe that long hair makes me more feminine or masculine, or I can't control how you read my voice or how you interpret those things, but what you see and hear in front of you is my gender expression. And gender expression is, like I said, it's a lot about how we're interpreted by others. An example of this is since becoming more visibly masculine, I now routinely have doors shut in my face in public places, physical doors, not metaphorical doors. Example of walking into a 7-Eleven a few days ago, and there were 3 men walking in the door in front of me, and the first young man started to open the door, stopped, looked me up and down, and then decided to proceed through the door instead of holding it for me. And this was followed by a whole exchange and interaction between me and the other men that were walking through this door as they all 3 looked me up and down, and decided whether or not they were simply going to hold the door for me based on my gender expression. Another example of how gender expression plays out in everyday life, and a reason why gender expression might be protected, is an example of one of my kids who is cisgender. Yes, we do have cisgender heterosexual children as queers. And one day, one of my little boys wore nail polish to elementary school and was horribly ridiculed by his classmates for being too feminine and was told that only girls wear nail polish. If this had been an employment situation, this would be a protected trait for my child, who would not be allowed to continue to experience discrimination if it were a professional setting. In this case, the principal of the school painted his nails the next day and visited every single classroom to speak out against this gender-based violence that my son experienced. And that's a positive outcome for someone fighting for gender expression, and nobody should be bullied because of the sound of their voice, or because they're wearing nail polish, or because somebody thinks that something is for boys or for girls. It's just not a solid basis for hurting somebody, for being mean and cruel unnecessarily. Other examples from my personal life: I've been told by a complete stranger that I'm a disgrace to society while simply standing in my front yard gardening. I've been turned down for jobs because of the optics of what it looks like to have someone who looks like me running a store. and working in a public-facing role using they, them pronouns. I was born in Manitoba and have spent all of my adult life here, but I grew up in the southern United States in a world which I could never be myself. I grew up under Don't Say Gay. Before it needed to be formalized into law, Don't Say Gay was a very real threat to a young person's safety. We couldn't imagine that there were other queer people or other adults in the world. I didn't meet another queer adult until I was in high school. I didn't really even know that there were other people like me until I was nearly an adult because of the crushing of gender expression in my childhood, and not just directed towards me, but on such a high level socially that that there was just no queer visibility. I have so much left to say and just only like a minute left. So I want to say we have the opportunity in Manitoba to catch up with the rest of the country who already acknowledges gender expression under their Human Rights Acts. And this is a really important step in decolonization and reconciliation as well, because we have firsthand documents recording the way that settlers came here and used their religious ideology to divide and disempower people and to eradicate the power that women and two-spirited people and non-binary folks held in society. And it is our obligation as lawmakers, settlers, human rights activists, and members of the queer community to participate in breaking down the harms that have been caused through that very specific act of disempowering gender diverse people through colonization. Thank you all for making it safe for me to be myself here today. Thank you for considering my human rights and those of my children and my community. Thank you for upholding my human rights in the face of bullies who have risen today to stand up for hatred, hurt, and harm. We have always been here, and we will continue to thrive in the face of the rising tide of hatred. Burning books about us won't make us go away. We are here, we always have been, and I look forward to hearing that this bill passes and continues to uphold our human rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Mixo, that was such a great presentation. Your own personal strength, but then also that you're able to lend that strength to others as an advocate for the trans community is incredible. It really is to me. The one thing I picked up in your presentation, I just want to highlight the story you told about the principal who showed himself to be an ally to your son and to others. And I think that just perfectly encapsulates, I think, where most Manitobans are at. There's a lot of allies out there. There's also a lot of really loud voices who take up a lot of space and who have a bigoted voice. Anyway, I think that, I hope that you see that you have a lot of allies here around the table and that we're going to continue to fight for you and work with you. So thank you again for your advocacy.
Mixo?
Thank you.
Mr. Balkin?
So thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Again, we're hearing from many Manitobans tonight, and I believe outside of Manitoba, so appreciate you bringing your thoughts and views forward.
Mixo?
Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Seeing no further questions, thank you so much again for your presentation. I will now call on Michaela Chotka, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable ministers gathered here today, allowing us a forum to speak. And I'll especially like to thank Minister Weep for bringing forth such an important bill, one that's dear to my heart. And obviously, given that we're one of the last provinces without it, long overdue. I originally prepared some notes, more like chicken scratch bullet points. But after listening to everyone speaking tonight, I feel that's more important to speak freely and from the heart. Maybe make it a little personal, because this is personal. To start, though, I'd like to address a couple myths. One, Trans people have been here since essentially the beginning of time. Begin with the Two-Spirit people of the indigenous communities that were colonized and had the gender binary of only male and female forced upon them through the colonization process, had their culture stripped away from them in residential schools. And we have seen a resurgence of Two-Spirit identities within the indigenous communities, and in turn, a growing acceptability and visibility of gender diverse individuals, period, thanks to the leadership of these individuals who originally may have had those identities taken away. Gender diversities exist around the world for essentially forever, and it's only really in modern eras that it's been demonized the way it has. Also, the less than 1%, queer and trans individuals often are afraid to represent in census or identify, outwardly or socially, simply for fear of discrimination, for fear of a backlash. So, I assure you that gender diverse individuals there's far more of us than you may actually expect or believe. And I believe as we move forward, especially within issues like this, in a province like Manitoba, which is such an affirming province today, which according to recent surveys within a country that is the friendliest and safest for 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals in the world. And I'm so proud to be here and part of that. I'm so proud to see representation from the trans community right in front of me in these positions to make this change. I grew up in central Manitoba in a very strictly right-wing town, religious. I was bullied relentlessly. I had a higher pitched voice. When other boys would go out and play sports, I'd stay behind when possible and perhaps play with dolls or set up doll houses. I was the boy invited to girls' parties when others would. I didn't understand at the time what was different about me, why this world I was growing up in was so cruel to me. I had no representation in that time and place in that era. We're talking 80s, early 90s. There was no examples of positive queer individuals. Not to be seen. You were shamed. I knew they were out there, but God forbid they would not identify or speak up or risk being outed or out. So I created a persona, a mask, a life, essentially that allowed me to be quote unquote normal. Because I felt to have the things I wanted in life, to have any sort of semblance of happiness, I could not explore who I was. I didn't even understand what was wrong with me because, again, no positive examples, no education. I was shamed by authority, both from the church and in the school, for trying to express myself to be who I was. I can't say it was easy, but I survived it. And eventually, this life that I chose, to pursue and live, like all things, especially if you're not true, ended. It blew up in my face. And I had to face myself. And slowly but surely, starting 6 years ago, I first came out as queer and began that process. A few years later, I went speaking to therapists and my doctor and things like that, talking about this dark cloud, this depression, this struggle I've always had in life, never truly being happy, always feeling that some ominous, evil presence was behind me, that I wasn't right, just nothing felt right. I was not happy. At the age of 15, I was found unresponsive due to a suicide attempt that would have been successful had they not found me as quick as they did. But I survived all this. And being able to face myself and take the steps in a new and largely affirming community in my new life saved my life. And like a lot of trans people, when you first face that diagnosis that the root of your problems is gender dysphoria, I like to telling the naysayers though that is not an easy diagnosis to take, especially as someone that has lived terrified and running from it their entire life. So I resisted at first. No, I'm just gay. It's okay. We'll get by it. But eventually I had to look in the mirror and start taking maybe a couple steps. Well, maybe I'll try this and see how it feels. And as I continued to take these steps, I continued to find myself. I continued to find happiness. I found community. I found myself. And I remember mourning the past self, realizing that I had not been living authentically, and that I felt compelled to be visible because I believe that we must be visible to set example. Those positive examples of queerness I see before me now and I see all around me that I didn't have. So I must be out, I must be visible, and I must fight back. This isn't supposed to be a sad story, it's not. It's one now of joy and happiness. I have found my community. I am embraced by the majority of my family. I have a new chosen family. I work at an employer that is affirming and supports in every way possible. I have a loving partner. And yes, I'm also a parent. And we are doing our damnedest to make sure that that child is brought up with the right values, with the right, mindset to know that everyone is deserving of respect. And it hasn't been easy, but I can tell you now that dark cloud that I always fought my entire life, that I wondered why it was there, as I took the steps as I showed to you today, that cloud is gone. I am happy. Those that chose not to support me in my life choices, they've fallen by the wayside, but they were part of what was dragging me down. And while in some cases these were people I loved, I miss and I mourn them, well, I don't mourn them. I mourn more the fact they can't find it in their hearts to accept. Since I've been out, and the fact that, at one time I was kind of known in the community, at least the music community, and that, I have been targeted. People have said that my son is in danger being around people like me. Just very vile, disgusting things. I would never level at my worst enemy. But I know it's from a lack of just not understanding. They do not have the information, the education required. To kind of summarize, I wonder, is I heard a lot of people like in opposition of this bill stating that, well, it appears we have gender expression covered under this legislation, under this charter and all that. Well, if we already have it covered, what is your problem with writing it down finally? I mean, really, tell me, why? Why not? And at the end of the day, if you don't want to use pronouns, don't. Address us by name or just don't at all. That's okay. You have a right to turn and walk the other way. Just when I see bigotedness, I see hatred, I see those that wish to oppress or trample me down, I simply walk away from them. And in some cases on the public sphere, I will stand up to them. But at the end of the day, I'm not here to tell people how to think, not how to live, but my gaining rights, trans people gaining rights, takes nothing away from anyone else. Not at all. It just allows us to live authentically as we were meant to be. So recognize, I remember quickly my doctor, when I got the diagnosis, I said, I'm sorry, doctor, it's weird to talk about. He's like, no, it's not weird. This is a legitimate medical condition. I'm like, no, I know, it's just weird to talk about, sorry. But it was just, to have that affirmation from a simple family physician meant a lot. So to close, I just again, thank you for your time. My name is Michaela Patricia Rose Chatka, she, her, transgender individual. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Minister of Justice?
Yeah, wow. Michaela, I think your choice to throw away the notes and speak from the heart was the right one, because that was so inspiring, and it really was a joyous story. It was a happy story and a happy experience that you've shared with all of us. And I love that you are now so keen on making sure that everybody can have that kind of experience that you've had. So once again, just thanks for your time, for your patience here tonight. And what a great story. So thanks for sharing.
Mix Chotka.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I wish it came off as eloquent as perhaps it was in my head leading up to this. But thank you so much.
Mr. Balkin.
Michaela, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. We're hearing from many, many Manitobans, and I appreciate your perspective that you've brought forward tonight.
Max Chotka.
I appreciate just the ability to be here.
Minister Azaguara.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing so much of your personal journey with us. And, you know, what you say here today is being formally documented. You know, it becomes part of the historical record of this assembly. And I think it's really, really important that folks will be able to look back and reflect and hear your story and your experience. And I just want to say thank you for being the example that you didn't have growing up. Thank you for being that example for so many people who need it, and for allowing that example to live on through the record of this legislature.
Mix Chaka.
Thank you, Minister Azaguara, and thank you, Minister Oxam. Both, you know, I consider both of you, you know, personal, you know, not just heroes, but, you know, elders, mentors, as well as Two-Spirit Elder Gail Pruden, who would probably actually strangle me for calling her elder when it's Kukum. So I am sorry, Gail, if you hear this. Kukum.
Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your presentation. I will now call on Mix Faye Johnstone, who is joining us from Zoom. Please proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Honorable ministers and members of the committee, thank you for providing this space and listening to the voices of trans and gender diverse folks as part of this conversation, and for the opportunity to participate in our democratic process. My name is Faye Johnstone, I use she and they pronouns, and I'm joining from unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, formerly known as Ottawa. I am not a Manitoban, but I did live in Shiloh for 2 years when I was young, when my dad was posted there through his work with the Canadian Armed Forces. I've also had the honor to visit your province on numerous occasions and work actively with many organizations across the province. In my day job, I serve as the executive director of the Society of Queer Momentum. We are a national 2SLGI+ advocacy organization, and as part of our work, we monitor human rights and human rights legislation related to queer and trans communities. In this era, that unfortunately means that we are very busy, and busier than we would like to be. Given what's at stake, and given the subject of tonight's conversation, I felt it was important to show up and support the folks on the ground as best I could. Before I get too far into things, I want to applaud the bravery and strength of my transgender and queer siblings and their families in the room today. Some of the remarks today were undoubtedly painful to hear, and I want to thank you for your courage, and to make sure that you know that you are not alone, neither in that room nor in your province. There are folks from coast to coast to coast who believe in the more free, equal, and socially just future that you deserve and that I know you are fighting for. The introduction of this amendment, and I hope its passage in the near future, is a historic moment. The extension of more fulsome human rights protections to include a historically marginalized community, and a community that has in fact been subjected to decades of discrimination, including by governments at the provincial and federal level, by institutions, by organizations, and individuals. This legislation is history in the making, and I invite you to consider that many generations of trans and gender diverse Manitobans will look back on this moment with gratitude for the decisions that I hope will be made in the near future and the passage of this amendment. I am, of course, joining today to speak in favor of the amendment, because in Canada, we believe in human rights, and that those human rights should protect everyone. I do not speak as a Manitoban, but I do speak as a citizen of Canada and as a transgender woman myself. In my work across this country, I hear countless stories from transgender people, and particularly transgender young folks. Stories of adversity and discrimination, stories that I believe would break your heart, of people being bullied, facing violence and hate that no person on this land or anywhere in this world deserves. I urge you in your decisions to remember the impact of those decisions on vulnerable people, and that young people in your province are looking to you for leadership. Across this country, hate targeting queer and trans people, and especially transgender young folks, is on the rise. making life harder and denying hope to a community that simply wants freedom, human rights, and bluntly, to be left alone. In this era of polarization and division, Canadians are looking for leaders who will speak up for freedom, equality, and human rights. That's why I urge the passage of this amendment. And I would emphasize 3 reasons to do so. First, because it would bring Manitoba into alignment with sister legislation across Canada. Second, because it would send a message to transgender Manitobans, particularly those young folks who have enough bullies as is, that they are welcome, that they deserve dignity, and that they deserve human rights. Finally, it would strengthen our collective human rights framework, helping advance a province and a country where everyone lives free of discrimination. In the late 2010s, I had the dubious honor of being one of many citizens across Canada who advocated for the passage of Bill C-16 on the federal level. This legislation added gender identity and gender expression to the Canadian Human Rights Act. During the committee meetings to move that legislation forward, most of which I attended, there were numerous witnesses who made unfounded claims about the risk or danger of the proposed amendment. We have heard many of those same unfounded claims repeated during tonight's committee meeting. I would go so far as to say that some who have testified in opposition are not just speaking to the opposition or to opposition to the legislation, but to the freedom and existence of transgender people. This bill has nothing to do with healthcare, and it would in no way limit freedom of expression, nor does it criminalize conversations. We live in a democracy, and freedom of expression is core to that. It does not restrict expressions of faith. Such claims are ludicrous, unfounded, and demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of human rights legislation. When some of those witnesses on the federal level testified in the Senate, they were not laughed out of the room, but there were comments from senators who had been lawyers in previous lives, outlining in detail the inaccuracy of claims made. I would also clarify that gender expression is something that includes everyone, that all of us have. And so there are situations where this legislation would actually strengthen and protect kids, such as those that Charlie referred to, the kid who wears nail polish and does not deserve to face discrimination at school because of that. Underneath a lot of this rhetoric is an insidious agenda, an agenda pushed by people who do not want you to view transgender folks as people, but as problems or a threat. We are not a problem, we are your neighbors, and we are human beings. Prior to giving credence to unfounded claims, I would encourage members of the committee to review the submission of the Canadian Bar Association to the Senate of Canada, which strongly supported the passage of the bill and debunked many of these unfounded arguments. I would be pleased to submit this brief to the committee. I am also pleased to share that in almost 10 years since the passage of federal human rights legislation, the world has not fallen apart. The world has not ended. Speech has not been compelled, and freedom has not been restricted. All that has changed because of C-16 and because of provincial equivalence is that human rights protections have been extended to include a vulnerable minority that they never should have admitted in the first place. I am joining you from Ontario, where we have had identical legislation since 2012. None of the claims made by those opposed to this legislation have come true in my province. Human rights legislation for a marginalized community has only led to greater freedom and stronger protections for all. I would also note that the overwhelming majority of women-serving and feminist organizations across Canada, including YWCA, Oxfam, and countless others, both locally, provincially, and nationally, support these kinds of amendments. This is also supported by human rights groups and civil liberty organizations. And while we've heard some faith leaders tonight speak in opposition to the legislation, many faith communities, faith traditions, and congregations across the country support, love, and welcome transgender people and believe we deserve human rights protections. I urge you to pass this amendment because transgender Manitobans need their government and their human rights code to support them, to accept them, and to protect them. Beyond this bill, I urge you to take further measures. My community is scared. I am tired of waking up with messages of young folks and families who fear for their safety and their future. I am tired of looking at governments in Alberta and Saskatchewan that are doing the opposite, that are restricting freedom, that are putting politicians in family doctor's office, making it harder for kids to be themselves at school. I am tired of hearing from parents who are scared to put their kid on the bus to school. That is not something we should inflict or invoke on any parent, any family, or any young person. My community is scared for our safety, for our freedom, and our future. Hate is rising, and again, I would reiterate that we need leaders who will boldly defend freedom, speak up for human rights, and build a more inclusive Canada. I urge you to explore opportunities to support families of transgender youth, to ensure that everyone gets access to the healthcare they need, and to create spaces for further education and dialogue. Because there are those who want to turn us against our neighbors and who have poisoned this political environment. They'll even allege that we as trans people don't want to have these conversations. I spend my days surrounded by an incredible mosaic of trans, queer, and gender diverse people. And we always want to talk through our differences, to have dialogue, because dialogue is core to a healthy democracy. I ask you now to look around you at the transgender folks and families who came here tonight to speak up for their human rights, who came and have sat through some testimonies that have been hard to hear and some language that is not appropriate in a legislature. And I would urge you to remember that yes, we might look different than you're used to, but we are your neighbors, we are your coworkers. We have contributed to Canadian society and to our economy. We might look different, our lives might be different, but difference is not a threat. Transgender people simply want freedom and human rights. We deserve protection from discrimination, just like everyone else. And for so long, we have told people that you can change the world, that you deserve to be yourself. In this era of rising hate, we are being called to stand by that promise, to make sure that the next generation of trans young people do not have to go through what my generation did, nor what generations before have. I have seen the scars left by a society that taught us to hate ourselves. I have seen the wounds inflicted by a world that can't allow us to be ourselves. And I dream of a better future, a better Canada for all people, all families, and all communities. With that, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the Minister for introducing this legislation and for continuing Canada's journey to be a more free and equal country for all Canadians.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The honourable member from Lagimodiere.
Hi, Faye. Thanks so much for being with us today, all the way from Ontario. We appreciate your perspective. So apparently the sky did not fall in Ontario when human rights legislation was extended for gender expression. I'm curious about like the positive impacts on your community in Ontario. How did it manifest kind of on the ground?
Mix Johnstone.
There's the component of adding this legislation to make sure it's codified, but a lot of it is in the broader message that it sends, the message to trans people that indeed we deserve to live free from discrimination, but also the process that it cues. You know, in the federal space, that was a lot of why we put work into adding gender expression and gender identity to the Human Rights Code and to the Criminal Code with regard to hate speech and hate-motivated acts. And what that did was it cued a process to amend policy, to amend documents, and to make sure that we were taking these rights on paper and bringing them into people's real lives. It allows for further education, and it allows us, when we do face that discrimination, that adversity, that injustice, to have recourse through our legal system, through our courts, to ensure that we are protected, that our freedom is protected, and that we're able to participate fully in society. I would argue always that it is insufficient. Rights on paper do not translate into the kind of country that we want and that we deserve, but they are core to the process and they move the needle forward to create that better Canada.
Mr. Balkin.
Yes, thank you, Faye, for the presentation tonight. And I note that here it's almost 20 after 11 p.m. and it's obviously tomorrow in Ontario. So thank you for your presentation, staying up so late tonight to bring your thoughts here tonight.
Mix Johnstone.
My community has a long legacy of staying up and fighting the good fight for our rights, and I am honored to continue it.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much again for your presentation. I will now call on Mix Parker Moran, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Parker. I'm gender fluid and I use they, them pronouns. Everyone has a gender expression. So I'd like to ask everyone here today, how did you present your gender? And how would you feel if someone told you that wasn't permitted? This bill doesn't force people to change their beliefs or to say certain things. Religion is protected, and yet I am not being forced to believe what they believe. If that was the case, I would still be going to church. But like a friend of mine said to me yesterday, I do need to respect them and their beliefs, and I ask the same of them. We only want to be treated the same way. Those who vote against this amendment or want you to vote against it want to keep the freedom that they have right now in Manitoba to discriminate against others based on their gender expression. They came here today to tell you that they do not want to have to put in the work to respect someone who is different from them. These people are our neighbors, our school boards, our bosses, our landlords, our families. We are also your neighbors. We are your coworkers. We are your family members. The price of their freedom of speech is our pain. Someone earlier asked you not to pass this for the good of those who suffer gender dysphoria. Who are they to speak for us? Let me speak for myself. Though I now live in Winnipeg, I grew up in Kleefeld in a small town outside of Steinbach. Most of my family still live and vote in the Steinbach area. My identical twin sibling works at the pool in Steinbach. That means they are a public servant for the city of Steinbach. If they were here today, they could tell you how complicated it was just to be able to use their pronouns in their email signature. When I tell someone in the queer community here where I'm from, they say, "I'm sorry." They say that because even they know that growing up queer and trans in Steinbach often means being isolated and excluded from your family and community. It means not feeling safe to access healthcare because the healthcare staff are your neighbors, your parents' friends, or people who go to your church. It means not knowing which workplaces will be safe and which ones will not be because of the management or people you work with. Professionally, I am a social worker. I currently work at the Trans Health Clinic here in Winnipeg. When I came out as transgender, I was working for the provincial government as a CFS worker in Steinbach. There was nobody to advocate for me but myself. There was no policy or training for my coworkers about how to treat a trans or gender fluid person normally, never mind with respect. When my supervisor said that adjusting to my name change would be easier than adjusting to my pronouns because it was more normal, everyone laughed. Similarly, I saw that there was no protection for gender diversity or trans and gender diverse youth in care. Foster parents can refuse to use a child's name or pronouns and force them to wear clothes that don't match their gender identity because it goes against their religion. Shelters don't have safe spaces for youth whose gender expression does not align with others. I know a lot of them here in Winnipeg are doing their best now to work on that. Youth in care face higher rates of suicide, homelessness, amongst other struggles. Trans youth even more so. When gender diverse and trans youth do not feel safe and protected where they live, they look for a way out. This bill can provide more protection for vulnerable trans and gender diverse youth to be respected for who they are when under the care of the province, amongst other things. As I said before, I now work at the Trans Health Clinic. I meet young people who face bullying or rejection just for being different. They avoid going to school because they don't want to be treated badly by their peers, teachers, or school staff. They avoid going to the bathroom all day or using gendered change rooms because they don't want to be harassed or told they're in the wrong one. Denying gender-inclusive policies does not protect the children, it chases them away. I also see firsthand that when people feel safe to be themselves, they're more likely to thrive. Many people in this room have and will share what that means for them. For myself as well, being free in my workplace and in other aspects of my life to express myself freely has been life-changing. I hope this bill will ensure that there is more safety for gender diverse people to be themselves. Those opposed believe they're being silenced. We are asked to be given a voice. This bill will help people who are constantly denied dignity and equality because of the way they look or want to be addressed. I hope you choose to vote yes to this bill and align Manitoba with the rest of Canada, rather than hold us back and keep us closer to what is going on down south, which only empowers hate. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honourable Minister of Justice?
Yeah, Parker, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm just absolutely floored by some of the challenges that you faced, but also others that you know. And I know that that can be really challenging to navigate. This legislation is a small piece of the puzzle in terms of helping to make some of those things right, but I think you also identified some real challenges going forward, and just want you to know that our government is committed to continuing to support the trans community and making sure everybody is protected, and really that's what this bill is all about. So just wanted to thank you for your presentation.
Mix Moran.
Thank you.
Mr. Balkin.
Parker, thank you for your presentation tonight. I know it's getting late in the evening, but I do appreciate hearing from everybody who's bringing perspectives forward tonight. So thank you for staying the course and being here until this hour.
Mix Moran.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you again for your presentation. I will now call on Mix Jen Sagan, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. First, I just want to thank everyone who's still here and who's given me the opportunity to participate in this democratic process. I searched my heart, I put it on paper. It's best for me for this process and hopefully for you too. So here we go. Good evening and thank you for the opportunity to share. My name is Jen Seguin and I identify as non-binary and my pronouns are she, they. I'm honored to share this space with two spirit trans and other gender diverse folks and allies, of course, with important messages, and of course, the dignitaries who are here to listen. This evening, I'm offering part of my story in good faith and with hope that it may inspire action to support, in support of Bill 43, the Human Rights Code Amendment Act. I will be echoing much of what others have said in some ways, but I'm going to tell a little story. So my family story begins as French-Canadian settlers on my late paternal side and third-generation Ukrainian settlers on my maternal side. My mom actually grew up in Lac de Bonnie and was raised on a farm by my Ukrainian ancestors and my late grandfather. Truth be told, I was not born in Manitoba, but go Jets go, right? And some of us do move the other way. So I was born in Treaty 8 territory in a small mining and forestry town called Chetwynd, BC. Eventually, we relocated to the interior of BC where my dad worked as a mines inspector for provincial government. I grew up on the unceded traditional territory of Tecumseh First Nation and a place also known as Kamloops. How did I end up here in Manitoba, you might ask? Well, with your patience, I'll get there. As a child, I was very hyperactive and I had the privilege to enjoy various sports. I became known as the curly-haired girl in Bumblebee soccer. While some saw me as a girl, at age 7, I already was coming to understand myself as different from my peers, but I didn't know yet the words to tell my story. Only an intuitive knowing of my spirit. My gender expression was the first piece that did not align with gender norms and expectations in the world around me. I had a deep passion for Ninja Turtles, not Barbies, and I was very active, which in the 80s and 90s was simply not expected for a girl. I found wearing skirts and dresses interfered with my ability to move freely, and I often worried about accidentally exposing myself or wrecking my clothing. My struggles with clothing and hairstyle became early experiences of dissonance and feeling misunderstood by others. I didn't like girl clothing, and I didn't feel comfortable dressing like a boy. At 8, my dear mother decided to get me a short haircut because I hated my long curls, and people began to ask if I was a boy or a girl. Distinguishing who I was based on a gender binary felt like a chore, and I resented the interference it had on my sense of personhood and freedom. I just wanted to be me. I just wanted to exist without question or speculation. Finding peace of mind in my gender expression seemed impossible. It was incredibly rare to hear or know of anyone talking positively about being queer or gender diverse in the 90s. High school and early adulthood also came with challenges. While I was feeling good about who I was in an athletic context, I was still sitting on secrets. In grade 8, I was sitting at my desk with my legs shoulder-width apart and perhaps in what some may consider a masculine posture. The kid in front of me noticed. He saw how relaxed I was. And he turned around and he asked in a mockingly way, "What are you, lesbian?" I didn't know the answer, but I knew this term meant that he thought I was gay. My fight, flight, freeze response was fully activated, and I thought to myself, holy cow, he knows my secret. I responded in a moment by correcting my seating position and immediately denied my truth. This moment taught me how to be safer and that I could survive better if I masked who I was. Situations like this only perpetuated fear and negativity and impacted my sense of belonging and my mental health. I grew up internalizing homophobia and transphobia, and for years actively tried to suppress these parts of myself with no known safe place to process it all. In the late 90s and 2000s, in Kamloops at least, there was no Ellen DeGeneres, there was no RuPaul Drag Race, there was no gay-straight alliances, no Soji yet, and no one else I knew who was really out. They simply did not yet exist. Throughout the rest of high school and my early 20s, I found safety within athletic clothing and adopted a jock identity. It was my safe place, and no one could attack me there. All that to say, I knew that if I kept hiding who I was, who I am, I would not survive. I had to come out somehow. I tried discussing my emerging identity with family and friends, but it still did not feel safe enough to be fully open. It was hard to envision a future for life. In fact, I couldn't. I had no idea how I was going to find true belonging in this world. Thankfully, a little later, in the early 2000s, same-sex marriage was legalized. The Ellen DeGeneres Show emerged, along with various community-led programs for queer folks, gay-straight alliances, and pride events for becoming more accepted and acceptable. In some ways, my internal tension was moderated, and I found courage in my mid-20s to explore my femininity more than I ever had before, and at the same time, landed a safe relationship with someone who identified as female and was also assigned female at birth. Through this relationship, I found queer accepting and belonging in a whole new way. I found the courage to begin exploring my masculine side with the support of my wife, who was from Winnipeg. Exploring masculinity initiated with trying on men's dress shirts, and what I found was that they fit my body way more comfortably. They allowed me to move freely. They did not accentuate parts of my body that women's clothing otherwise did in a way that made me feel intolerably uncomfortable. When I moved to Manitoba in the fall of 2018, I chose to explore other kinds of hairstyles, as which was followed by further gender identity exploration through creative arts. In 2019, being new to Winnipeg, my wife encouraged me to explore opportunities to make new friends and suggested that I try taking a drag course through Prairie Theatre Exchange, facilitated by a well-known Treaty 1 drag artist. Taking this class absolutely terrified me because it meant I would likely have to face parts that I feared for so long and masked for most of my adult life up until recent. It meant facing my internalized homophobia and transphobia that I absorbed when I was technically outed in grade 8. To my surprise, as I endeavored in this creative process and leaned into movements associated with masculine gender stereotypes, I found it not only to be fun, but it was freeing in a way that I could have never predicted. This experience healed me in ways that provided greater self-acceptance, love, and confidence. My classmates cheered me on as I sold the creative illusion of being male, and after class, I was accepted for who I was out of drag. I wasn't questioned. My gender was not speculated. I was simply accepted for the human being that I am. This experience allowed me to expand my gender expression to a place where I felt more comfortable and confident to incorporate both masculine and feminine looks outside of drag. In this place of openness and at a previous job, someone referred to me as they, and the pronoun did not upset me. In fact, it really resonated with me. Thus emerged my non-binary gender identity. It just made sense. It made the most sense to me when I think of how I see myself in the world and how I want to be seen in the world, while tying together how I have always known my soul to be since childhood. It was not until I moved to Manitoba and had this gender expressive experience where I realized, looking back on my life, that I in fact experienced gender dysphoria. Thankfully, I followed my heart to Treaty 1, where I continued to live my life with the greatest authenticity that I have ever been afforded. I've not only discovered new aspects of my identity here, but I've discovered a loving community full of diverse people who care so much about one another's humanity that legislatures want to ensure its protection and capture the value of our beautiful, diverse province in law. So why have I chosen to speak up tonight? Why am I backing Bill 8? When I think back to how my ancestors left Ukraine for a better life, when I think back to the freedoms my maternal grandfather fought for in World War II, when I reflect on my life and the work that I do in healthcare supporting youth and families, I am reminded of what sets this province and country apart from others, and that is its value, fight for, and maintenance of human rights. While I recognize the complex and harmful realities connected to development of treaties, Manitoba has welcomed people of different walks of life for centuries and continues to be a place of grassroots growth, unprecedented initiatives, and a beacon of hope in our country and the world. My gender identity has taken years, kilometers, and a whole lot of courage and conscious choice to seek out love over fear. But as much as I have shared my story tonight, this is not about me. This is actually about the next generation of young people who have yet and are in the process of discovering who they are. When I think of my ancestors and those who have come before me, in addition to the work that I do with youth and families, one theme remains consistent. Each generation seeks out better for the next. When I think about what most want for their loved ones, it is the very basic sense of safety and the ability to thrive and live authentically with meaning and connection. Enacting Bill 43 is a concrete, tangible step in expanding our safety net to create an even more inclusive space for folks while recognizing our inherent diversity and humanity. And regardless of political beliefs, isn't this what we all want? To belong, to feel safe, to love, be loved, and live our best lives? Please support Bill 43, and let's catch up to those other jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Minister of Justice.
Wow, what an incredible story, and what an incredible telling of that story. And what I guess I took from it most was, how far we've come, and parts of your story reflected on that, how far we've come and how far I think we are today, but also setting the path forward that we need to continue to fight. So again, this legislation I hope gets us down that road further, and thank you for sharing and for being here.
Ms. Seguin.
Thanks, Mr. Weeben. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Gertzen.
Chairperson, I don't know if being among the last presenters for tonight makes it harder or if it makes it easier. For me, it would probably make it harder having to wait till near the end and probably make me more nervous. That certainly didn't come across in your presentation. Thank you for sharing your very personal story in an articulate and a passionate way. It's been a long evening, but thanks for sticking it through.
Ms. Seguin.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it.
Minister Azaguara.
Just want to say thank you for such a stellar and honest and raw presentation. And if you could extend a thank you to your wife for getting you to Manitoba, another healthcare worker in the province. We love it. So I just want to wish you all the best as you move forward on your journey. Thank you.
Ms. Seguin.
Thank you so much, Minister.
Seeing no further questions, thank you again for your presentation. Now, I apologize for the next presenter name. I will try my best to pronounce it correctly. Mr. Rachamim Enoch Code. Who's here in person? And also on Zoom. Please proceed with your presentation.
Honorable members of the committee, shalom, hello, and bonjour. My name is Rachamim Enoch Code. My pronouns are he, him, el. I stand before you tonight not only as a healthcare aide in long-term care, a civilian contractor with the Canadian Armed Forces, the Diversity Vice President for Persons with a Disability for CUPE Manitoba, a member of the Jewish diaspora community here in Winnipeg, but also as someone whose life is deeply intertwined with the transgender and gender diverse community. My partner, a non-binary individual who underwent facial feminization surgery just 3 days ago. I am also a brother-in-law to a trans woman. Every day I witness the strength, resilience, and inherent right of my loved ones and countless others to live authentically and express their gender identity freely. This isn't merely a matter of personal support. It is a fundamental human right. As an observant Masorti Jew who visibly expresses my religious identity through Jewish garments, such as the kippah and the talit katan, I am afforded the protection under our human rights code. I find it unethical that the equally fundamental right to express someone's gender identity is not afforded the same explicit protection in Manitoba. As a strictly observant Jew, I urge this committee to not listen to presenters that make a religious claim against this bill as one who urges their God or uses their God as a justification to deny another person a human right, does not know their God, but uses and plays as their God. In Judaism, which Christianity, Islam, and even Western laws are founded on, does not teach to deny human rights, but to fight for other individuals, even when they are not people of Israel or Jews. Jews have been at the forefront of many civil rights movements, and this is a human right that is affirmed by the United Synagogue for Conservative Judaism here in North America. This bill has been passed by far more conservative provinces than ours, and as a religious person, I do not fear another person having rights. Someone's right to express themselves does not diminish my own. If your fear is with someone else having and living freely will diminish you, you are not living, but some may say, a Christian life as Jesus teaches. Judaism is over 4,000 years, and even we acknowledge that there are at least 8 genders, including trans, intersex, non-binary, and many others. Manitoba once demonstrated leadership in human rights by adding sexual orientation as a protected ground in 1987. Yet, in 2025, we lag behind numerous other provinces. Newfoundland and Labrador recognized the importance of protecting gender expression in 2010, followed by Ontario and Nova Scotia in 2012, Alberta in 2015, British Columbia in 2016, and finally the federal government in 2017, just to name a few. Manitoba's continued inaction leaves a vulnerable segment of our population without explicit legal resources against discrimination and hate based on how they express their gender. Passing this bill is not just about catching up. It's about reaffirming Manitoba's commitment to equality and dignity for all its citizens. It's about actively choosing to be a leader once again, rather than remaining complicit in the face of prejudice. I urge this committee and the government to not only champion the swift adoption of this vital bill, but also to commit to ongoing research into other potential additions to our Human Rights Code, ensuring that Manitoba becomes a truly inclusive and protective country for everyone. I am proud to stand with many Manitobans on the right side of history, as a province that protects and fights for the equality of all, not the few. Toda Rabba, thank you, merci, and miigwech.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, the Honorable Minister of Justice?
Yeah, Rachamin, thank you so much for being here this evening, for presenting here. I really appreciate how you brought your faith tradition and your beliefs as sort of the core to your presentation. As Minister Asaguera mentioned earlier with another presenter, I think that adds a really important dimension to the discussion here this evening. I appreciate too that you're obviously well researched, and you brought a thoughtful presentation here. So I want to thank you for taking the time, staying so late, and for bringing this important perspective.
Mr. Code.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to talk about the Jewish perspective, because often, which we heard at the beginning and throughout this entire thing, that a group of Christians like to radicalize their religion as a movement of why others can't have rights, can't have human rights. And Judaism is far more against that, which Christianity is based off of. So I wanted to show the foundation of what their religion is based off of and that they are not following. I also wrote this speech with my partner who's non-binary that lives in Saskatchewan, who does not have this right and probably won't have for a while because of their very hateful government. So,
Mr. Balkin.
Again, I would like to thank you for the presentation and for bringing your perspective forward. It's certainly a different perspective than we've heard from others tonight, so I appreciate hearing what you had to say. Thank you.
Mr. Code.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that a Jewish voice was spoken about this because it is taught to us. It is a mitzvah, which is a commandment that we are to fight for others, and life is more important than any religious affiliation or following laws, because healthcare that is gender affirming saves lives, and that's at the end of the day the most important thing.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation. As a reminder to the committee, we will be rising at midnight unless there is leave of the committee to sit later. I will now call on Kaylin Taylor, private citizen. Okay. Kaylin? Okay. We will now move down to Mix Kai Solomon, private citizen. Please proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Perfect, thank you. And thanks for staying this late and listening to our voices. I really appreciate that. Again, my name is Kai Solomon. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm an educational assistant in the St. James School Division. And I'm also a trans non-binary person. So when I was younger, I distinctly remember the feeling inside my body and my mind when I wore dresses. I remember the sickness deep in my gut, the indescribable feelings of dread and the wrongness I felt when I was in one. There are pictures of me at weddings, Christmases, church functions, where my eyes are red and puffy from crying. I remember crying without knowing why. The words that weren't formed until I was 31. At my high school graduation, I wore a dress to appease everyone around me, the societal views of someone who was born female. And it still haunts me to this day. All the pictures of me, there's sadness and hollowness in my eyes. And I wish I had the word trans and gender dysphoria so that I could know why I wasn't a girl. Today I'm here speaking as a trans person, but I'm also here as someone who works with high school students, as an out and proud queer person. This is important not just to me, but to them as well. So gender expression is the most personal and authentic way that a person communicates who they are. To be clear, gender expression is a form of freedom of expression, a right enshrined in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The ability to express oneself freely, to speak, to write, to show your identity, that's all freedom. This is more than just rights, though. It's dignity, it's mental health, and it's safety. Whose decision is it to make to decide what I or anybody else should wear or act or be? Whose decision is it to tell me what my pronouns or my name is? We get into statistics. Egal Canada's statistics state that 74% of trans students reported being verbally harassed about their gender expression. Trans students were much more likely than sexual minority or non-LGBTQ students to have been physically harassed or assaulted because of their gender expression. When all identity-related grounds for feeling unsafe are taken into account, including ethnicity and religion, more than 78% of trans students indicated feeling unsafe some way at school. I want you to take a moment to let that sink in. 74% of transgender youth are being harassed and ridiculed for gender expression. Is that the Manitoba that we want to live in? Trans youth are 7 times more likely to die by suicide than cisgender youth. Youth that are dying because they can't be themselves. Research tells us that when trans and gender nonconforming people are supported, meaning addressed by their name, allowed to dress how they feel when they are not shamed for who they are, the risk of suicide drops dramatically. This is why gender expression must be recognized and protected as a human right. It's not about freedom of style or identity. It's about the right to exist without fear. It's about dignity, equality, and life itself. In 2017, the federal government added gender identity and gender expression to the federal human rights legislation, Bill 16. Now it's about time that Manitoba adds gender expression as its protected class. Egal Canada also states, and I quote, "It was and still is a subject of great deal of misinformation and confusion, as well as disinformation and fear-mongering. Some people falsely claim that it turned using the wrong pronouns for people into a criminal offense, raising concerns about forced speech or other limitations on freedom of speech. There are even claims that people could end up being sent to jail for refusing to use trans and non-binary people's correct names and pronouns. These claims have absolutely no basis
in reality. Human rights protections for trans people go back all the way to the 90s. Bill C-16 didn't create anything new, it just added new characteristics to existing legislation, just like sexual orientation was added to the Canadian Human Rights Act in 1996. That doesn't mean that nothing has changed. Formally enshrining the right for trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people to live free of discrimination in federal law is a much stronger form of protection, end quote. Protecting gender expression means protecting bodily autonomy, privacy, and freedom from discrimination as well, all core human rights. No one should be fired from their job, kicked out of their home, or denied health care because of how they express their gender. Let's not forget, gender diversity has always existed. From Indigenous Two-Spirit people to Hijiras in South Asia, history is full of examples of cultures that honor more than just two genders. Suppressing gender expression is not only a violation of human rights, it's an erasure of culture and of humanity. Trans and gender nonconforming people shouldn't have to live in fear just because their truth doesn't fit in someone else's box. My ability to be authentically myself saved me from an early death. Without it, without my freedom of gender expression, I wouldn't be standing here. Gender expression is not a trend, and it shouldn't be a political talking point, but it is. It is a lifeline for my community, a lifeline. To those that think trans people are too much, I think in all honesty, we are enough. And I leave you with this one sentiment. Is your opinion more important than someone's life? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, what a great presentation, Kai. I think you put your finger right on the pulse of this in the way that you characterize this as about dignity, but also about safety, and that's real. These are real lives that are impacted, especially with your work with young people. I know that you see this and you know this, so I appreciate your perspective here, and I appreciate you sticking it out, being here right to the end. And appreciate everything that you brought to the committee this evening.
Mick Solomon.
Yeah, I see trans youth every day. Let's face it. I see them every day. I see them in a lot of distress and a lot of fear with what's happening down south. So having people that are out and proud and speaking up for trans rights is amazing. So thank you.
Mr. Balkin.
Kai, thank you for your presentation tonight. I know you're one of the last to present for tonight, and there's probably many more presenters as we move on to a new date following this. So thank you for being here tonight this late and bringing your views forward. It's much appreciated.
Mick Solomon.
I just want to thank you all for just actively listening. I really appreciate that. That's all we ask for, so thank you all.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, there is enough time for one final presentation. Mr. Jace McFarlane is up. Is there leave to hear this final presentation?
Leave.
Agreed. All right, I will now call on Mr. Jace McFarlane, private citizen. Mr. Jace McFarlane? Okay, we will now move to Mr. Michael Shaw. Is there leave to sit just past midnight to hear Mr. Shaw's presentation?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Mr. Shaw.
I'll finish. Thanks very much, everyone, for spending the night here listening to all of these stories. I come down here and speak at committee fairly regularly. I was last here on the shutting down the gas tax, which was bad public policy, but very popular, I understand that. I'm very heartened by this bill. this side of the House is finally, I think, governing the way we elected them and wanted them to govern. You haven't moved on Research Manitoba funding, haven't moved on healthcare for international students at the universities in Manitoba, which is in the minister's mandate letter, and that hasn't happened yet. So it's very heartening for someone who was encouraged by the election of your government to see truly progressive language coming out. This is fundamental. It shouldn't be contentious. We've heard lots of contention tonight, but it shouldn't be contentious. So I would like to encourage the government of the day to continue to move forward with the priorities, and this is a priority. There are other priorities that you have been neglecting. University funding, I'm a member of UMFA, University of Manitoba Faculty Association. Been teaching there for 32 years now, and the damage that was done over the last 8 to 10 years at the University of Manitoba hasn't been repaired yet. So it's heartening, but it's also urgently needed for this government to continue to move in a progressive way. Balancing the budget in the first term isn't progressive, but this legislation is progressive. So it is heartening that it's taking place and that this is going to occur. We've heard some truly beautiful stories tonight, and we've heard some really disturbing opinions tonight about wanting to take away the rights of individuals because of who they are. We see that just awfulness that it's occurring south of us, and to be able to move forward a little bit in this direction. There's more work to be done. There's tons more work to be done in terms of protecting the rights of the gender diverse here in Manitoba, and being more of a beacon for the gender diverse here in Manitoba for the rest of Canada. It wasn't until tonight that I knew that we were so far behind. When we're comparing ourselves in human rights on gender issues to Saskatchewan, that's not a good place to be. We should be more progressive than that. So I'm very heartened by this. And I'll stop because my Apple says it's midnight. So I'll stop there.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thanks for your support of this, Mr. Shaw, and appreciate your pushing us to continue to do good things. I think there's lots more good work that we're up to, but I do appreciate your presence here and your support of the bill here.
Mr. Shaw.
Nothing to say to that. Thanks.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Shaw, thank you for your presentation, and I know based on the time, this will be the final one for tonight, and I appreciate your views, and also for holding government to account as what we're here to do as well. So thank you.
Mr. Shaw.
Let's be clear there. When I talk about the damage done to the University of Manitoba, looking on that side of the room. All right.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Before we rise, I will remind everyone that we will continue to hear presenters at a following meeting of this committee on Wednesday, April 30th, 2025 at 9 a.m. The next presenter on the list will be Ms. Sonia Stone. The hour being past midnight, as previously agreed, committee rise.
It's